Start the committee meeting here right now. We have a number of meetings which are, please, over there, the great discussion's got to stop. We got to get going here. The reason why, well, it's right at 9 o'clock when our hearings start, but I do have some announcements which have to be made here. One of which, I'm getting committee reports that are coming in the name of somebody that did not make the motion. That's going to stop. So if somebody made a motion and that's where we go, then anybody's welcome to work with that individual, but the report still remains in the name of the person who makes the motion. You can't substitute something like that in a committee report. That's been identified by our support personnel that are looking at the minutes of the report that comes from Representative Cordelli here, and then checking out the blurb, and they don't match up. So it's okay to have support. For example, if Representative Cordelli makes a motion ought to pass, and he doesn't want to write that blurb, he could ask, Representative Luno to write that report. However, it still comes in underneath Representative Cordelli's name in the blurb. Same thing with the minority report. Well, no. I'm told at that point in time by the ranking person here who's going to, the report's going to be written. I have no problems with that, nor does anybody upstairs. But we're seeing some of the majority reports coming in very, very different than what we have on the floor.
So, and Rick, while we're talking about reports, because we've obviously all been through some of these, and I know there's a standard template for
Yes.
that now.
Yes.
The template, I think, has some confusion when it comes to 1010 without recommendation.
Yeah, absolutely does.
And
we're working on that.
Yeah. And so the reports that my reports that sent over you, I think were pretty clear. I didn't use the template, but they were 1010, no recommendations, and rather than using terms like majority or minority report in the 1010, it's a report in support of ought to pass or in support of ITL. It's
Yes.
not majority or
And
minority.
I'm sure that's going to be brought up in the ranking leadership meeting that they have today at 9 o'clock, and in my leadership, it's
Right.
going to be at 9:15.
Okay.
That is on the docket
Yeah.
because I've been using the template, but I've been putting on the top of a 1010
Yeah.
and then modifying the template, but it'd be nice if it's just a box, which you
Right.
can do.
Right. Thanks, Rick.
The other point that I want to make is that I need to have all the committee reports, folks. I need to have all the committee reports for February 1, February 3, and February 6 handed to me by the close of shop today, by the close of school today. You get those things into me. It's simply because that by the bell. If it doesn't come in by the bell time, I will write the report, or there will be no report of the position. So it's absolutely imperative that we are really getting slammed with committees that have a lot of reports coming in now. The sessions are now going to come in very loaded, and our administrative support staff is basically on tilt right now. And we want to really support them. Also, if you're doing a report, please do it either on that template or in Microsoft Word so that the document can be transmitted to those folks up the hallway here, and they don't have to input everything over again. I'm having to do that at night myself on some of these reports and inputting itself. And it keeps me up to 11:30, 12 o'clock every one of these nights. That's stopping. If it comes in so I can't transmit it the way it's not going to get transmitted. Yes.
When you say on that template,
I'm not saying on that template. I said two things just now.
you said on that template, and I pick up where
Yeah.
that was the thing that got mailed to. I just been typing in the equivalent of what got mailed to us, and sending it back. But
That's the template. That's the template.
that's good enough.
It'd be nice if you leave it on the template because when you come, You just save it as on your computer, send it off to myself with an attachment, and that's it. So you never have to mess your template up in case you want to use it again. So you have your template on your computer. You,
I tried that and it
okay, we'll work on that for you. So I want to go through some of the reports that, let's just go back and check. I'm missing a report for 2-1, minority report for 3, it's February 1, 367. I think that's coming in. On 2-3, February 3, missing the minority report for 626. On 2-3, missing the minority report for 380. Going on down here, 429, we're working that out. That's an issue which we had dealing with the breakfast and lunch program that Representative Ellison, you were involved with that, and how you write these things. We're working on that. Going down to 521, which is on 2-6, February 6th, that's done. 440, I need that from both parties. If it's done, please, forgive my saying that, but I couldn't find it. 540, that's been done. 601, the report will be named, the minority report will be named, and the person who made the blurb, not the person that, is doing that. So that has to come from the person that made the report or made the motion. Yes, there was.
Yes.
Yes, there, I'm not going to, because we have a hearing coming up. 464, I need them both. For 464, that was made on February 6th, yesterday. On 466, I need that. On 501, I have that, that's in. On 102, I need that, and 435, I don't believe that may have been sent to me. I heard maybe this morning, but I haven't gotten that. So please, if you made these, make sure you have sent them, and please send them in either a Word doc or in the template format. Other notices, we will be having on February 13th, I haven't got the schedule sent in yet, but at least 4 of the bills that are early bills will be coming up on that date. That will be 272, 492, 529, and 577. And I'll get the subcommittees together. I'm meeting with the ranking member here at noontime, and we're going to talk about some of the subcommittee work. And we have 5 areas where we have to do some work on. So that's it. We need to get going with our hearing. I got to be out of here at 9:15. I see that Representative Myler's already gone to his meeting.
We had a 9, his is.
Yeah.
9.
Right.
get a print out of that.
Of what you just went over, because I was.
Or just the 4 bills on 213.
On 213, we have 272, that's increasing public school funding per pupil. 492, that's the one that we already have all the material. That's your bill, Representative Tanner. That's going to be held. That's the statute books, that we've asked for. 529, that's fiscal capacity disparity aid. If in fact we have a small get together at noontime today, the 4 of us, and we'll work on that. We'll see whether that goes 213 or 215. And then we have on 210, we will be doing the 577. That's the state aid for special education. That's this week. That's that. But also on 213, we're going to be going to the charter school report, HB 71. Remember, that was the report where they have to report, is it quarterly or 3 times a year, charter schools? And we had that question there. We should be able to hassle that out and get that one done. But there's others, of course, which will be coming up. So that concludes that. And what I'd like to do now is get into the hearing today, which is scheduled for 9 o'clock. HB 382, authorizing local school boards to give students release time for participation in religious instruction in an elective course for the purpose of satisfying curriculum requirements. Do we have any pink cards on that?
No sponsor.
Is the sponsor here?
Nope.
Is the co-sponsor here?
He actually.
There is no
emailed us
co-sponsor.
and said that he wouldn't be here because it's a duplicate bill for one this afternoon. They had a mix up in OLS. So he said he wouldn't be here to introduce it. But he'll be here.
We still have to,
Okay,
Dispose of it.
we'll have to dispose of it because it is a bill regardless.
do you want me to just introduce it?
Yes,
Okay.
would you introduce that bill, then we'll close it down and we can get back on schedule.
Yep.
What a unique idea, huh? Welcome, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable colleagues. For the record, Glenn Cordelli, representing Tufton Borough, Wolfboro, and Ossipee in the beautiful Lakes region. And I would like to introduce House Bill 382, authorizing local school boards to give students release time for participation in religious instruction in an elective course for the purpose of satisfying curriculum requirements.
Thank you very much. No questions? So I will ask one other point. Is there any member of the public that came here for this particular bill that will not be here for the bill that we have later on today, which is very similar? Welcome. I'm going to be
Yeah.
leaving here.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. My name is Claudine Burnham, representative from Stratford County, District 2. I support this bill. I think that it gives opportunity to students who may be involved in missionary work or ministries that may coincide within time frame of school. So I just wanted to speak on that behalf. I think it's a great idea to give that opportunity to the students that for programs that are not available within the school.
Thank you. Questions, Representative Lakis?
Thank you for taking my question. Can you give, just so we get a better idea, an example, a specific example of where this would be used?
Well, I was involved with youth groups in my church for many, many years, and it limits to students being able to support local soup kitchens or working within the community within those timeframes that are available. So it limits students to maybe weekends or evenings, which is difficult as well because many resources and ministries aren't available at that time. And also for educational purposes, there could be a Bible study or something that children can attend and not be available to do that during school hours, such as students who are homeschooled or in other school, charter schools, are maybe a little more flexible to do that. So this just gives that availability to the public school students as well.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to inquire because I know some schools have different policies regarding elective courses and whatnot. Do you know if present law would actually prohibit schools from giving credit for any sort of outside religious instruction?
I don't know of the law that would prohibit that, but I don't know of any law that accepts it either. So
Okay, thank you.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So what you're asking for is not a course that talks about religion and compares religions. You're talking about basic instruction, catechism classes that train people to be their particular religion, whether it's Seventh-day Adventist or whatever. So which one is that?
I can't speak on all religions, but if there are courses, sometimes there's online courses that are just strictly during school hours that may not be available to the students that are in public school. So it allows them to have that time set aside to take those classes regardless of which religion it is.
Follow up? Yes.
I think maybe you misunderstood my question. My question was, is this just a general course on world religions that you're talking about, or comparative course, versus religious instruction where the instruction is specific to a religion like Seventh-day Adventist or Buddhist or whatever, that the student takes, that actually trains them in that, the catechism, the ideology of that religion? Which, are you talking about one or the other, or that
Well,
in
I
this particular?
think this bill kind of keeps it general. It's not real specific as far as which course or religion or practice. I think it's just open to for a faith-based program or instruction. Thank you.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I actually have two. So one is, it sounds like some of this would be students leaving their school campus to do something affiliated with their religion off the premises. So what are they missing when they leave school? It seems to me the school day is already rather full. And then I do have another question, if I may.
I'm not sure what you mean. What are they missing? I mean, every student has their own schedule within school.
So let me think how to put this differently. You can't really do two things at once. So if you're at the soup kitchen, you're not in something at school.
Right.
How do they compensate for that?
Compensate for missing the class that they're,
Yes.
that would be something I think on a individual basis as to what they would have to make up for. I don't see that, I don't really know the sponsor's purpose, but I did support this because I know of students that have wanted to be involved in certain instruction. It may not be ongoing, it may be just a sporadic thing, it might be something based on requirements for their faith to receive certain sacraments, and it's difficult for them to do that during school time hours. That's my understanding. I don't know the specifics of people's schedules. That's certainly something that would be brought to the school board to make that decision as to how they would have to make up for it, and their teachers. So, sorry, I can't be a little more specific, but every student's different and their faith may be different, so it's not specific to one religion.
Did you have a follow-up?
It's a different question, and I actually think probably it's for the sponsor. I'm wondering where the language in the sort of preamble to the actual bill comes from.
My question as well.
So maybe we'll
I was
find out
hoping
this
he would be
afternoon.
here, to be quite honest, but I felt compelled to speak regardless because I do think it's good for the students.
Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, and this may be another one of those questions that should go to the sponsor. But in lines 25 and 26, I'm sorry, 22 and 23, 24 of the actual bill, it talks about an intellectual clique that is imposing upon our nation modest fads and fallacies Do you have any idea of what the fads and fallacies are that are referred to in this bill?
I do not.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Damon, yes.
Just one more. I was wanting to clarify in line 17 and 18, Roman numeral 5, on the first page. It reads, the United States Constitution and the state law allows local school districts to offer religious release time education for the benefit of public school students. So I interpret that to say we already have this somewhere. It doesn't specify what RSA or where they're getting that from. But if that's so, it seems like it already exists in law.
Perhaps it's just to help educate the school board to know that it's there. I don't know. I have found that many of our local school board members don't understand some of the privileges that are offered to our students.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
For being here. Baron Christina?
This is not in the bill. No. This is just representation, let's have fine.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli. Good morning, members of the committee. Barrett Christina from the New Hampshire School Boards Association. We're opposed to the bill, and not because of the content by any means. Actually, I think it's a very well-crafted bill in that it's permissive. And then, it puts a lot of the burden on the parents if they want to enact this without putting the burden on the school district to help the student fulfill that. Our objection in opposition relates to your question, Representative Belcher, about is there anything already in law that would allow school districts to do this? We would say yes. Our high schools have very vigorous extended learning opportunity programs where a student can work with sort of a third party, either a company or an individual. There's no reason it couldn't be a church or a religious organization where the student can sort of do that work outside of the quote unquote traditional class time. I hope that's not me. Good. Where the student, can do some work outside of the traditional classroom, sometimes during school hours, sometimes not during school hours. So there's no reason that a program like this couldn't be turned into an extended learning opportunity. We have the Learn Everywhere program that was initiated by the State Board of Education 2 or 3 years ago. At this point, I suppose there's nothing in law that would prohibit a religious entity or religious organization from being a Learn Everywhere entity where the student could then get some level of credit for participation with that organization or that course or that group or whatever it might be. I guess another objection NHSBA would have is why just the religious instruction then? Why are we doing just a single carve out for religious instruction instead of if a kid wanted to join any other group or a sports team or a band or a community theater or anything else along those lines? And last, one of NHSBA's frustrations with some of these bills, we keep talking about credit. Yes, school districts are still offering credit, but with the significant changes that are coming through the Department of Education and the State Board of Education relative to the review of the minimum standards for public education, Department of Education Rule 306, where we're shifting more back towards competency language and putting a lot of competency language in those particular bills. Credit is becoming, I don't want to say passe, but more and more we're using competencies and meeting competencies in order to earn credit. So again, those are our basic oppositions. We think that school districts and students could already engage in something like this through existing programs, whether or not that was extended learning opportunities or Learn Everywhere programs, or a school district might just be able to say, sure, you need to leave at 2:00 on Fridays to go to a Bible study course. Absolutely, we can accommodate that and, put some sort of academic parameters around it so the child could earn credit and meet certain competencies. So those are NHSBA's concerns with the bill. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that. That was very good information.
Thank you.
And you were able to answer my question, which is a very important question, that there's nothing currently prohibiting it. There is a necessary follow-up to that question, which is there anything that would allow, as of current law, schools to prohibit a student from utilizing the faith-based outside education for, as described in the bill, a not extracurricular, but non-essential credit?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Representative. I just want to be clear, is there anything in law that would prohibit a student from engaging in something like this? Is that, no, do I have it backwards?
Sort of, is there anything that would allow for a refusal on the part of a school?
Of the school
to a
district,
student
so,
to do that?
So the extended learning opportunities that high schools offer, there's usually some level of review by either the high school principal, or some high schools will have an extended learning opportunity coordinator. I would certainly hope that if it were to be objected to by the school district, I would certainly hope that it would not be based on the religious grounds, because I think that would be clearly discriminatory. There may be a disallowance based on more, I'd say, sort of academic components, if you will. So with the extended learning opportunity programs, yes, there's some level of oversight, and usually it has to be initially authorized or agreed to by somebody in the school district, the guidance counselor, the ELO coordinator, the high school principal. So that would be perhaps one barrier. Thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli. Good afternoon. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to see you. A question, follow-up. This bill, as I read it, doesn't differentiate between grammar school, elementary school, or high school.
Right.
So I didn't, as we're talking about credit times and release times, which I find is a concerning. But the question I had if you make this applicable in intent to high school, would the local school board then be responsible to approve it as an elective course, so it'd be allowable in their curriculum for credit?
If it was done through the ELO program, yes. I'm reading the language. I'm on page 2, line 8, and the local board of education, the local school board may implement a policy to allow that. And then, there's a handful of criteria about written consent, things of that nature. So, I mean, to that extent, it would be, as I read this, if the bill were to pass, the State Board of Education would adopt rules. The local school board, at its own decision, could then implement those rules, adopt a policy to allow for this. And was there a second part to your question, Representative?
Yeah, I was talking about the credit part. Can I just
Follow up, yes.
Thanks, Glenn. Mayor, I disagree with your reading on line 8, because I'm reading that as the school board can approve the time release. I don't see that as, and I don't mean to be disagreeable, but the time release versus the credit part. So that was just my thinking as I read it.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative. I read it, and maybe we have to clarify with the speaker, or the speaker, the sponsor of the bill, and we've got a similar bill coming back later this afternoon.
Okay.
I was reading this as meaning the state board would adopt rules, but it was still left to and each local board of education may implement a policy for a student to attend release. For a student to attend release time.
The release, but
I'm looking at that as this local school board would have their own local decision of whether or not they implemented those DOE rules.
all right, thank you.
That's my reading of it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions? Given that we have another bill like this
Yeah.
afternoon, we have 2 more people who would like to speak on this one. And the first is State Representative Perez.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is State Representative Maria Perez. I represent District 43 in Milford. I'm here to speak in opposition of this bill. As someone who, growing up, when I was a little girl, went to a Catholic private school. I believe this kind of bill is not helping the students. I wish we can utilize the time not to push our own religion beliefs in students. We should be pushing for students to learn the same way that I learned, even when I went to a Catholic school. By my time, it wasn't spent on learning religion. It was spent to learn how to cook, how to clean, how to sew, how to manage my money. and how to be a better human. Us pushing religion is not helping the people to be better humans. Enough is enough. I see this happening everywhere. And I see members of the school committees pushing this agenda. We need to teach our kids to be a better humans and be better for themselves for the future. We can't keep pushing religion just because it's our beliefs. Please, vote no onto this bill, and the other one is coming later on today. We don't need this. We don't need more religion. If you want to put your own religion, do it at your home, do it in your own time. But getting credits for learning religion is not what the kids need for the better future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to clarify, so on page 2, line 10, it talks about parent or guardian giving written consent. This appears to be something that would be parent directed more so than directed by us or a school board. Is that the opposition here? Is it to the school board directing a religious experience for the children or parents?
Well, if the parents want to push their own religion, they can do it on their own time, but not getting credit. If you want to teach something good for the student, might as well teach them how to be a better human or how to handle the future for themselves. How to, like I say, how to cook, how to clean, and maybe learn something, maybe a trade, so they can be a better humans and they can have a better future. That's what my point is.
Thank you. Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Representative. I guess I would want your opinion. I mean, I went to Catholic school as well. In your opinion, who's responsible to teach children their faith, a parent or a school?
The parents.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Cortilio.
Thank you for taking my question. You keep using the phrase pushing religion. I'm just wondering, how is allowing students to have release time for participating in religious instruction pushing religion?
Thank you for your question. Yeah, because like I say, if parents wants to do their own religion thing, that's one thing. But with this kind of bill, it's as telling the school they have to teach religion. This is not what we need. We need kids to learn trades. We need kids to learn how to manage their future, how to be better for themselves. Growing up, like I say, me learning how to sew, how to cook, how to manage my money, those are the things that brought me a better future. Yes, as an immigrant, it was hard. As someone who didn't know the language, when I was 15 years old and learning English as a second language, it wasn't easy. But trust me, the things that I learned growing up, it helped me to be a better human and better person.
Thank you. I think, thank you for your testimony. And we have one more person. Is it Representative Burnham? Claudine? I guess that will end our hearing on 382. And next, we're almost on schedule for House Bill 441. We have one card so far, and that is from the from Representative Josh Ukella. And okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. Could, Alicia, could you see if Representative Ukella is out in the hallway?
Mr. Chair, I'm a co-sponsor. I can speak to first if it's pleases the.
Great, thank you. If you. Is it Representative Phillips? Yeah, why don't you come up and we'll get started.
It's just here. Anyone else that don't be,
Okay, all right, thank you. Yep, thank you.
He's in another committee. He's presenting a bill at 9:30 somewhere else, so that's why we're kind of
Okay.
juggling.
Representative Phillips, thank you for being here and introducing the bill.
Sorry. Okay. Good morning. So this bill essentially removes a requirement.
Could you just introduce yourself and where
Yes.
you're from and all?
Sorry, I'm a little flustered. I ran up the hill with my toddler on my back. So I'm Emily Phillips, Rockingham 7, and I'm a sponsor of this bill. This bill removes a requirement in public school education laws that a pupil attend the school in the district of their residence. Change of school or assignment are to be granted without discrimination based on the resident of the student. I have 3 children. Currently, we are homeschooling 2 of them. I was formerly on the school board in my town for 3 years. That ended in 2022, and now here I am at the State House. But sometimes I think that we need to refocus public education on the student-centered aspect, and I think that we should put power back into the parents and the students to do what's best for individual students and not worry about the systems in general. So this essentially removes the language, you can see in the bill, of to attend the public school of assignment to a public school. So that would allow the parent to request a change of school assignment based on the child's individual needs. There would be no additional tuition charged to the parent or legal guardian if they should request it. It would be either a negotiation between the 2 districts, or it's a little bit, there's some language in there that you can read into. But I think that this helps public schools. This is not a controversial bill as far as funding private schools or homeschool and things like that. It's just essentially removing the language of the public school that you were assigned to a public school in the state. And I'm open to obviously questions.
And thank you very much. Representative McDonald.
Thank you and good morning. So my question is relating to special education, which there's a large special needs population in my town and the surrounding area. And currently, under the existing laws, the town of residency would be liable to provide services or payment for services in special education. How would this change that, is my question.
It doesn't change it. So I read it the same way, that it says that the child attends the school would be responsible, like meaning that the services will be provided there, but I believe that it is still the responsibility of the sending school.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Further questions, Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. The question that I have for you is that many school districts have a certain set number of students that they can accommodate in a particular school. Let's say, they from a standpoint of, let's say, 4th grade, they only have room for 30 kids, let's say. How would that deal with an issue of if you, for example, wanted to have your child go to that school, but they have a limited number of spaces available?
Well, Well, I think like in response to like a budgeting aspect, because that's the opposition I hear is that they budget for so many kids, a year in advance, a year and a half in advance. I think that the economies of scale plays a role in here. So you have 18 kids in a classroom, say in a 4th grade, and you add in 3 more kids. There's not going to be that much more of a cost resource-wise to educate those 3 more children in one district, or if you lose a few through children leaving and going to a different school. So I think that the budgeting process allows you to move money around to accommodate changes within a district now. So I think that would apply here. There would be a little bit of a transition point, I should say, for every district. They have to balance their budget regardless as the year progresses. So I don't see it being a huge thing that needs to be overcame.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Left. Good morning. Just, in my review of this, and I need to be honest, my quick review of this, I didn't see anything about transportation. Is it in here? Did I miss it?
It's a parent's responsibility.
Okay. So,
Just like if you were to choose like a charter school now, you'd be responsible to, and that's a public school.
and can you tell me where that is here in the bill? Transportation? Roman numeral 7, page 6. Page 6, Roman numeral 7. All right, I'm sorry.
Line 20.
I heard someone say line 20, yeah.
Yep, thank you, page 6. Can I follow up, Representative Ladd?
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you. And earlier on, there's no additional cost to the student. In school districts, could be out of district. I'm looking at it under the email. That's how it's. In school districts, for instance, that have a significantly higher student support from the local district, from the local town. Say town X spends $40,000 a year on their student, and you're coming from town Y that spends $12,000 a year. So that receiving town, you have to make up the additional gap for your youngster, those local taxpayers for $40,000 per diem.
You're talking about for like a typical child for the cost of pupil?
Yeah, if I was in a town that had a school system that was only supporting my youngster, say at $12,000 a year, and a town down the road which I could transport them to on the way to work, is spending $40,000 a year, so the taxpayers in that town of $40,000, who's going to pick up the difference of $30,000 because there was no cost?
So the way I read it is that there's a negotiation process between like the superintendent of the sending school to the next one, but there should be no cost additionally to the parent or guardian. So I think that, like I said, economies of scale, the pupil cost, per pupil cost at the receiving school will change based on new enrollment.
Well, let me take it. I'm in Conway and I work in Northampton, and I want to put my youngster in Rye. And it's a $30,000 difference. And the superintendent of Rye said, no, we're not taking up an extra $30,000 expense because you don't like your school for whatever reason. Where does that money get picked? Does the Rye taxpayer have to pay for that?
So I don't believe that receiving a child in will cost that school $30,000. I think that's what the per pupil cost is based on. Like, again, you're funding the system, not the student. Like, to add one more child into Rye, I don't believe it's really going to cost the taxpayers of Rye $30,000.
Representative Woodcock, I have a question that's going to follow up exactly on that track you're on.
I'm done.
You're in Campton and you want to send your youngster to Waterville Valley or a community which is a huge drop. But your child is also a catastrophic aid student where the costs are $250,000. Who's going to pay that burden?
The way I interpret this bill, and maybe someone else has a different opinion, but I think it's the taxes you've paid in your sending your current district is what's funding the special ed program. It's like a negotiation.
Thank you. Representative Damon.
I have more than one question. I'll start with on page 3, lines 27 to 30, where it limits the number of reassignments or transfers in any one school year. So what happens if more parents and students apply? They're just shut off, or what happens?
I believe this would allow the school to give priority to students who do reside in that district over kids who want to move their. Is that your question? I'm sorry.
Let me say back what I think I heard you say to see if I have it right. Is that okay, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So you're saying the residents in a district would have priority for their local school. And then if I'm reading this 27 to 30 lines correctly, the incoming students from anywhere else are capped at this amount. But my question is, if there's more incoming students, what is the criteria deciding who can come and who doesn't get to come?
I don't think the bill specifies that. I would assume each district could set those parameters if they wanted to do a lottery, or enrollment in general in New Hampshire is falling. So I'm not sure there's a physical space limitation in most of these schools. If that's what you're referring to, I guess you could do a lottery system, that sort of thing, like charter schools do. I'm not sure if the bill specifies what a superintendent can do to decide who gets in what order.
I don't think it does.
Representative
Yes.
Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first of all, I think what this bill is ultimately trying to do is introduce competition, which is something that I applaud. I do have a couple concerns, and one of them, and I'm hoping you can speak to it to maybe help alleviate the concern, is that under this bill, we could conceivably see rapid swings of relatively large numbers of students between schools. And how could that impact the ability to do things like large-scale new construction and other projects within different areas?
Page 3D, 27.
Is there a 3D line 27?
Yeah, right here. It limits the amount that can go.
Okay. Okay, I would withdraw that because there is a limitation on the bill, but if I may, in that case, would it not, I mean, if there is a limitation on this and we're not allowing every student to participate, is that not in itself kind of another problem?
That's what I was talking about.
I think.
Or whatever.
What were you saying, Rep?
Given that we're putting a limit on that to prevent that, the first question I asked about the large swings, apparently we're going to prohibit that by limiting the number of students that are able to transfer from any one school district or any one other school district to 1%. But is that not in itself kind of an unfair way of doing it? We're just kind of lottery for which students are going to be able to go?
I don't think there's that many children that are going to change schools because of this, but there are a small percentage, maybe it's 1%, maybe it's less, that are not having their needs met at their current district school that they're assigned to by zip code. I wanted to reference one other thing, if I may, like the housing crisis that we have in New Hampshire is limiting people from keeping their children in the district they're in. So imagine if you are having trouble finding housing in your current district and you're facing your child moving into another district because you have to move to another apartment, for example. This would save that student if the parent is willing to drive them to the next town over, if they should find housing nearby. That would eliminate this. As a school board member, formerly, we had children who would petition to stay in the school because their parents lost their housing. And we would have to make a case-by-case basis on whether we let children finish the year because they were forced to move out of the zip code that's an arbitrary line that decides where this children belongs. So I just thought of that when you were asking, but thank you.
Thank you.
I do have a follow-up question of mine. About 10 years ago, we had a bill that dealt with students going from one district to another, and there had to be mutual agreement between the receiving district and the sending district. My concern is, how does this bill prevent a school that's the receiving school saying, we're going to selectively admit to our school the kids that are going to be able to make our Division I basketball team a winner here in the state, and by that the parents going to say, well, that's going to provide my child a better opportunity to get a Division I scholarship for post-secondary education later. So how do we stop this from, you know, developing these athletic superpowers, and it will occur?
So this bill still maintains you need to manifest educational hardship or any other hardship as determined by the parent, but it does not include playing competitive sports at the D1 student, the other school down the road. That's how I interpret it.
Thank you. Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I was just wondering if you could give your 2 or 3 the best interest of the child. Give examples of what that would be to go to another school.
So thank you for the question. So child wants to do robotics and their school, their high school in their district doesn't have a robotics program, but I'm going to say Pinkerton because that's a school near me. Pinkerton does. Can their parents choose Pinkerton and send their child there for high school because they have a love for robotics or curriculum offerings that this school doesn't have? We have a student who wants to learn Mandarin Chinese in elementary school because their family is a speaker of that language. They don't offer that at their elementary school, but they offer it in Portsmouth. I'm not sure. I'm just, you know, I would say bullying also exists as a hardship if they're having trouble there. Or there's a lot of reasons. So in my district, Fremont, we have a tuition program with a regional high school. And so parents will come and say something, will petition for their own child to go to another school that's not on record because of X, Y, and Z, and it's some sort of educational hardship. I think most people are familiar with that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we have another 6 cards on this bill. So if you have a question that might be asked to somebody else, it's, you know, might be good. Representative Ellison.
I'll be quick about this. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Building on an example that Representative Myler used early on, we've got a 4th grade classroom that has 30 kids in it and 1 teacher. If, in fact, the transfers coming in amount to like 10 or 15 students, and the school district has to hire a half-time 4th grade teacher, who pays the salary of that additional half-time 4th grade teacher?
That district does. So just like within the year, within any school year, there's budgeting adjustments, like transfers based on enrollment. You don't know when you're budgeting out 18 months who's going to be there. You take a best guess. Maybe you put in some ghost students into the budgeting process to allow for that growth. But you don't know come September 1st who's moved out of the town or who's moved in. So would you take from another grade that maybe had some attrition, who lost students, who now the 2nd grade has 14 kids? Would you, now not have 2 2nd grade classes, maybe go down to 1? That's what we do in my district, is that we move teachers around to accommodate the current situation. And that's the part of the budgeting process.
Thank you.
Representative Noble. Oh, no. Did you have your hand up? Okay. Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Can we just talk about the special ed just one more time? Page 4, lines 13 through 15. If I went back to the original wording, it would say if a child is enrolled out of district, the town that the child resides in would retain all responsibility for provision of special ed services. Is that correct?
That's the original wording, yes.
Okay, may I follow up?
Yes.
So you switched it to attends, but maintained all the same responsibilities. So does that mean that the attending district has to pick up all the price and provision?
That's what it said.
So I questioned this myself this morning because I didn't like the wording. I have 2 special ed kids, so I'm familiar. So you're paying so much per pupil in your current residing district, and that money would go to the attending. I'm not sure if this should be reworded or amended, but I read it that way too, that it's the opposite, and I don't think that's possible in this school. So I do think that wording's a little, maybe that's an error.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Tanner, and then we're going to go on to the next card.
Thank you for
Yes.
letting me take the question. Thank you for taking my question. Is this bill based on an ALEC open enrollment national bill?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm a co-sponsor. I agree with that. I don't know where it came from. If it was model legislation is what you're asking?
Model legislation.
From ALEC?
From ALEC,
I don't know that question. I'm sorry, I'm the answer.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite up David Trumbull.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm David Trumbull. I live in the town of Ware. I'm opposed to this bill for 3 reasons. First, I think it will do harm to the property poor towns in the state because under this bill, if they lose 5% of the students at a particular school, that will affect the amount of money they get from the state as part of the state aid. Meanwhile, those 5% of the students who go to another school, they're going to have to negotiate with the receiving town the amount of tuition. So I live in Ware. We spend about $16,000 per student. We border with Hopkinton. We, in fact, share a robotics team with them. I can envision vast amounts of people in my town saying, I want to send my child over to Hopkinton because they spend closer to $30,000 per student. So somebody's going to have to negotiate how much they get. If it costs Ware $15,000 more per student and we lost money from the state, we now have less money, but we still have fixed costs. We still have the same classrooms, the maintenance costs, probably the same number of teachers. That's going to hurt the property poor town. So a bill like this will widen the gap between the property poor towns and the property rich towns as far as their ability to provide an education. So I don't think it will help. Second of all, this bill lacks any criteria. If the town of Ware is only going to be allowed to send so many to Hopkinton, how do you decide who it's going to be? The chairman was concerned that it might be for athletic reasons. I could see a property rich town saying, we'll only take the children who have the highest GPAs from your school. So now you've got this drain of all of your top students from your school now going over to the property rich town school who already do much better on the state proficiency exams. That's going to hurt the property poor town school because you need to have a good balance of students in your schools. So without criteria, this bill just really doesn't even have the solidity to be legitimately considered. The third thing is, what's the alternative to this? A representative said something about this bill promotes competition. Maybe competition between public schools and private schools is a good idea, but competition between public schools and different towns is not a good idea. The property poor towns can't afford to provide an adequate education. You saw in the Concord Monitor that last week, the town of Allenstown, the school board there examined what they would have to do if they could only get the amount of money that was defined as adequate under the state definition. They basically had to get rid of all individual special ed, sports, after-school activities, plowing the driveway, fixing the roof. They had to fire 85% of their people in town. The state isn't providing enough money, so the alternative would be to adequately fund every school in the state, the property poor towns and the property rich towns, as was required by the Supreme Court in the Claremont decision. Then you wouldn't have a need for this sort of a bill, or the very few cases you would. You could find some other alternative like charter schools or things like that. But there's no need for this bill. If we go back to the beginning, this legislature's had a duty sitting on its desk for 30 years to adequately fund education in the property poor towns. And every one of the bills that you're considering, and I've been watching from home and I appreciate how hard you're working, most of them could be resolved if you just solved that problem originally. You wouldn't need a bill like this. So those are my 3 reasons. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'd like to invite Barrett Christina. Welcome, Barrett.
Good morning, Chairman Ladd. Good morning again, members of the committee. Barrett Christina School Boards Association. We are opposed to the bill. The previous speaker summed it up perfectly from an HSBA standpoint. There are a couple other sort of logistical aspects of the bill that I think they're probably oversights, but I think it's important to draw attention to them. For example, on page 2, line 20, we talk about or any other hardship as determined by the parent. And then also at the bottom of that page, it says the superintendent shall have the burden of establishing the absence of a manifest educational hardship by clear and convincing evidence. But if we jump to page 3, line 5, it says if the school board finds that the parent or guardian has not met their burden. So I don't know if that was an oversight in drafting or whatever that may have been. The other challenge too with this bill is that Yeah, and somebody over here mentioned, I forget who it was, about sort of swings in student population in any given year and how our school district's going to be able to respond to that. If you don't know how many kids you're losing in any given year and you don't know how many kids that you're having coming in every year, I don't know how you're able to properly budget. Your budget is based on the number of students that you have in the building. Your state aid is based on the number of students that you have in your ADM, in your ADMA. So, are there timelines from when parents or students would have to like apply to the other school? What happens if you suddenly you lose or gain 20 kids in the middle of a school year? I mean, we can't find enough paraprofessionals and teachers today as it is. And also our school district budgets are set 18 months before they're actually becoming operational based on data that's like 2 years old. So I don't know how you can properly budget or a school district could properly prepare for anything like this. The other aspect, I'm going to see where page 4, lines 11 through 15, where it's now shifting special ed costs to the district where the student attends. That is a seismic shift in special ed funding in New Hampshire. I remember when this provision came into law, and I want to say 2007, 2008, maybe 2009, where there was a disagreement with a local policy actually over who was going to be responsible for special education costs for a student that did not attend in district. And I believe it went up to federal court, and I think federal court determined that it was going to be the district of residence that was going to provide the special education costs. So that would be a seismic shift as well too. The rest of the stuff about the definition of residency, I didn't really have any too many objections with. There is one curious provision though on page 6, line 5, where it says, actually the whole preceding paragraph, lines 31 through about 36, no person shall be excluded in participation based on discrimination based on age, sex, gender identity, race, color, sexual orientation, so on and so forth. And it says, or their residence within the borders of the state. So what town you live in is now going to be a protected class under anti-discrimination law. That seems peculiar that we're creating another protected class based on where somebody lives. The other aspect too, I won't get into this again. A lot of this committee has we've lived through various iterations of the manifest educational hardship statute over the last 5 or 6 years now, Representative or Chairman Ladd. NHSBA was always happy to help with that. There have been some changes to the manifest ed statute that NHSBA has opposed. There were some changes to the manifest educational statute NHSBA was happy to support and help craft. I mean, I'm not hearing those questions and concerns about manifest ed are not coming across my desk. Our staff attorney is not getting those calls. We've maintained that for a number of years. The manifest ed system, while perhaps not perfect, by and large worked well. And continuing to change the statute every single year is problematic for school districts and really not in the best interest of parents or kids either, because when the law is changing every single year, you're not able to rely on what the system that preceded it may allow or encourage or benefit students in. So those are NHSBA's objections, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I have one question for you. If a student is attending Rivendell, which is one of our intergovernmental, interstate type districts, and the student from Orford wants to go to Hanover, according to this bill, they could do so. But what about the other high school student sitting right beside this student in class, comes from Corinth or Fairleigh?
That comes from, I'm sorry, the last bit.
Corinth or Fairleigh, Vermont, which is in our school district.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the interstate districts are sort of their own animal, aren't they? It's not really clear who those students belong to. Are they Vermont students or are they New Hampshire students? That's certainly a question relative to the bill. I guess one of the other aspects too, we've talked about a robotics team or a hockey team in athletics. There are a series of decisions from the State Board of Education going back 15, 20 years where the state board has determined that the lack of an extracurricular activity is not a manifest educational hardship. It doesn't necessarily, it may, you know, yeah, the kid might like to be on the hockey team or the robotics team or whatever program, you know, that there is, but, you know, to some degree, that's going to get back to the previous speaker's questions about if you're at high school can't offer a hockey team, it's probably, you know, one reason maybe because of money. It may be they can't afford it. Maybe they don't have enough kids to field a team. But we know that, you know, we have sports teams now that comprise of 3 or 4 different high schools, whether or not that's soccer, whether or not that's hockey, whatever it might be. So public schools are already working to integrate these sorts of programs and extracurriculars in areas that kids may not otherwise be able to access them.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Lucas?
I wanted to address your budgeting issues. My understanding is schools can't tell how many kids are going to be there at any point in time anyways, because people move in and out of the district. And a previous speaker had said they actually budget for ghost students just in case they get others. Does the School Boards Association not have, you have policies for everything. Do you not have policies for how to deal with fluctuating populations based on all the things we see now, kids moving in and out, all those kinds of things?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I mean, we know we don't have any specific policies on that. There are probably internal budgetary, what's the word I'm looking for, protocols that your BA uses in conjunction with your superintendent and your business manager and whatnot. I mean, we have a former superintendent on this committee. We might be able to ask her how she would budget for these ghost students and how to deal with the fluctuations in student population in any given year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As just a follow-up to that, unless Representative Cascadin wants to go there, we have a budget process established by DOE in which our budget is premised upon the attendance in the prior year.
Right.
So we do not budget for ghost students, is that correct?
Thank you for the question. I mean, well, there's funding and budgeting.
Yes.
The funding is based on the number of kids that we've had based on all the DOE reports. Whether or not I don't want to, you know, and to some degree, they're not so much ghost students, but you have to anticipate, you know, historical trends say, we may go up 1.5% of our student population over the course of these 12 months. The other aspect too, and this just popped into my mind, I'm sorry, I don't want to take up any more time. I know we got a lot of bills today. The other question that this doesn't necessarily reflect is what happens if the receiving school district ends up with a significant budget surplus at the end of the year? Where does that money, does it go back only to the taxpayers in that community, or does it go back to the taxpayers that are then sending their kids in to that community? The bill doesn't address that. We have, at least with our tuition agreements, where a district maybe sends their high school kids to a different town, that can at least be negotiated. All right, we want a certain percentage back of your unexpended fund balance every year to come back into our community because we're paying $25,000 ahead, but you've got $1 million unreserved fund balance next year. Maybe that, you know, in part because we were paying tuition, maybe our voters should get some of that money back as well too. So the law doesn't address the summary of this is that there are a lot of budgeting and revenue problems if you just open up sort of open enrollment across any New Hampshire school.
Thank you. Not seeing any other hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Deborah House?
Okay. Good morning, Chairman Ladd and members of the committee. I am happy to be here addressing you on House Bill 4041 this morning, Confederation of Teachers New Hampshire, and I want to express our opposition to this bill.
We have 4,000 members across the state, and I was doing a little math yesterday. Our members are mostly in K-12 education, but also public higher education and public services. And in one way or another, we work with about 29,000 students in districts across the state. So that's a good chunk of the 165,000 students in public education in New Hampshire. And we do oppose this bill. As you know, New Hampshire cherishes public education so much so they put it in the Constitution, but it doesn't do a good job funding it. And previous speakers have talked about that, so I won't go into too much detail. But we have huge disparities in what you can get for your public education in New Hampshire. Just a few statistics here. In New Hampshire, for $1 spent on public education, 64 cents comes from local property taxes, 31 cents comes from state funding, and 5 cents approximately comes from the federal government. That's from the National Center for Educational Statistics. And we are last in the country for state funding of public education. So you can get a lot different level of opportunity in your public education depending upon where you are getting that public education. And that's what we need to fix, not by letting a few kids go here or there, depending upon whether their parents can provide transportation, whether they are close to another district that provides a lot more opportunity, but by fixing the funding formula so that every public school in New Hampshire can provide a great education. It would be wonderful if Mandarin were an option in elementary school or robotics were an option for all public school students. Let's strive for the goal of having quality, well-resourced public schools for all of our students. And really, rather than repeating what other people have said, I think I'll stop there. I do have testimony that will be coming to you by email. Microsoft has decided I need to update all the drivers on all of my technology this week. So I apologize for not having it to hand out to you, but you will be getting it as soon as I get back to my seat. And I'll answer questions if I can.
Thank you very much. Representative Leckis.
My understanding is that some students, some of the reasons they don't want to go to their public school as it stands now, special needs students, it's because the school is too big and too noisy and whatever. And when they go to a charter school, it's because it's small, because they have problems with all of that input and everything of the noise and the other students. Would that not also help them if the neighboring school, which you say, maybe is small and doesn't have much to offer, but maybe what they have to offer is the fact that they're small and quiet. And so that special needs student might choose to go to the smaller and potentially poorer school just because it's smaller and quieter, and they wouldn't have to go to find a small charter school. They could find that smaller public school right next door. Would that not be also an option?
I hear you mixing several different types of schools, small charter school, small next door school. I'm not going to try and parse through a bunch of hypotheticals here. I think I'll just leave that for your discussion with the committee. So, but I appreciate the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Thank you. Is Representative, what? Oh, I didn't see that.
Thank you for taking my question. Do you feel that charter schools actually offer the alternative choice for parents in a public school system that would kind of take the place of this particular need to be able to go to schools outside of your residence?
We do have that within our state law framework already. In our framework of laws, we have the existence of charter schools, so that is already an option. Yes.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you very much. Is Representative Josh Yokeel right here? Oh, Josh, you're hiding behind her. No, 'cause he's not here.
I'm right here.
Well, do you want to testify?
Yeah.
Okay, Josh, I thought. Come on up.
Thank you, Chairman. My name for the record is Representative Joshua Kella. I'm from Fremont, representing Fremont, Danville, and Brentwood, Rockingham 32. And I thank you for taking my testimony. As the prime sponsor, I'm sorry I'm late. I had a bill to introduce in the committee next door at 9:30 also. So what I was really trying to do with this bill is to not discuss the outside other educational opportunities or talk about the budgeting process. I want the focus of our education to be on the students and what's in the best interest of the students. And a lot of the testimony that you hear today is it would be really hard. It would be really hard for budget. It would be really hard for planning. But I don't hear a lot of discussion about it really is not what is best for the student. Like what we're deciding right now is based on where you live. And that is not necessarily what is best for the student to go to a school that is close to them. What I'm trying to say is that we should not, when you're hearing testimony earlier and after me, are the arguments because it is what is in the best interest of the child, or is it because it's convenient and easy? And so I think that this bill is mainly trying to adjust that focus of the state to say, no, we're not in it for the institution of public schools. We're in it for the children, and we're trying to provide an education. And so we need to make an assessment of and what is in the best interest of the kid, and not just try and prop up this school or that school. They're all public schools. What we're talking about today is all public schools. And does any of the public schools in our state fit the needs of the children? And if they do, then why shouldn't that child be able to attend that school? Why should the government come in and say, no, that's not appropriate because you don't live there? And especially when there's housing issues and maybe you're not able to, and maybe you would want to move into that district, but because there's essentially no housing, you're not able to move at that time. And maybe you're going to plan to move in the future when something becomes available. But right now, why should these children be harmed, for lack of a better word, or not reaching their full potential because they're not able to make that move right now in this climate of housing shortage, right? And so all of these things come into factor, but the real question is, what is in the best interest of these children? Is it that school or this school, and where is the government's proper role? If it's just to say, we're trying to educate the kid and trying to do what's best for the kid, or are we really trying to just prop up this specific system? And obviously, we've already heard before that there already is complications as far as budgeting. It's not an easy process. And yes, there is funding from the state that is based on the prior attendance, but the school district, the school budget is still based on their historical needs and what they believe may be the case. And there is a provision in this that you can not have more than 1% changing because of this. And so you have some range to be able to estimate what is going to be the change in this next particular year. Yes, it's not exactly, but you don't have an exact number now. And so I don't think that there's any reason that should be a detriment to this idea. And there's a process for being able, you don't, just because, you can have a policy that says you're going to accept this many students. If you don't want, to the question before about, oh, what if you are maxed out and you have another person come in? Well, you don't, if you're already maxed out, you can have a policy that says you're not going to accept no more than this many students because this is your maximum, capacity. And so when a parent and an administrator is having that conference, they can come to the realization that this school is not going to be able to meet the needs of that student because they don't have the capacity for another student. And so in the times of declining enrollment and less children, that I think a lot of schools would be happy to be welcoming in additional students because what we're seeing mostly is people is declining enrollment. And so having a full school will make, a better productive use of the taxpayers' money. So thank you for letting me testify.
Thank you very much. I do have one question for you.
Absolutely.
To ensure that there's no special preferential treatment given to a particular student, have you looked at the charter school admission process where we do it by lottery?
Thank you for the question. I'm familiar with it. I did not consider putting it in this bill, but I'm not opposed to such a change if that you think that would be appropriate. My goal of this bill is to be focused on what is in the best interest of the children and not a specific school district. And so if the lottery is the correct way, if you have a bunch of students which would all be able to be adequately served by this school and you chose it by lottery, I'm not opposed to that. I think that that the sentiment as far as like what our goal is and trying to educate and give these children the best option, I think that is where my head is at for this bill. Thank you.
Are there questions? Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Absolutely.
And thank you for looking out for the best interest of kids, because I've spent my 45-year career looking out in the best interest of kids, whether it's best interest, manifest hardship, or tuitioning to another district. But I'd like to address in the bill on page 3, lines 19, 20, and 21. And doing what's best for kids should always be our priority. And in reality, it comes down to what people can afford. So let me give you an example. This particular line I'm referencing says that a student reassigned the average daily membership would be counted on the student's resident school district. So I interpreted that as that school district would receive adequacy at a base cost of $3,800 per pupil. The next line says that any tuition would be forwarded to that other district. So let's take an average per pupil cost on the low end of $25,000 per pupil. So that says a district needs to provide that difference of money. Now, given that scenario, I can tell you that from a property poor district that has only 50 to 55% taxable property, because the other 45% is federal and state national forest lands, and a property tax of $39 per thousand, I guess I'd want to know what impact you feel this should weigh on a taxpayer to come up with a difference in the money. And to add to that, in 2013, my district had to freeze spending in the month of January because we had expenses, whether it was not a district placement or other expenses that hadn't been budgeted for, and the town was not going to give more money. Would you see the role of a taxpayer playing a role here?
Thank you for the question. I didn't really, I heard a lot of numbers and the cost and not a lot of question about what is in the best interest of the child or if the needs are being met. And so I think that when we are having the discussion with the taxpayer in that situation, we would be discussing that that these are that we are trying to educate the children in the best way and trying to meet the needs of that child. And so we would have to explain that this is a cost of educating the child. And that is, we would not want to give this child negative, like a setback in life just because it was hard or that the budget was more difficult. I think that we would bring, in that discussion, we would bring the needs of the child into the forefront of the discussion. So thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. So along the same lines as what Representative Cascadon was asking about, let's take an example of another two towns that are about 20 minutes, half hour away from each other. Hopkinton, one of the towns that I represent, and Newport, about 20 miles away, and very interesting school districts because both of them have some of the highest property tax rates in the state, but are on the opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of student outcomes. And I hear what you're saying in terms of the importance of looking out for students and making sure we get good student outcomes. I think we probably all agree on that. But would you support this? Well, again, Newport and Hopkinton, both with high tax rates. Hopkinton just barely able to coming up with the resources it needs for strong student outcomes. Newport, even with a high tax rate, can't come up with the resources they need for a good school budget to deliver strong student outcomes. Would you support the state applying its resources in a way to help out school districts like Newport have access to the resources they need to serve their residents?
Thank you for the question. What I am hearing out of your question and is that that the cost per student is not always, or it's not always correlated with student outcomes. Like the cost per pupil spent on the student is not always correlative with the student outcomes. And so
no, I just want to make sure you're not putting those words in my mouth because I did not say that and the facts do not reflect that.
Thank you for the clarification. Okay, then your example had two towns with both high tax rates, and one was meeting the needs of students, and one of them wasn't. And both of them both have high tax rates. And so the question in that scenario is that maybe one of them is not, maybe they need to, change what they're doing to model more along the lines of the one that's meeting the needs. I don't think that this bill is going to solve that issue. And so the tax rate is neither, a high tax rate doesn't mean that you're meeting the needs of the children. So I think that the goal should be meeting the needs of the children and not focused as much on the tax rate specifically.
A follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Quick one.
Yeah, it will be quick. So Hopkinton's able to meet the needs of its children with a high tax rate to raise a school budget that's very much sort of state average on a per pupil basis. Newport, not having access to the resources it needs, still a very high tax rate, higher than Hopkinton's tax rate, can't even come close. with that. They're trying as hard as they can. So based on your answer, are you suggesting that Newport taxpayers need to work even harder? Maybe another 20, 30%, 40, 50% on their tax rate to try to put together a reasonable school budget and have this similar outcomes or statewide outcomes?
Thank you for the clarification. No, I don't agree that more money means better outcomes. So I think that there may be other solutions, but I don't believe that money, if you already are putting a significant amount of money towards this meeting the needs of the child, I don't think that always the solution is putting more money towards that.
So what other solutions are you talking about?
Hold on, Representative Luno. We're getting into the area of fiscal capacity disparity aid and all that. We're not going there on this. Are there any other questions? Representative Tanner.
Thank you. I asked the other sponsor of this bill, and I'd like to ask you this. Is this based on model legislation from ALEC?
Thank you. No.
Thank you. I'm gonna stop testimony on this right now, and I want to thank you very much for coming forward. Jess Edwards, you're here to speak?
On this bill, yes, sir.
Would you come forward, please? Representative Edwards.
Thank you. I'll keep it short. Representative Jess Edwards, representing Rockingham District 31. Right now, I'm here representing my daughter and her experience. Many of you knew Elizabeth Edwards when she was in the House a few years ago. Elizabeth, when she was about 8 or 9 years old, she was with us when we moved to St. Louis. And we went into a very nice school district, the Rockwood School District. But my daughter had exceptional needs, and they couldn't really meet them in the Rockwood School District. So I worked very closely with all of the administrators and leadership in the Rockwood schools to see if we could figure out a way to give her the full-time support that she needed instead of a part-time support. And they just couldn't do it. There was no way to make it happen. So it happened one day that I took a friend of mine from work. I dropped her off at her house, and I saw a little cute school in the neighborhood, and I thought, oh, it's a cute school. I'll just stick my head in that for some reason. They had a deal on the wall talking about exactly the kind of program that my daughter needed, exactly. So I made an impromptu appointment to talk to the principal and talk to her about my daughter and said, hey, she said, if you bring your daughter here, you're going to have to worry about the transportation. We don't handle the transportation, but if she meets the eligibility, she's more than welcome to come. And I said, this is so great. I'm in the Rockwood School District. I'm talking to those people, and this is exactly what they need. I wonder why they don't know. And the principal let me know, well, they do know. As a matter of fact, the person you're talking to is on our board. She knows all about this program. That person withheld information from me that would have helped my wife and I transfer our daughter much sooner to this program that would have benefited her. And the reason she didn't do it is because when the child transferred, the school district had to transfer at the time it was $5,000, is 25 years ago. And she was more interested in keeping the head count for her program and keeping the money than she was in my daughter. And here 25 plus years later, I'm still hostile and angry that my child was viewed as the property of that school district and that they were withholding information from us as parents that would have helped. So fortunately, we were in a rental situation, and we went ahead and got my daughter enrolled into this program. It was just great for her, and because we were in a rental situation and had the resources, we moved, within a few blocks of this school building, and everything worked out really great. So what I am a strong advocate for is school choice. We need to worry about the kids, one kid at a time, what's in their best interests. And all this money stuff we can figure figure it out. This is why we have adults involved in the education system. We're supposed to figure out this stuff so that the kids can benefit from having the best possible education for their needs. And I would ask you to find a way to support this bill, whether, you know, it needs some kind of an amendment around the money, limiting the money from one school district or another, right? You know, let's worry about the money separate, but let's worry about the kids first and foremost. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very
Chair.
much, Representative. Are there questions for Representative Edwards?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Louise Spencer?
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my testimony. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Louise Spencer, and I'm from Concord. I'm also co-founder of the Kent Street Coalition, which is an all-volunteer grassroots advocacy organization. Education is one of our prime issues that we focus on. So this bill would be just another blow to the struggling schools in our state, because it would allow, let's face it, the majority of kids that may be looking to move out of their districts would be moving out of schools that are underfunded, that don't have the programs that are needed. We heard about Allenstown perhaps having to cut. What parent wouldn't want to look for the best possible school for their child? But those struggling schools would not only lose the money for the student, but then be faced with also having to pay additional money to another district to the tune of paying more than what they would pay to educate the child in their own district, creating an incredible unfairness and disparity. And in all deference to the chairman, I think this bill is all about disparity in funding in our schools and our failure to make sure that we are doing what we must do so that all our schools can perform and provide what is needed. Now that means, of course, occasionally a child is not going to get their needs met in a school, and we already have a bill, a statute that allows schools to look at moving a child if that school district or that school definitely cannot meet the needs of that child. But that's very different from what's being proposed here, which is basically putting it in the hands of the parents to say, I'm going to send my child where I choose to send my child, and the districts can, regardless of what I'm paying for taxes, the districts can figure that out and figure it out how that's going to be paid. I've seen bill after bill after bill in this committee that allows for certain children to get certain privileges because they have parents who are there and available to advocate for them. And that's a really wonderful thing if you are lucky enough as a child to have a parent who can advocate for you. But not all children have that. Not all children have parents who have the capacity for whatever reason. These are often very loving parents, but they, because of work, because of other things, they don't necessarily have the capacity to advocate for their children. So what we need to do is fix our schools for all children, all of the children, not allow certain kids to be pulled out of schools that pull money and resources out of those schools and then allow just the remaining students to have to deal with the remains of what's left to them. We talk about the best interest of the child. Someone was saying, because we're talking about funding, we're not talking about the best interest of the child. Well, it's in the best interest of every child in our state to have strong public schools in every community. And we need to stop focusing on allowing one child to pull money out of one district and put it into homeschooling or another district, we need to start talking about how we're going to fund our schools, our public schools, how we're going to meet the mandate of Claremont and adequate education. So with that, I will conclude my testimony.
Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
The
very
last
much.
card I have here, just got it, was Sarah Smith.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Sarah Smith. Thank you for taking my comments and on this bill. I wasn't really intending to speak, but as I was listening to this, it did occur to me I have something relevant to say. As I was growing up in Montgomery County, Maryland, I went to school in the local schools, and because the county was the fiscal person for all of the districts within it, all the schools, and there were 30 or 40 high schools. It was big, but they allowed us to switch high schools if we wanted to, because it was all funded together. Didn't matter. There was a school with a special program I wanted to go to, and I just signed up and switched and provided my own transportation to get there. So it was I like the idea of having this kind of flexibility, but I don't think it will work under our current system. Our current system of funding by the towns would not make this a fair system at all. I live in the town of Pembroke, and some of you may remember that a few years ago, not too long ago, we had a situation where we get students tuitioned in from other districts, and there was a miscalculation on the amount of students coming in, and we had to make up $1 million in our budget, and we got a bill for an extra $1,000 a couple of months later without any other preparation. We knew we had maybe I don't remember exactly, maybe a couple of weeks notice that we were going to get this big, huge bill in addition to what we were already paying, which is pretty large in Pembroke. So I don't think this will work under our current system. Just our situation was caused by about, I think, 9 students who did not, that they were counting on, who didn't sign up. And that's just a small little amount, but it was $1 million to our town. It cost each of the taxpayers somewhere around $1,000 more. So it just won't work. This idea won't work under our current system. I'm in favor of switching over to a countywide system myself, but that doesn't seem to be on the table. So I would prefer that we just ITL this bill and do something more realistic about the issues that we have in the state.
Thank you very much. Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Just received another card here. Is it Teresa?
It is.
Would you please not go, the last card was 1 minute or so and they went longer. So we also have to try to keep.
I understand we're getting way behind schedule. So my name's Therese Cornell. I'm from Loudon, New Hampshire. I'm here, 2 things. I have a very similar story as Jess Edwards. My 20-year-old intervened with a child that was suiciding. And when that child got out of Hampton psych ward, actually threatened her life. I worked very diligently with Merrimack Valley School District and Concord School District to try and make it so that she had her right to an education. She was traumatized, nightmares, PTSD, the whole 9 yards, facing this child in the hall, but yet the school district couldn't refuse him the right to attend school because the whole occurrence happened outside of the school. So we shoehorned her in using the CRT program, took what tuition was at Merrimack Valley, tried to transfer it to Concord. I came up with the difference. It was a flippin' nightmare, and my daughter paid a huge price for stepping into the gap and actually ending up saving this child's life by bringing it to adults' attention when she saw it on social media. The following year, they couldn't approve the whole thing. She was put into CRTC classes that weren't appropriate for her, that were way above her ability to keep up with. She went from a straight A student to, I was like losing my child. I ended up having no other choice but to put her to Bishop Brady. So there's no transportation. Also, as a foster mom, believe me, us parents, we want normalcy. We want our kids to have what we had growing up, to get on the school bus at the end of the driveway, go down and participate with their friends that live in the neighborhood. That's what we want. There's no way we're going to put our child into a different school district unless there's something catastrophic that's going on that we see our child not having the right to an education. We have to pay for transportation. So some of the issues I've heard, put a deadline in place so the school districts know whether that child's going to be attending them or not. Have the money that property taxpayer, me as a mom, is putting into my school district, let that be the dollar amount that transfers to the other school district, and leave it on me to make up the difference, to figure out how to pay for the difference of tuition if it's $25,000 at this school district versus $12,000 at this school district. Don't have me have to put her into a private school like Bishop Brady where she's going to school with orthodontist kids who are picking on her because she doesn't have the right genes on and she can't compete with those families, or she feels like an outcast because she's not Catholic, right? This is providing public school choice. This is a good public school option. We want our children, to be able to go and get that right to an education. Kids are the priority. The transportation, I had to bring her to school and pick her up. Again, it's not something that I think we're going to see a huge exodus of happening, but I think it's something that would prevent us from having to put our kids into a school option that's not public school. And finally, I'm a foster mom, and I can tell you our foster kids, as they get bounced from home to home that is in a different district to a different district, they lose out on their normalcy. Not only are they having the loss of their family and their friends, but now they're going from school to school to school. This would benefit that population, and I will always be an advocate for those kids. That's where my journey began, and they get lost in all of this. They should be able to stay in their school district, even if they've moved outside of that district. We need to shepherd some things and look at the situations and do our best. If we're spending $300,000, and that's using $12,000 a child with 25 kids in the class, that money certainly isn't going to the teacher. Something is going horribly wrong when Merrimack Valley School District has $45 million for 1,800 students and our test scores are in the gutter. There's a lot of work to be done. But this, I think, is something that we can put a deadline. The money that taxpayer with that resident spends towards the school district is what would follow the child. The difference, it would keep us out of having to go to private schools, which we already are seeing a mass exodus of people homeschooling and taking them out of the public schools altogether because they're getting bullied. They're not getting what they need. Our children, by law, have a right to an education.
Thank you. We need to move on here. Are there any questions? Thank you very much. We're going to close this hearing, and in about 5 minutes, does anybody have to take a stand-up break? Yes. Yes. Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute break and come back and start on 104. Right? We need to, when these cards come in, folks, hand them down to me. Okay, yeah, because that's, I will put time limits on going forward today, because we're already now over an hour. But even if there are different bills, pass it through.
104.
Okay, welcome to the hearing on HB 104. This bill is relative to multi-stall bathrooms and locker rooms in schools. I am going to set up some rules for this particular hearing. I'm going to allow the prime sponsor, I'm going to give 5 minutes to the prime sponsor, and the remainder that are coming up to testimony, no more than 3 minutes. And we'll have a timer going here. And at the conclusion of the 3 minutes, it's going to stop, and we're going to move on to the other. You'll get a hand signal, and then that we'll move on. But the prime sponsor, we've always taken the tack that if the prime sponsor is referencing the bill and specific things within the bill that we need to know, we've given them some latitude, and that I plan on doing right here. So the first speaker will be the prime sponsor, Representative Mike Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll get right to it. For the record, my name is Mike Moffett, Merrimack Ford, lovely towns of Canterbury, Loudon. So I am not the original prime sponsor for this measure. The original prime sponsor lost her re-election bid by 18 votes or whatever, and is thus out of our current mix. So as I have great respect for the Honorable Melissa Litchfield, I agreed to keep her bill alive and bring it forward to you today. So I want to quickly share a couple thoughts, though, of course. In 2021, this committee heard a bill. I was part of the committee at that time, and that bill had to do with sports and transgender issues. It was HB 198. And as we were still constrained by the COVID thing, all the testimony happened via Zoom. And I think a lot of you remember, I think 34 people testified, 33 of them testified in opposition to the bill, which would have limited transgender participation in sports. So I was very moved by the testimony that day, and I think those people who testified moved the needle. They did for me. It broadened my awareness and understanding of transgender issues. I learned some things, even at my age. Transgender issues were not on our radar screens back when I was in high school up in Groveton back in the 70s. So anyway, the committee ultimately voted to retain that bill. So we heard the people that day. We heard mostly the moms. We heard the moms. So now in 2023, this committee has another bill here that involves, again, transgender issues. HB 104 simply seeks to mandate that multi-stall bathrooms be designated same-sex, as in one bathroom for those who have XX chromosomes and another bathroom for those who have XY chromosomes. The need for such a bill as this would have perplexed the good folks back in Groveton in the 70s, but back then, boys are boys and girls are girls. Today, 2023, things are more complicated. There are transgender issues that we're still learning about and trying to understand better. And I expect that we'll hear from some of the same moms today that we heard last term. And I expect these moms will again advocate to let their children select the locker rooms or the bathrooms in which they feel most comfortable. But I also expect this time around we'll hear from some other moms as well. Boston Media reports yesterday that school officials in Milford, I know we have some Milford folks here, are considering reinstating a bathroom rule there that would allow students to only use the restroom or locker room that's in accordance with their biological sex. That's right now it's a local issue for Milford and for other towns to deal with. The current policy in a lot of towns is to allow students to use whatever bathrooms they choose. What could possibly go wrong? Well, a lot could go wrong. And consider the young girls in Loudoun County, Virginia, who were assaulted in school restrooms there by a biological male wearing a skirt. Timid school administrators dithered and dissembled and covered up those crimes down there until local outrage in Loudoun County, Virginia, finally resulted in the firing of the superintendent. Virginia subsequently passed legislation mandating gender-specific bathrooms. So the legislature in Virginia took action after the crimes, after the facts. No, we here, and I'm gonna finish up, we here can kick the can down the road, we can
Excuse
punt.
me, Representative Moffett. We do not allow posters to be displayed in this room. Go ahead. I apologize.
I'll see what the poster was on YouTube later. I'm curious. So to finish up, as I was saying, Virginia took action after the crimes. New Hampshire has a chance to, instead of being reactive and pass legislation on a statewide level after crimes, we hope there are none, when. But I think, former Representative Litchfield and many others think we should be proactive instead of reactive. So I know I keep referring to moms, but there are also dads out there. And no one should underestimate the emotions that can be unleashed when a dad thinks his young daughters or granddaughters are not safe or protected when they go to school. I'm not the original sponsor. She's not here. I can try to answer any questions as best I can, if there are any.
Thank you very much. We're just getting down to your time limit. Are there questions for Representative Moffett? Yes, Representative McDonald?
Thank you, and good morning, Representative Moffett. I'm curious, I know there's another bill in the House this session to define biological sex, which is also in line 4 of this bill. If that bill were to pass, would it impact the passage of this bill, or would they contradict or conflict in any way?
Thank you for your question. It's a great question. I think it might be HB 396. I'm not sure what the number is. That's very broad and covers a lot of different things. This bill that Representative Litchfield put in is specific to the bathroom and locker room style issue. Great question, and that's something that could be found out. If that other bill also covered this, then that might make this superfluous. Great question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions, Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Rep. Moffett. My question goes a little bit to the intent of the bill, and I just wanted to ask, would it be generally correct to say that the bill is not necessarily suggesting that a person who identifies as another gender is likely to commit a crime, but rather somebody who is likely to commit a crime would take advantage of such a policy?
Thank you, Representative. That's very well put. And I want to, as I tried to say in my testimony, I anticipate some ideology here. I don't want this to imply that any group is more prone to criminal behavior than any other group. The 99% plus of the communities that we're talking about are all wonderful people. But the way you put it, it captures the intent, I think, that Melissa Litchfield had. You put it very well. Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Petronil?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Moffett, for taking my question. Do we know right now how many schools allow anyone to use the bathrooms, or right now are bathrooms in the public schools restricted based on gender or sex?
Thank you for the question. Great question. I don't know what schools do what. I know Milford has been in the news yesterday. And so we know that Milford's looking to change their policies locally. So right now, again, it's a local policy decision for school boards to make as to their bathroom policies. What this would do would make it would be a statute, a law that would cover the whole state and provide some definition that would cover everyone, which I know it would no longer be a local position. But this, I go back to the Virginia case. The reason Virginia passed a law was because on the localities they weren't protecting their young people.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'd like to welcome Representative Janine Nodder. Welcome to education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, committee members. For the record, I'm Janine Nodder, Town of Merrimack. I represent Hillsborough District 12. When women began working in the mills, they advocated for separate bathrooms from men. They fought hard for that right. Bathrooms are not separated by gender, but by biological sex. That is why ladies' rooms have feminine products and men's rooms have urinals. We are undoing the rights that women in this country fought so hard for. I would like to also say that women and girls who have been sexually abused can feel terrified when a member of the opposite sex walks into the ladies' room. And I ask that you vote ought to pass on this bill.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there questions of Representative Notter? Yes, Representative Tanner?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Do you think this bill, I know it's in schools, but certainly when the schools are open for, public events, would this eliminate mothers bringing young children into the women's bathroom to use that bathroom?
That's a good question, and I would not imagine so, but I would like for you to ask that question to my friend Anne Marie Banfield or Ian Hewitt, who is the lawyer for Cornerstone. But if it doesn't, then maybe an amendment, because as a mother, I used to have little kids too. I would bring them into the bathroom as well. But I don't think that applies. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Stephen Boger. Okay, I thought there was an exclamation mark at the end of that. Welcome. Okay. From Laconia.
From Laconia.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and distinguished committee members. My name is Representative Stephen Bogert from Laconia. I speak to you. I do not have statistics or reports to give you. All I have is some common sense. I speak to you as a father of 4, 3 daughters and 1 boy. I speak of you as a grandfather. I have two grandchildren, boys, and 1 daughter and 1 soon to be unknown. Okay? We leave that privilege as the most exciting part of it. This bill reads, all multi-stall bathrooms and locker rooms in New Hampshire public and charter schools for elementary, middle, and high school shall be same-sex. This bill is not about being any political party. It doesn't matter how you associate yourself in any way, shape, or form. And that's the way people should look at it. It is about our children, our adolescent children, who at a young age still don't understand a lot about what they're going through when they reach the age of 14, 15, and for young ladies, it could be a little earlier. They are going through biological changes that they don't understand, and we must allow them to grow in their natural forms, okay? They talk to their parents give them guidance, and that's what they have to rely on. It is about having a safe place to go to the bathroom or change their clothes for gym or for sports. We all been there, where you're sitting there and you're with your own. Back in the day, as I look around, we were all in the gymnasium. We were all in the locker room, and we all felt that weirdness about getting changed. And in my day, you even had to take a shower after gym. So that even emphasized it even more. So now let's throw the mix in there.
Representative, 15 seconds left.
Children are going through hormonal changes. I went through that. Schools are supposed to be about learning. Without this safeguard, children will be worried about going to the bathroom and gym and not enjoying the experience that schools should bring. How does the school protect the children from issues that arise from mixed bathrooms, like pictures being taken or social media reprisal being taken out? Children do not.
You've run out of time. Do you have written testimony?
I have what I have here.
Yeah, if you'd like to submit that to the clerk, we'd welcome that.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Other questions? Not seeing. Thank you very much. Representative Perez?
Thank you again for giving me the opportunity against this bill. My name is Maria Perez. I'm a state representative from Milford, District 43, and I'm speaking against this bill. I'm embarrassed that my town make the news, not for something good. We make the news because our transgender students being attacked by the school board. We're talking about kids. We're talking about humans. We're talking about human rights. It's the vice chair of the National Latino Caucus. It's a human rights. Shame on the people who's trying to push this agenda. Shame on you. If you have religion belief, don't try to push those beliefs in your community. Don't try to push the students. We have enough mental health. We have enough crisis with the kids in school. This is not welcoming to the students. This is pushing for kids to feel unsafe, unwelcome. Let me explain something to you. Our schools in Milford, especially the high school, they had a water leak in December. The water leak went all over the places, even the library. The heating system is not even properly working. We have issues at the library in Milford. And now we try to push this national agenda against the transgender students and the LGBT community when we don't even have the money to fix the heating system. We don't have enough money to fix all these issues in the school. But now someone is trying to push getting money out of the budget that we like negative already because of voucher bills that already passed, and we're taking away money from our public school system to push this agenda with the bathrooms. Let's be honest. Let's go back to the table and do what is right for the students and keep putting money into the public schools so we can have a better education. This is not the way we should be spending the money all the time. Humiliating students, humiliating kids, and then assuming that they are criminals and rapers. They're humans. Remember that. We're talking about kids, and we should be very careful. This is our next generations, and what we're doing is creating and welcoming safe communities for them. We have enough of this.
Representative, your time is up.
Thank you. Please don't support this bill.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Representative Petronell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Perez. Did I hear you correctly? Did you say that we're taking money from public schools to push this agenda? And if so, should this bill have a fiscal note attached to it?
It should. It should. I want to see how much that will cost because, to be honest, in my town last night, what I heard, they have no idea how much it's going to cost. But we already have issues that we can't even fix because we don't have a budget to fix them.
Thank you. Very quick.
This is quick. I haven't read that news story yet. What is would the money be for if the bathrooms are already there? What are they trying to change?
So they try to put single stools so that they can have a privacy on the school, on the bathroom. So they put dividers into the bathrooms or build new bathrooms so they have like a wall up and down so they can have like privacy.
Representative McDonald?
Thank you. Thanks for being here again this morning. Again, with the financial aspect, so Milford would have to change their already existing bathrooms. Are you aware of other schools in the state that would have a financial burden to passing this?
I haven't heard from other schools, but to be honest, what I see in my town is enough to be very concerned because our property taxes already, people already struggling to pay property taxes, and our town already struggle to have money to cover other issues that we have, roads, that we have the library again, you know, we have other issues that we should be spending the money, but we spending the time and money to push this agenda, to push and then calling kids rapers and calling probably other things. This is not what we need.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Rep. Perez. I believe I heard reference to pushing religious beliefs in regard to this, and I wasn't exactly sure what was meant by that. Could you elaborate a bit?
Okay, so I'm gonna be honest to you. So last night and last week, a member of the school board from Milford came and testified. And a bill, supporting a bill that is making difficult unwelcome transgender students in bathrooms and lockers, okay? And the same school board member, he say he's a pastor of his church. And he make comments of his church when he was given his sermon about that he's pushing his agenda, religion really, because he's from the church. And then he doesn't even feel like he's wasting his time being part of the Milford School Board. But he's pushing his agenda, religion's agenda.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you very much. Representative Jody Newell? Pardon me? Oh, those are not this bill. Okay, good. Thank you. Betsy Harrington?
Thank you for having me. My name is Betsy Harrington. I'm from Deering. This bill brings up a lot of old feelings for me because of what I experienced as a child and then as an adult. I was the only girl in my town who played hockey. I played as the only girl even through high school back in the 80s. I eventually tried out for the Olympics in women's hockey. I dealt with a lot of sex discrimination and had many uncomfortable situations being so far outside the norm of that time. One rule that made sense was that I was not to change in the boys' locker room. It was uncomfortable for me because I had to go to the ladies' room and change on the dirty floor. I did not have appropriate space to change or shower like the boys did. Accommodations were not made. I wanted to play, and those were the boundaries I had, so I stayed within them, even though they seemed unfair to me. I've never told anybody this part. As an adult, I caught an adult male recording me while I was fully naked in the bathroom. He had a tiny camera connected to his 2 fingers. I saw them when I had bent over between my legs. I freaked out. He immediately stomped on that camera and smashed it. I don't know what was on it. I don't know anything about that recording. I see places where I fully unclothe as sacred. My situation would be more likely if we allowed biological men in women's spaces. It makes sense to separate bathrooms by one's genitals, which is how the separation of these spaces began. We use facilities differently. If I were menstruating, I wouldn't want that known. Having a male in the next stall gives no privacy or safety. Once I unwrap my products, I imagine the neighboring stall will hear and maybe even make an uncomfortable comment. This is one reason why we are separated by our genitalia in the first place. We have different needs and fears. Losing our private spaces to people who were born men defeats the purpose of the separation in the first place. Their need for a space did not negate ours. I'm sorry, but like I experienced as a child, use the bathroom that fits your genitals, even if it's uncomfortable. It's life. It's the boundaries that exist. I can accept that some discomfort is present for someone identifying outside their biology, but the ladies in the bathroom would be transferred that discomfort if we gave up our space to biological men. Someone is going to live with some discomfort. Should it be a few biological men or all women? Who wins? Same-sex spaces should remain as they were, decided by your genitals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of Ms. Harrington? Yes, Representative Pettenell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Harrington, for your testimony and for taking my question. You suggest separating people by their genitals, but what about the instances where genitalia has been surgically altered?
Personally, I feel like if you made that commitment to become a woman and you're fully surgically altered, I would be less afraid, right? Because you're not going to rape me in that way. So I would say if you've made that commitment, I would be more comfortable. I think it's really, for me, it's about the genitalia.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions? Thank you for coming today.
Thanks.
I'd like to welcome Anne Marie Banfield.
Looking at the time. Good morning / afternoon. My name is Anne Marie Banfield. I'm a parental rights advocate in New Hampshire. I've been doing this for 20 years at least. I think Chairman Ladd is probably the only person on this committee that has known me that long. I need to also mention that I've never been compensated for this. I do this because basically why you do it. You feel compelled. I do have written testimony, but I'm going to try to make this very brief. Because I do represent thousands of parents in this state, and because thousands of parents follow me, and I represent so many of them, I'll just bring up a couple of the issues that they're facing with this in their own schools. I helped a parent in Northampton over the summer whose 8th grade daughter went and talked before the school board, saying that if they pass the JBAD policy, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, that allows anybody to use the bathroom based on gender identity, that this 8th grade student testified before the school board saying that the girls would not feel comfortable going into the restroom and that they would hold it. And that's what I'm hearing. So this is impacting girls already. And it's impacting boys. I hear from parents of boys also who are just not comfortable in a modest situation. So there's many reasons why a student wouldn't use a restroom. This is certainly one of them. But you serve all students. You serve transgender students too in your district. So obviously there has to be some kind of compromise. And what I think most people are comfortable with is something like this, where you have a female restroom for the biological females and males for biological males. And then you offer transgender students something where they feel safe. It's not that you want to put them in an unsafe position, and I understand that, and I would agree with that. But there has to be some kind of compromise. This is perfectly legal to do this also, and Ian Hewitt from Cornerstone, who is the attorney that spoke in Milford, explained how this is legal. I don't see him here today, but if you go back to the Milford School Board meeting, you can hear his testimony there, or I'm sure maybe he's sending it to you already. In terms of the amendment, in terms of if a mother brings a small son into the restroom, that might be a good amendment to add to this, as I think you brought up. What if a mother, I mean, if that needs to be spelled out, then you spell it out in an amendment. I think that that's appropriate. Other than that, I think that's the only, let me see, I want to make sure that I covered everything. I visit schools all the time. I was at a deliberative session last night. So as an adult, adults are also going into this restrooms, sometimes with children. So do you want adult male who identifies maybe as a female going in with a 6-year-old girl? You know, you got to think about all the scenarios that could possibly happen.
Thank you.
That's my 3 minutes, so I will turn in written testimony.
Are there questions? Yes, Representative Tanner?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I think you have a copy of the bill in front of you. And as I read it, when it says all multi-stall bathrooms and locker rooms in all New Hampshire public schools, it seems to me that the bill is precluding what you said, to have a family bathroom like they have in airports and public places, or a gender-neutral bathroom in the school. Do you read that as what I'm saying, that the bill as written excludes that?
I think what you're doing is you're looking at the situation of how do you address it at the local level? I think that's up to your local officials, and they're doing that already. So in the case of Northampton, for instance, they did not adopt the JBAB policy. And so I'm assuming that they're already using this as part of their practice in the school. So how do you serve your transgender students? If there's only one, I'm assuming that they're going to make sure that there is maybe the teacher's lounge. I know I've heard of taking them to the teacher's lounge to use the restroom. The problem with when it's open to anybody is the girls have started complaining that the line forms, let's say that they say, okay, girls, you go use that one stall bathroom. So you have a long line of girls out there waiting to use one restroom versus something that's a little more logical. And you ask, okay, to our transgender students, we're going to offer this one restroom because there's a very small percentage in the school. But I think by stating this, then the schools have the opportunity to be creative on how they serve also their transgender students, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but just to follow up on that. So are you saying, let me get it correctly, that this bill, that if there's a bathroom in an elementary, middle or high school, it has to be designated as a sex-only bathroom, like a female bathroom or a male bathroom, and that because it says all bathrooms and all locker rooms, there can't be, it excludes a public bathroom that's labeled either family or neutral.
I don't read it that way. I would read it that the boys' restroom is the boys' restroom and the girls' restroom is the girls' restroom. And if they have another single stall bathroom, that this would certainly allow for something like that.
Or if it was multi-stall, like a locker room, if they had a section of a locker room that was family or gender neutral?
I would assume that would have to be, again, a local discussion about how to serve those students without with making sure that these restrooms are available to those kids. Because they're already labeled. If you go into schools, they're already labeled.
They're already labeled, yes.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bill Blum?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Blum, and I currently live in Atkinson, New Hampshire. And I am here today to speak in opposition of HB 104. I'm proud to say that living in New Hampshire for the last 18 years, I am truly now living our state motto, live free or die. Yes, HB 104 defines bathroom segregation in schools, and I will not speak to direct experience as a minor in regards to this, as I am obviously not currently living within this age group. However, I will speak as someone whose story and authentic self were kept in a closet for more than 30 years of my life. Up until recently, I was not living free. My soul was actually dying. Not living my authentic life caused me to be confrontational, short-sighted, and just plain mean, ultimately not being honest and open with myself and others about who I was cost me my job as well as my marriage. The good news is I am still here, and now, more so than ever, I am choosing not to die. Unfortunately, being present in this building over the last few weeks has taught me that more than half of our state's adolescent, transgender, and non-binary community are actually considering death. And even more alarming to me, and hopefully to you as well, more than a quarter of the adolescents in transgender and non-binary community actually attempt to complete John Stark's statement in the obviously wrong manner. As someone who has both used the male and female restrooms throughout the state, I will now share some inside information with you all. Both the women's and male's bathrooms have stalls for privacy. The male bathrooms have urinals and the women's bathrooms do not. The women's bathrooms do, however, have little trash boxes in each stall for things that do not go down the toilet, and the men's bathrooms do not. And they both have sinks to optionally use after one uses the bathroom to stop the spread of germs. Imagine this for 1 second. It is between periods at the Whittemore Arena during a UNH versus UMaine game. I need to use the bathroom, and I go in, and I'm simply not there to look around and guess what is really going on with other people. The point is to use the restroom for what it is intended for and to get back to your seat or the beer line before the game restarts. In closing, I will just leave you with one simple question. given the fact that I've had 2 cups of coffee this morning, which bathroom should I use to not be a target of discrimination and hate if I were to simply live free and not die in the sacred and historic building today? Thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much for coming.
You're welcome.
I'd like to welcome Honorable Don Johnson.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Don Johnson. I'm from Laconia. I'm a parent, I'm a school board member, and I'm a past state rep. I wasn't going to speak today, but I have to say, after listening and talking to many kids in my community, having opposite sex in a bathroom when a woman or a man is going in to use the facilities is very uncomfortable. Many of these students are now not choosing to use the restrooms if they are open to the opposite sex to go and use the restrooms. These kids are already having enough hard time going through puberty and everything else and finding their own way. And to make them feel uncomfortable to go in and leave themselves is absolutely horrifying. I know many kids will rush home, cannot wait to get off the bus or get out of their cars to use the restroom at home because they are in fear of what might happen and the embarrassment that they may have in a locker room or in a bathroom. I implore you, please support this bill and let's protect our kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Nancy Butterman.
Hi, it's Nancy Biederman, B-I-E.
Okay.
It's okay.
Tall I.
Don't worry, nobody knows how to say it either way.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm here as a mother and I am here as a former teacher. I have 20 years of experience in the school system. I'm also a mother of 2 students who have medical conditions. And in order to get any accommodations for them, we always had to file for 504 plans. So as far as I am concerned, gender dysphoria and transgender is a medical condition. And if a student needs accommodations, then they need to go through these meetings. And let me just tell you, if you've ever been to a 504 meeting, it is not easy. It is not easy to get accommodations for any child, no matter how many pieces of documentation you bring and how much medical information. People talk about being harassed. My children were harassed continually because they would ask for accommodations from teachers who would not give them the accommodations that were agreed to in the 504 plan. A simple accommodation as getting extra time on a test or extra time to complete homework. This is not impacting any other student in a school system other than my child who was not given the extra time to get an assignment in or to take a test because of a medical condition. That is wrong. Accommodations that are going to affect other kids, those other kids need to be taken into account. I would not feel comfortable having a male in the bathroom with me at any time, and neither should my child or any other child be forced to take that and be in that situation. And again, if there is a medical problem, then yes, then those students need to have a 504 plan. They cannot come in one day and say, I'm going to go in the other person's bathroom because I feel like that this day. That should not be allowed. There needs to be a 504 plan, there needs to be medical diagnoses, and there needs to be documentation on how that child being able to go into whatever bathroom they want to will affect their educational learning. And I don't see that affecting a child's learning ability, and that is not part of the children's curriculum. So please protect the girls, please protect the bathrooms.
Thank you very much. I apologize for the I and the L.
That's all right.
Your manuscript's wonderful.
Thank you.
That of a teacher. So Representative McDonald.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. If this were to pass, do you see it preventing these IEP or 504 meetings from accommodating transgender youth students?
That is going to need to go to the federal, because these are both federal laws. So you would have to look into seeing what the federal law, and there are different requirements in order to meet the accommodations. So my one child who has a medical condition, she did not qualify for an IEP because she didn't meet the standards. So there are standards within those programs as to whether or not an accommodation meets and will be allowed.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good question. Accommodations and modifications, yes, it's at the federal level. Further questions? Thank you.
No problem.
Like to invite Philip Sherman.
This may be a two. She can't remember whether she was.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I speak today as Chair of the Building Code Review Board in respectful opposition to this bill, not because I particularly disagree with the premise, but based on a general position that amendments to the building code should be at the code level and not written into law. I'd also note that in my professional career, I've been dealing with this issue for many years now. The current New Hampshire Building Code addresses this issue, where the 2018 International Building and Plumbing Codes, which are the model codes that the state building code is based on, require most multi-fixture facilities to be single-sex. The BCRB is currently reviewing and holding public hearings on the 2021 international codes, where the model codes will in fact permit multi-stall facilities to be all gender. These are sometimes referred to as the European-style restrooms. If things stay on schedule and the codes are approved, the 2021 codes would go into effect by the summer of 2024. In the past, gentle or not so gentle pressure from the legislature has resulted in amendments through our board reflecting the desired technical outcome while preserving the right for designers, builders, owners, and users to request local relief from code provisions for special circumstances, changes in opinion by interested parties, or federal requirements. Once written into law, no relief or modification is available. Failing the provision of the desired amendment, the legislature still, through our board, the legislature would still have time to revisit this issue before the current codes expire. I'd like to refer to what I think of as RSA 0.0. I'm speaking facetiously, but that refers to the law of unintended consequences. We have three, I'll call them code provisions, written into our RSA 155A currently: biomass boilers, log homes, and arc fault circuit interrupters. Two of those three are out of date and ready for repeal because they've gotten stale, they just have been out of date. So I would caution you about writing this kind of a rule into law. Things change very quickly. I'd also mention that there are other occupancies where this is probably of interest. Summer camps and public swimming pools come to mind, same kinds of issues. So I request that you consider defeating this bill. We would look forward to working with interested parties to develop the appropriate amendments to the state building code. And lastly, if you do pass this bill, I would strongly recommend that it be located in RSA 155A, where amendments to the building code are located, so that the folks that deal with building construction can find it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Is there a difference? Because public schools are government schools that rather than private state summer camps, for example?
The code deals with occupancies, and schools in general below the 12th grade are Group E occupancies. So it's independent of whether they're government or private. If you look at things like public swimming pools, they could be at a hotel, which would not come under the Group E provisions. But for our purposes, I would say pretty much the schools you're talking about are all Group E. There may be some exceptions at the lower end of the age bracket.
Follow up, please.
Yes.
Given what you've heard from the testimony here, could you give us an idea what a path for compromise might look like if you sat down with us?
Years ago, I worked with representatives from the Yale Law School who were on the sort of leading edge of this whole discussion. And it's pretty clear that the compromise, if you will, solution, as one of the other speakers mentioned, is single-user restrooms. Many schools are putting a lot of them in now mostly because of bullying. So that allows you to preserve the multi-stall traditional restroom arrangement in schools and provide a sufficient number of single-user restrooms, which people may want to use for a number of different reasons. That costs money. There's no question about it.
Further questions? Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that testimony. You had mentioned that your organization has worked with the legislature before. Sometimes we utilize gentle means, sometimes not so gentle means of persuasion. Would passing this bill not qualify as a not so gentle means of persuasion to get this done?
It certainly would get to the heart of the matter. The problem we've had is when we write prescriptive code requirements into law, there's no room to maneuver. The things that we haven't thought about today can't be dealt with out in the field. And then we've got a law that's just that much harder to get revised later. So that's why we have building codes, and we don't write every word of the building code into a law. There are lots of circumstances that come up that we probably don't understand sitting here today. So,
Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you be so kind as to email your testimony to the committee? It's very helpful.
I have it written. I've done enough editing that I'll send it to the clerk this afternoon.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Lett. Thank you. Good morning. Almost good morning. Earlier on, Representative Tanner asked a question of one of the speakers. And do you have the bill in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking at line 3. The first word of the line says all. So from your building code expertise, would you presume then that means every single bathroom?
One of the things to be careful of, and this gets societal issues as overlapping with construction issues, is that this would apply to existing as well as new construction, clearly. That can be dealt with through the codes, but it needs to be dealt with explicitly.
Right.
Typically, the building code only applies when a building is being constructed or altered.
Okay, new construction.
Or alterations,
Right,
yeah.
right. May I ask one more?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So would this, from a building code perspective, eliminate gender neutral bathrooms?
In Group E, and forgive me, I think this refers to public schools and chartered, so I'm not clear that it applies to private schools.
Right.
It would eliminate all gender, if you will, multi-stall fixtures.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there further questions? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Therese Grinnell?
Therese Grinnell, Loudon, New Hampshire. Couple of points. I feel like every human being really just wants to be understood, right? And we all want to be respected, and we all want to be loved for who we are. So you've got two opposing kind of perceptions on this argument. As a mother of an 8 and a 9-year-old little boys, I question their maturity to know that, oh, now you can go to whichever bathroom you want, that they would do it, and our teachers wouldn't have to be starting to manage behavior that's silly, inappropriate body touch, all of that nonsense, right? Like, I want my teachers to be teaching my boys to read. I love this idea of a single-use stall available. I think most schools have them at this point that could be unisex. If they don't, I think we could probably put something in place where, from the top of the hour to the half point of the hour is, this particular bathroom is unisex. But if the females, I guess my point is, what we're doing, if you take a step back, is we're saying one person is saying, I want to be respected, that based on how I feel my gender is, I want to be able to go to use that gender's bathroom. And then you have others that are saying, well, I want to use a bathroom that only affiliates with my genitalia. So how do we respect both groups, right? Without disparaging the other group. So we either go to the European style where everyone just goes wherever they want to go, and then we just kind of change our culture, which we've had here, or we look at what are the ramifications of that for like an 8 and 9-year-old again, going in and thinking that they can go and, you know, watch the girls and the girls can play, and now the teachers are in there having to tell everyone what's appropriate. So I think there's a lot at question here, but I think there's some easy solutions. And I think, you know, if we have the multi-stall bathrooms kind of be generically just like the locker rooms, so you don't have people feeling uncomfortable that they're changing in front of the opposite sexual genitalia, but then you also then have accommodations for people who are feeling as though they have male genitalia, but they feel they affiliate with the female gender, and vice versa, that we have a space for them. Will that cost money? It might, but that's where our culture is going. And at the end of the day, everyone needs to be respected, and everyone needs to be loved, and everyone needs to be understood. And that's what I'm hearing from both sides. I would love to see a study done on how many of our public schools in New Hampshire have a multi-use bathroom, because I believe most of them do. And so are we really creating a bunch of division and media and what's going on in Milford and everyone getting upset with each other? Or can we just come up with a simple solution that respects both perceptions? And that's what I would recommend this group try to do.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing, thank you very much. Al Brand, B-R-A-N-D.
Mr. Chair, he has left, but he left his position.
Okay, thank you. Louise Spencer?
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name again is Louise Spencer. I'm from Concord, New Hampshire. And today I am actually reading the testimony of Abby Maxwell, who's a parent from Hopkinton, New Hampshire. So, and she writes, "Dear members of the House Education Committee, I am writing to you to strongly oppose HB 104. My daughter is 10 years old. She loves to play the flute and cello, to read, to play Minecraft, and to ski. This year, through the school ski program, she got to ski with a school friend and her friend's father. I thought they would go off alone, but the father asked me to join them. He had a Let's Go Brandon sticker on his helmet, and so I assumed that perhaps he viewed things differently than I did. However, I agreed to ski together. We rode up the lift. It turned out that we had both grown up in the very same small New Hampshire town, and we had both worked at the same ski area as teenagers. He had graduated 10 years ahead of me, but we'd had many of the same teachers. It was so fun to talk and laugh with him about our school and town. It was like we had a deep shared understanding of each other and where we came from in the world. I skied with him and our daughters a few more times throughout the year, and I kept thinking about the experience. Did he know my daughter was transgender? Of course, there's no way to tell from looking at her, but she is out at school, and we publicly advocate for her rights year after year. It's not hard to find out. What if he did know? I don't know how this man votes or why, though I can make some assumptions. Still, I have to believe that if he knew about these bills, if he knew that this bill would require him to look at my daughter and tell her that she was not allowed to use the bathroom, he would never stand for it. Maybe he would have in the past, I don't know. But now he has been forced to see our shared humanity. He has held my daughter's hand and helped her to stand up on the ski trail. He has asked her if her leg hurt, if her hand were too cold. He has cared for her, which means he knows how utterly cruel and senseless it would be to tell her that she cannot go to the girls' bathroom. This is my third year in a row fighting these bills. My husband and I are so tired. We are working so hard to protect our sleep and our mental health from these assaults so that we can still give our daughter a good, happy childhood. It's not easy. We love our home, yet with every one of these bills, we wonder when we will have to leave. Obviously, we cannot live in a state where a daughter is ostracized for who she comes to the world as. I have to believe it is not your aim to harm children and families in this way. I pray that you recognize our shared humanity and stop these bills. Thank you, Abby Maxwell. And I just want to quickly.
Thank you very much. You're just out of time.
Am I? Okay, very good.
So, are there
Thank
any
you.
questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that testimony. You had said that you were reading this testimony from somebody you know, and I received the same testimony in my email. I did read it because I do try to keep up with testimony that comes in. But I was curious because I heard you say something different. You said he had a "Let's Go Brandon" sticker on his helmet. I assumed that he meant that he voted for laws that harm my child. I don't believe that's what you had said. I'm wondering, did you modify the testimony at all, or was it?
I didn't intentionally modify the testimony, so
I was just curious.
that wasn't my intention.
Thank you.
So let me look here. If I did that, it was unintentional.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay.
Any further questions?
Thank you for the correction.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Who's the last one you just did?
Yeah, I'm gonna see that card's right there.
Sam Hawkins?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd, and to the committee. My name is Sam Hawkins. I'm the Public Policy Assistant at NAMI New Hampshire, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI New Hampshire is a nonprofit grassroots organization whose mission is to improve the lives of all people impacted by mental illness and suicide through support, education, and advocacy. On behalf of NAMI New Hampshire, I'm here today in opposition of HB 104. LGBTQ individuals, especially those who are transgender or gender nonconforming, are at an elevated risk for experiencing anxiety and depression and are more likely to consider and attempt suicide than their heterosexual or cisgender peers. According to the Trevor Project, in 2022, 39% of LGBTQ youth in New Hampshire seriously considered suicide and 10% attempted it. Beyond New Hampshire, a 2020 study in the Journal of Interpersonal Violence found that 82% of transgender individuals across the US and Canada have considered suicide and 40% have attempted it. The JIV study found that internalized stigma, emotional familial neglect, and a lack of school belonging made a significant contribution to suicidality for transgender individuals. This data supports the premise that access to identity-affirming spaces is one of the most significant ways we can promote trans well-being. This is from the Trevor Project report, but open representation, the presence of other LGBTQ people, and a welcoming environment have been identified as some of the qualities that make a space affirming for LGBTQ youth. Yet in New Hampshire, these spaces are few and far between, as only 47% of LGBTQ youth in New Hampshire consider their school to be an affirming space, and only 18% believe their community at large to be very accepting. This bill could only serve to further restrict access to affirming spaces for trans youth. School, a crucial and developmental everyday environment, would become a place where a child can no longer fully live in accordance with their identity. Where these numbers of affirming environments decreases, we expect anxiety, depression, and suicide will likely increase. NAMI New Hampshire urges the committee to recommend inexpedient to legislate for HB 104.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Representative Peternell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Certainly, we're concerned about people's mental health and high risk for suicide, but your statistic that 39% of LGBTQ youth seriously consider suicide, do we have a percentage of youth who are LGBTQ? Because this would be a percentage of a percentage.
Yes, thank you for that question. I do not have that number, but I can look into it and get back to you. Yeah.
Further questions, Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the testimony. I wanted to ask you, you suggested that these affirming spaces would be very important toward reducing harms to transgender youth. Would you agree that parental involvement is also an extremely important item in that parental involvement in their lives and what's going on with them?
Thank you for the question. I would believe that supportive parenting is incredibly important to transgender children, as seen by the JIV study, emotional familial neglect impacts suicidality.
Thank you. And the reason I asked that is because when I go to the Trevor Project website, the very first thing that comes up is an indicator that says to anybody visiting this website, click here to quickly scrub your history and get out of this website so your parents can't see you're on this website. I'm wondering if this is something that is not meshing.
Thank you for the follow-up. I mean, I believe that I said that it is the familial neglect that is harming these children. These children who would not want their parents to see them accessing the site are the parents that are neglecting them.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Not seeing, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Lily O'Brien?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Lily, and I'm a junior at Plymouth Regional High School in Plymouth, and I am here to testify in opposition to HB 104. I have attended New Hampshire public schools for my entire educational career. I have also played and participated in a number of sports where we do, in fact, use the locker rooms. I can say with the utmost certainty that I have never wished the bathrooms or locker rooms to be mandated as same-sex. Growing up in a world of advancing technology where practically any information is at the touch of my fingertips, I've grown accustomed to learning and hearing about current events immediately as they arise. Likewise, I have heard of countless pieces of policy and legislation like this one, requiring same-sex bathrooms and locker rooms in schools with messaging that typically falls along the lines of protecting our children. I ask this, which children are we protecting, and who are we protecting from? Most students, like myself, give no attention to their peers in the bathroom or locker rooms, and instead go about minding their own business. In fact, the protection children need while at school lies far from being found inside the bathrooms. There are, however, a number of people that would benefit from maintaining neutral bathrooms. Transgender and non-binary individuals that face discrimination and dysphoria in their day-to-day lives find relief in neutral bathrooms that allow them to use the restroom in peace. Outlining a separation like this bill intends to do forces these students and faculty to unwillingly put themselves in a situation that may cause them increased dysphoria or anxiety. School should be a place where all students and staff, no matter their identity, feel safe and accepted. It should not be a place where something as simple as going to the bathroom is mandated and separated based on sex, where they feel unsafe and unwanted in a place of privacy. My transgender friends simply want access to a bathroom that affirms their identity. Transgender students and staff using bathrooms that affirm their gender are not threats to public safety. They are not dangerous and should not be dehumanized by the subject of bathroom debate. I have never felt uncomfortable or unsafe sharing a locker room with my transgender peers. I have, however, felt incredibly unsafe sharing a space with people who push a hateful narrative against their transgender peers hidden behind claims of safety when it stems from a place of hatred and refusal of acceptance. Take a moment to listen to your students who are here today, telling you what we want. Someone else's identity does not affect you, and it certainly does not affect you in the bathroom or locker room, places where personal privacy are at its highest. Where someone chooses to use the facilities in a school should not be a topic of discussion, which is why I implore you to oppose HB 104. We should be acting in favor of all students, no matter their identity, to ensure that their schools are a place where they feel welcomed and accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, Lily. Do you have written testimony there?
Yes, I can.
So if you could
pass it up.
provide the clerk a copy, that'd be appreciated. Are there any comments or questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Whitcock.
Hey, just a comment. I just want to thank you. What a very well presented and developed statement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Abby Kincaid.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Abigail Kincaid, and I'm a senior at Bedford High School. I also stand as the student representative on the school board. However, I'm here representing myself. I'm here to testify in opposition of House Bill 104. This bill is clearly anti-trans legislation targeted at children. HB 104 threatens people's access to facilities that affirm their gender. This bill would make it harder to have neutral bathrooms that provide more options for people of all genders. For example, a place for non-binary people to use the bathroom in peace. In many New Hampshire school buildings, neutral unisex bathrooms are usually not very accessible and have one single stall. Trans students and school staff using bathrooms that affirm their gender identity are not threats to public safety. The bill pushes a narrative that will only worsen what are often difficult circumstances for trans young people. I'm currently in high school. and can say that I've never once walked into a school bathroom and wondered if every person in there has the same parts as me. Because it doesn't matter. Bodies are bodies, and where that body chooses to use the bathroom has zero effect on me. If anything, I want my peers to be able to use the bathroom that feels the best to them, so they can focus on school and friends and not worry about where they're going to relieve themselves. This bill doesn't protect anyone. All it does is feed into the anti-trans rhetoric that is plaguing the country right now. I am more scared of cis white men than I've ever been of a trans or queer person. I urge you, committee, to please shut down this bill. It's time to listen to the youth of New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you for coming today. Do you have written testimony? Oh, Representative Damon, you had your hand up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank you for your honest, direct testimony.
Thank you. Yes, I do.
Could you provide?
Yep, I'll hand it over. Yep.
Thank you. Olivia Cheney?
Hello. My name is Livia Cheney, and I'm a junior at Bedford High School, which is a public school. I'm here to testify in opposition to Bill HB 104. Speaking to my trans peers on this topic, many of them wanted to share what they think. I've spoken to a variety of people, trans women, trans men, and gender nonconforming people. For their safety, I will be keeping their names anonymous unless they express the desire to have their information known. According to student A, aged 18, quote, "A lot of trans kids get harassed in gendered bathrooms, regardless of if they go to the one people think they should go to or the one they want to go to. It results in a lot of them just not going to the bathroom the entire duration of school, which is not good for physical health," end quote. Student B, 17, identifies as non-binary. Quote, "Removing genderless bathrooms makes it uncomfortable for me to use the bathroom at school. I feel pressured to pick a side, so to speak. Non-gendered bathrooms can also offer safe spaces for people with anxiety or sensory disorders to just have 2 minutes of peace. Holding in waste unnecessarily can lead to larger health problems, so it's necessary that non-gendered bathrooms are structured within public schools." Students, end quote. Student C is 18, quote, "Well, after being shouted at for using the women's toilets, I was terrified to go back. I had to use the disabled ones. If I had used the men's toilets, I would feel personally at risk for my physical health and mental health. Personally, if there were free toilets, I wouldn't care, but if you forced me back into the men's bathrooms, it would destroy me. I would not be able to go to the toilet anywhere I went, and that would really affect everything. I'm not going to put myself at risk for just wanting to pee," end quote. Logan, 19, is a college student who has attended public schools his whole life. Quote, "As a legal adult who is medically/legally/socially transitioned, I have the privilege to enter men's restrooms with no holdback. Still, I have to be on the defense. Taking note of my surroundings, knowing an exit, knowing who saw me enter and could follow me inside keeps me safe. I've actually gotten UTIs from holding in my pee because the men's bathrooms are such a threat. This safety plan is essential for transgender people. The terror and anxiety I felt when I was younger because I didn't have the advantages I do now was debilitating. In Oklahoma," end quote. "In Oklahoma, it is currently illegal for people to use a bathroom that does not align with their sex. Student D is a high schooler in Oklahoma. Quote, "In my state, it's not okay for me to live without shame. I don't think it's possible to live without shame because I'm trans. Because of the state law, we, trans youth in public schools specifically are targeted and banned because of state law. Specifically are targeted and banned from using the bathroom of our preferred gender, and instead are forced to use our birth-given gender-assigned bathroom. We have no genderless bathrooms, and it not only isolates us further, but causes distress in the school about our existence. We face ridicule for being trans daily and constantly hear others talk down about us. The banishment of genderless bathrooms only furthers the negativity and stigma we face in a public school daily," end quote.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Tanner?
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony and being brave here today. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much. If you have a copy, could we have a copy of your testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Emma Savigny?
Good
Good afternoon, Chairman Ladd and honorable members of the committee. For the record, my name is Emma Savini. I am the Children's Behavioral Health Policy Coordinator at New Futures. New Futures is a nonpartisan nonprofit organization that advocates, educates, and collaborates for the health and well-being of all Granite Staters. We are here in opposition of House Bill 104 because trans and non-binary youth have the best mental health outcomes when they're able to live according to their preferred gender identity. And this bill would prohibit their ability to do so. I think we all envision a New Hampshire where our children are able to freely express themselves, live in safety, and thrive in an environment that caters to their well-being, and live without the burdens of their mental health. However, in just the past year, as you heard from many other folks, LGBTQ youth especially have been suffering from severe mental health complications, and many have seriously considered suicide. These statistics are stark reminders that we as a state can do better for our children. House Bill 104 is in direct opposition to this shared goal of creating a safe space for our children and encouraging proper mental health. When children are able to socially transition and live to their lives as their preferred gender, their mental health outcomes are on par with children who don't identify as LGBTQIA+. Something as simple as affirming their gender identities with allowing them to use the bathroom of their choice has been shown to improve mental health. So this bill, we would ask that you oppose it as just a clear reminder to everyone that we stand in support of our children's mental health, and we are supportive and an affirming state for all children.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite David Trumbull.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Trumbull. I'm from Ware. I oppose this bill for 3 reasons. First is that transgender rights and safety can coexist. There's a report that was put out by 4 groups, including the National Center for Transgender Equality, that addressed this very specific topic. It says, non-discrimination laws that explicitly protect LGBTQ people have been enacted in 19 states and more than 200 municipalities with no increase in public safety incidents. And the report is called Bathroom Safety, Non-Discrimination Laws, and Bathroom Ban Laws. So you can accomplish both objectives. You can have access to bathrooms for transgender people and public safety. Second is human rights. LGBTQ rights should be considered as just basic human rights. Transgender people need to use the bathroom like everybody else and should not be shamed into not being able to go to the bathroom through an entire day of school. You might wonder how many people we're talking about. The UCLA School of Law Williams Institute this past year in 2022 said that there are 1.6 million people who identify as transgender in the United States. That's more people than the entire state of New Hampshire. They say that 1.4% of people aged 13 to 17 identify as transgender, and that's not even counting non-binary people. This study says that in New Hampshire, just identified openly, there's over 700 students between the ages of 13 and 17, and obviously there's many more who don't answer yes to these questions. So 700 students. Just to remind you, when we debated the EFA accounts, there's 3,000 of those. 25% of them were brand new people going from a public school to a private school. That's 700 people. So all the discussion on EFAs was for about 700 people. We're talking about 700 students at least who can't use a bath. If you pass this kind of bill, would have a hard time using the bathroom of their choice rather than their sexual identification at birth. The third thing is the law educates. You have a choice to either pass a law that's based on fear and lack of acceptance. or you have a chance to pass a law that's based upon tolerance and understanding in human rights. The law speaks volumes to the people of the state. And if you pass this law, you're telling people, be afraid of transgender people. Even though the original sponsor said he didn't mean it to feel that way, that's going to be the way the law will be perceived by people. And that will just put back the march towards progress for everybody to be treated equally in our society. And the testimony you got from the gentleman who's with the building code said they're coming up with a new code that's going to work on multi-stall neutral bathrooms. This bill would clearly preclude that from happening in the schools, and the questioners have pointed it out.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you very much.
Do you have a written testimony?
I'll send something in.
Okay, thank you very much, David. I'd like to invite Michael O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Michael O'Brien. Testified before. I'm with Party Strategies. I'm a lobbyist both for American Federation of Teachers, also for GLAAD and the ACLU. However, really I'm testifying for myself here. I just want to share a quick story that my wife reminded me of. You're going to probably hear me talk about her quite a bit when I get up here. She's a high school teacher. At the end of last year, a transgender girl went and used the boys' bathroom because it was the bathroom she felt of least resistance within the school to be able to use. Two boys dumped buckets of water on her head and used homophobic slurs against her inside of the school, inside of the bathroom that this bill would mandate that she continues to use. For trans students, it can be, as we've heard, just terrifying to have to use the bathroom that you don't feel comfortable in. This story breaks my heart, as my wife tells it to me, and she knew this student and taught this student. So just wanted to relay a story that happened 6 months ago of a student here in New Hampshire who faced just a horrible situation because she used the bathroom that she again felt was the one the school wants her to use, this bathroom of sort of least resistance for her. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Lakis.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Would a school having single stall genderless bathrooms solve the problem for students in that situation?
Obviously, being a cis male and without being a trans person myself, it's a hard question for me to answer, only to say that we should be welcoming people as to who they are and shouldn't be putting them into different places because we perceive them to be different. And so I think what we should be doing is looking to welcome everyone as who they are. And that's the best case scenario.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah Smith.
Good afternoon, and thank you for taking my testimony. My name is Sarah Smith. And I oppose this bill, and I have three things to say about it. First of all, the bill says that at the end that shall be same sex, but the bill never defines sex, and so it's to me deliberately vague. So if I define sex, I say, well, okay, so somebody's sex identified on their driver's license, on their birth certificate, and how they have identified that. That would be how I would interpret same sex. But I hear people here interpreting same sex purely on the biological birth of the individual. So this is deliberately vague. And that's a problem right there. How do you interpret that? Also erases intersex people or non-binary people. I was struck by the testimony about often, as as the previous gentleman mentioned, based on fear of women expressing fear about something that their privacy in the bathroom. And I wanted to share a little incident with you to put it in a different kind of perspective. I'm a retired school teacher, and we had a problem for a while. It's taking kids a long time to go to the bathroom, and one of our bathrooms it's an old school, and they'd been remodeled badly a long time ago, but we never had any money to fix it. So there were really some huge gaps between the door and the side of the stall, and yeah, you could see in. And the girls were embarrassed by that, just by the fact of other girls being able to look in, and they refused to use that stall. So it would take a long time to go to the bathroom because they were only 2 other stalls to use. So this is not an issue about whether it's there's a transgender individual or anything. There was an issue because there was not enough privacy between girls. And this is, to me, is what this issue is talking about. Now, I'm in favor of so eventually people, were like, oh, this is ridiculous. Finally, they came along and said, well, we're just going to fix this door. We'll put a little strip there so there's not a gap. And that was it. That was the problem. So, and I see this in a lot of bathrooms now that are, fully doored and completely private. And that's the issue that we're talking about. We're trying to ban a certain class of people to fix an issue that is not of their making. And we're also trying to ban people based on behavior that we don't like.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that testimony. I have some degree of familiarity with the background on the concept of gender as a social construct, going back to Judith Butler. I don't know that I've ever heard anyone argue that sex itself is a social construct or that it can be changed or is not firm. And it seemed like you were suggesting that sex was a vague term. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, I would say yes, that the term sex refers to a number of characteristics. And I'm not a physician, I can't elaborate on them. I could get you a better elaboration of that. But there are a number of characteristics that determine sex. And sometimes it is not easy to determine sex based on those characteristics. So, that is a really deep question that needs to be gone into, because it's not a question of genitalia, for instance, or chromosomes. There are a variety of different ways that people present themselves, so if you want to, you need to develop a background in some of the medical issues that come up. I could have someone I know who's a physician who could explain to you the different ways that sex are determined.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Diana George? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Diana George. I oppose this bill. I don't have a written testimony because I wasn't planning on testifying today. However, I'm a mother, parent of a transgender 22-year-old who came out at age 15. We had no idea, my husband and I, but we chose to support and love our child, as any parent should. And he is thriving. He is a student at NYU and about to graduate. He looks male, so it would be very awkward for him to be using a female gendered bathroom. So I think that also needs to be taken into account. Speaking on what this other woman just said, there are intersex people. There are people with XX chromosomes who look male. This is very discriminatory. Also, if a man, I work at the women's prison, I'm a nurse at the women's prison. If a man wants to get into a bathroom to rape you, they're not going to pretend to be a transgender person. That's just silly. I'm just so tired of these discriminatory bills. It's just so exhausting for the trans people and for the parents. And this is going on all around the country. It's a huge attack on us as families, as we're good people, we're decent people, we're not weirdos. I had a set of notes. I guess also by using a single stall bathroom, a separate bathroom for trans and non-binary people, it's a form of outing them. If they happen to pass, as they say, going to that bathroom because they're forced to makes other people know that they are trans, and they may not want people to know that. They may not want their parents to know that because their parents may be abusive and not supportive. So please consider all of this when you're thinking about this bill and considering this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming today. Are there further questions from the committee? Thank you. Therese Grinnell? Okay. Lane Jocelyn?
Hello, my name is Lane. I am like any other teenager. I enjoy hanging out with friends and family. I study hard so I can do well in school. I love playing soccer, skiing, hiking. I also happen to be a transgender girl. Being trans has been a lifelong journey. As soon as I could talk, I literally told my parents I am a girl. My brain did not align with my body parts, and that's just the way I was born. It hasn't been easy for me, but when I socially transitioned at the end of 5th grade, it was the best day of my life because I could finally be myself. I'm so grateful for the level of support that I have received, and it's made me the proud trans girl that stands before you today. I use a girl's bathroom in locker rooms without an issue. No one has ever made me feel uncomfortable, nor have I ever made others feel that way. Everyone values privacy. To suggest that somehow we are a threat is not factual, and it is fear-mongering. Trans kids are kids. We're students who want to be able to go to the bathroom like anyone else. Using a bathroom comfortably is a key part of thriving in a school environment. And singling out trans kids by preventing us from using these bathrooms is not fair. Please have some compassion. Since this bill and others like it have been brought forward, it's clear that my mere existence makes some people feel uncomfortable. There's nothing I can do about that. However, I will say that one person's discomfort should not trump another person's civil rights. In this case, the ability to learn in a safe environment or to be able to participate like everyone else without being singled out. Please do not attack trans youth. I'm missing school today to be here because I think it's important that you see that we are people just like you who deserve to be healthy, happy, and accepted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Thank you. And Chris Urchel?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Thank you, committee, for hearing my testimony. My name is Chris Urchel, and I'm an attorney with GLBTQ Legal Advocates and Defenders, GLAD. I live and work in Boston, but I'm a New Hampshire licensed attorney, and I do a lot of litigation and legislative work here. Today's transgender students are our future neighbors, coworkers, teachers, leaders, our parents, and friends. We need them We need them and all other young people to be really successful adults. That's why we provide public education in the first place. These young people are integral to our community and they're entitled to equal educational opportunities. This bill doesn't say what the sponsor says it says. There's no mention of chromosomes or genitalia in the text of the bill at all. A bathroom is a facility and a bathroom doesn't have a sex or a gender. The intent behind this bill, according to the prime sponsor's testimony, is for this committee to vote on a bill about people. In other words, it's about excluding certain people from facilities. And as the building expert testified, this bill is not the right vehicle for excluding people from facilities. The bill's in conflict with New Hampshire state and federal non-discrimination laws, which prohibit discrimination on the basis of sex, gender identity, and transgender status. It's also a violation of the guarantee of the state and federal constitutions, which guarantee equal protection of the laws. By singling out transgender students and treating them differently from other students, this bill is unlawful and unconstitutional. Many courts have addressed cases where a transgender student was excluded from using the bathroom of their gender. Gavin Grimm, for instance, was a transgender boy who used the boys' bathroom in his high school without a problem until a small group of parents complained. Gavin's school buckled under pressure from this minority number of parents. After a long legal battle that lasted many years, the Federal Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit ruled in favor of Gavin's right to use the restroom, and Gloucester County School District in Virginia had to pay $1.3 million. This is one of many cases that have come out the same way, costing school districts nationwide millions of dollars. With one outlier case from the 11th Circuit going the other direction. Gavin was not a threat to any other student. He's a kid who needed to use the bathroom at school just like any other kid. And when a transgender boy like Gavin goes through every aspect of his life as a boy, he's not going to fit in when he's in the boys' bathroom. He's going to feel the isolating stigma if he's forced to use a single-user restroom against his will. Of course, that option of a single-user restroom should be available to any student who wants to use a single-user restroom, and I really do applaud school districts for building more of them to provide students with more options to make them comfortable. But a sense of belonging is something that can't be denied to any student based on a core aspect of that person's identity. It's unlawful and it's cruel to exclude transgender students from using the restroom like anyone else. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Does the judge cut you off like that too?
No.
Thank you
Typically,
very much.
no.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for joining us this afternoon, Chris. Could you talk with us a little bit about maybe instances of violence that may have occurred between or when a trans student is using a restroom that doesn't conform to their identity or their preference, their identity. And also incidents of violence that may have been reported as a result of trans-inclusive policy?
That's a really good question, and thank you for asking our Rep. Luno. So in 2018, there was a first study that was released ever to my knowledge about studying whether there's been any increase in instances of violence in restrooms related to a change in bathroom policy. And that was a study done in Massachusetts, and it showed that there was no increase in any incidents of violence against anybody in bathrooms as a result of the as a result of the presence of transgender people or the right of transgender people to be to use the bathroom consistent with their gender identity. And so since then, there have been other studies that have come to the same conclusion. There's no evidence that there's any increase in any risk of violence as a result of policies that allow people to use the restroom consistent with their gender identity. Does that answer your question?
Thank you very much. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on that question, you spoke to as far as studies go, as far as rates, but are you aware of any incidents?
I'm not up on all the incidents that might have happened that involved transgender people or non-transgender people over the many years, right? Before there was ever an issue of transgender people, using bathrooms in public spaces because there wasn't high levels of transgender visibility in the past. There were incidents where people would perpetrate violence against people of the same sex or people of a different sex in bathrooms. That's always been the case. It's always been true. It continues to happen to this day, I have no doubt. And there's been no increase in incidence of it. So, if you want to talk about anecdotal incidents of violence, I'm not the right person to be asking that question. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Representative Tanner.
Is there, thank you for taking my question. Are there many instances of transgender people, or of non-transgender people pretending to be transgender people committing assault?
That's a really good question. I'm not familiar with any incidents where a person has pretended to be transgender for the purpose of assaulting somebody in a bathroom. But I will add that it is possible, just like it's possible for a non-transgender person, it is possible for a transgender person to commit an act of violence. That is an inevitability of life, that there are people who will commit acts of violence. And it's super important to keep our bathrooms safe in our public schools. Nobody should be questioning that. That is absolutely a number one priority. But what we know from the research that's been done is that the existence of, or the presence of, transgender people does not change the rates of violence in those spaces.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions from the committee? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney, for taking my question. Do you know of any cases in New Hampshire that have been filed that prohibit or limit transgender students from using the bathroom of their choice?
As of right now, I have not heard of any schools that are excluding transgender people from using the bathroom. And if I did, I would want to know more about it, because I would consider working with a family who's affected by it to address the issue with the school. I did attend a Milford School District Board meeting and gave a presentation to the school board, because that school board was considering a change in policy, which they ended up ultimately, including last night, rejecting. That potential change in policy would have prevented transgender students from using the restroom consistent with their gender identity. But to this day, the school district in Milford has not adopted a change in policy and continues to allow trans kids to use the bathroom. In Maine, this goes back to 2014, so our neighbor in Maine, the Supreme Court there heard a case ultimately where my organization had filed a lawsuit against a school district because of excluding a transgender girl from using the bathroom, from using the girls' bathroom. And the Maine Supreme Court ruled that that was a violation of course, a violation of the state's law against discrimination against transgender people. And the plaintiff in that case, Nicole Means, is now a successful movie star. So just goes to show that when you remove the obstacles that in achieving a good education, people thrive. So thank you, Rep. Woodcock.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Representative.
Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question.
Mm-hmm.
So you answered that there were no cases of non-trans people pretending to get into to access bathrooms, but if it's not a same-sex bathroom, why would there be a need to pretend? There wouldn't be any barrier to either sex going in.
I'm not sure that I follow your question. Thank you.
You don't have to give a reason to go into a bathroom if it's not gender exclusive or sex exclusive.
Right. I'm actually not familiar with, I heard some students testifying about bathrooms in their schools. And then what I gathered from the testimony was that anyone can go into whatever bathroom that they want. I don't know if that's a school policy anywhere in New Hampshire. I'm not up on any school policies that would say exactly that. So as far as I'm aware, there are policies that separate bathrooms based on sex, and also that those policies do not exclude transgender people or gender nonconforming people from using the bathroom that makes them most comfortable, which is still separated based on sex. It's just not excluding trans people. So does that answer your question at all? Because I'm still not sure if I'm catching what.
Yeah, and I think may I follow up?
No, we're going to move on.
We'll talk later.
Representative Damon.
Could you share with the committee, and in writing would be fine, the RSAs that this bill is in conflict with in New Hampshire, so we have that for our executive session, please?
Yeah, but absolutely. But 138:38 and 138:39, those two RSAs are the school non-discrimination, statutes that speak most directly to this issue. But there are a host of other statutes that are involved. So yeah, I'm happy to follow up in the committee with laying it out. I didn't prepare written testimony because I wanted to hear what was being discussed here before I wrote something up for you. I wanted it to be useful, so I'm going to do that later today or tomorrow, and I'll send it to you.
Thank you. That'd be helpful. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your expertise in law in this area in particular. My question is on line 4 of the bill. It says the word pupils, which to me thinks students or people at least who are of student age, maybe a student at another school. Would this exclude adults from following this? So the concern was maybe an adult who identifies as one gender but maybe biologically as another in a bathroom with students. I'm just curious, does the word pupils apply to adults?
Yeah, the word pupil would not. If someone were to ask me what would a judge say about the word pupil and whether it applied to adults, I would say a judge would probably say that that doesn't apply to adults in the school setting.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions? Thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you, Rep. Ladd. Thank you, committee.
You're welcome. This concludes our testimony on 10704. And what I'm going to try to do here is that the next bill, 352, we have only 4 cards, and we get through this real rapidly. And what I'd like to do, because one of those persons we have testifying is an individual who's worked here, and we passed a bill in her son's name, Martha Dickey, when we dealt with suicide prevention in the previous year. And she has to get out of here very quickly. So I've asked that Joe Alexander, Representative Alexander, open this up quickly by presenting the bill, and then we can get Martha Dickey, and then there's 2 others. All of these people are testifying in support of the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Joe Alexander. I represent the town of Goffstown. I'm here because we are on a mission to help solve the mental and behavioral health crisis, especially among youth in the state. This effort started my first term in 2019. We passed SB 282, which had to do with suicide awareness and prevention training for minors, with teachers, educators, and people that interact with minors. Follow that, last year, passed and signed into law, SB 234, which would put the suicide hotline on every student ID in New Hampshire. And it was actually really great to be able to see that, Goffstown IDs, with that number on the back. So this is a simple bill. It would just allow for a student to have an excused absence for a mental or behavioral health issue. This is not meant to be necessarily structured. The idea is that it's an awareness tool for educators, parents, and people that, so students can help deal with mental health crisis. So with that, I'm going to defer to my friend Martha Dickey, who will kind of give a better layout of the bill.
Thank you very much, Representative Alexander. Martha, welcome back to education.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd and members of the committee. And thank you again. We're still very honored and humbled by the bill that was passed in Jason's name. And as Joe Alexander just said, it is great to hear from people where it's being implemented throughout the state. I will be brief because I do have to get back to work. I'm not going to share my story except for to say to folks who might not know me, I lost my son Jason in 2017 when he was 19 and he took his life. Since then, I have worked with both the House and Senate to recommend legislation that will help our young people have access to better support for their mental health. I am here today to speak in favor of HB 352 relative to excused absences due to a student's mental or behavioral health. Here again, I believe we have another bipartisan bill aimed at helping the youth of New Hampshire. During the past 10 years, we have seen high suicide rates nationally as well as in New Hampshire. Additionally, between 2007 and 2018, suicide increased 57.4% in 10 to 24-year-olds. And in one survey of high school students, 1 in 3 youth reported persistent feelings of sadness or hopelessness, and 1 in 5 had seriously considered suicide. SB 282 passed in 2019 requires training for faculty, staff, and volunteers, and SB 234, the Jason Dickey Suicide Prevention Act, passed just last session, put the National Suicide Prevention Hotline number on the back of student IDs. With both of those bills implemented, I believe that this bill complements them. Having a mental health day notification system in place that a parent can call their child out of school will also offer the family a chance to liaise with the school. It will also help to destigmatize mental health, as well as give the student a chance to rest and recharge. The purpose of a mental health day is to recognize and acknowledge the fact that symptoms from these mental health related conditions can often interfere with a young person's ability to be fully present in school. There are currently 12 states where students are allowed to take mental health days. In a 2020 Mental Health America survey of young people's greatest mental health needs, the top responses from 14 to 18-year-olds were better access to mental health professionals and mental health absences or breaks as part of school or work. Mental health days are not intended for a student to avoid classes or assignments. Rather, an approved mental health absence can help open the door for schools to assist struggling students with overall mental health care. I respectfully ask for your support and consideration of this bill, and thank you all for your service to the state of New Hampshire and for the opportunity to speak here today.
Thank you, Martha. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Pettinel?
Thank you very much thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for your testimony. Your story is very moving. I just have a question because I homeschooled my kids, but I do hear parents that say, oh, my son or daughter just needed a mental health day. When parents call into school to have their kids excused, do they have to give a reason that they're keeping their child home that day, or can they just say they don't feel good today? And would that cover the mental health day? I mean, I'm fully aware that this is an important consideration. Thank you.
That's a great question, and Representative Alexander and I have talked that through a little bit. I think some of it is subject to interpretation. I think it takes the need for a parent to feel like it's been a while since I've had a child in school, so it might take the need off the need to say, you know, Joey has a headache today and he won't be in, to maybe if there was a crisis or, you know, potential crisis, to actually be upfront and say it was a mental health day and perhaps open the door for communication. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Is Representative Perez here still? Nope. And Emma Savigny from New Futures?
Hello again. For the record, my name is Emma Savini. I am the Children's Behavioral Policy Coordinator at New Futures, which is an organization that is a nonpartisan nonprofit organization which advocates, educates, and collaborates for the health and wellness of all Granite Staters. We are here in strong support of House Bill 352 because it would eliminate an inequity that students who are experiencing mental health challenges experience every day. As the bill sponsor said, this is a simple solution to allow for students to take time off to decompress, perform, self-care, whatever they need to minimize future, symptoms of their mental illness and improve the overall outcomes for their mental illness. But also give them time to seek help if they needed it. As of right now, at least 12 other states have passed similar legislation to this, and many others have it pending, like New Hampshire does. Removing this barrier of having an absence on their report card removes the stigma of having mental illness, and also improves the ability for students to take that time without fear of negative consequences to their grades and other aspects of their education. As I mentioned, we are in strong support of this bill, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to get an idea of the scope, do we have any statistics on, for instance, what % of students experience some sort of mental health condition that might fall under these guidelines?
I can absolutely get you a broader statistic, but just quickly, 15.08% of New Hampshire youth reported suffering from at least one major depressive episode in the past year, which is higher than the national average at just over 13%. But I can get you further statistics as needed.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
And the last card which we have is from Sam Hawkins of NAMI, New Hampshire.
Thank you again, Chairman Ladd and committee. Again, my name is Sam Hawkins. I'm the Public Policy Assistant at NAMI, New Hampshire. We're here today to speak in support of HB 352. So we all know New Hampshire kids are facing a mental health emergency. 15,000 Granite Staters ages 12 to 17 have depression, and suicide is the second leading cause of death for New Hampshire youth and young adults ages 10 to 34. On a national level, 1 in 6 U.S. youth ages 6 to 17 experience a mental health disorder each year. Of these, 50% of all lifetime mental illnesses begin by age 14 and 75% by age 24. Adolescence is a stressful and rapidly developing period of life where youth learn to navigate their education, complex social and family situations, and begin to plan for their futures. While these are challenges for all youth, they're exponentially harder for youth with a mental health disorder, shown by the fact that high school students with depression are twice as likely to drop out of school than their peers. Formally allowing excused absences for mental and behavioral health needs will help combat stress and address emotional struggles for students before they reach a crisis point. Additionally, it will provide time and freedoms for students and families to pursue counseling and other assistance. This policy would encourage youth to take ownership and active accountability of their mental and behavioral health. By opening the discourse surrounding mental health and encouraging crucial dialogue between students, parents, and teachers, HB 352 could also work to reduce the stigma surrounding these disorders. In standing committed to a comprehensive and multifaceted approach to addressing the youth mental health crisis, NAMI New Hampshire urges the committee to vote to recommend ought to pass for HB 352.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking a question. I see a lot of these kind of problems as an EMT. We're talking specifically about the student there, or would a familial problem with mental health be a justification for taking a day like this?
I'm not sure whether there would be room for that in what's proposed. I do think a family mental health crisis allowing for an absence for that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to give me a better understanding of mental health versus behavioral health, could you give me a couple things that might fall under each category?
Sure. I think mental and behavioral health sort of together as an umbrella term cover, so obviously mental health disorders like depression, anxiety, and then behavioral health would cover other disorders such as autism, ADHD, things like that, I believe.
Are there further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, I'm going to close this hearing. Where? No, we got a lot of cards up here, but for different bills. Okay, for the committee, we're going to take a break now. For our physical health and social health and mental health, we're going to have to take advantage. I don't know, but sometimes I take a mental health and I get out of the house and I go fishing. And that's a great pain reliever. So absolutely, we will take a break here and we're going to come back and continue on with our docket, but we're going to come back here at 1:30. 1:30. I'd like to welcome everybody back to House Education. We're starting late. We had a couple long bills this morning. We are right now on HB 505 relative to comprehensive mental health education in schools. And I'd like to welcome the prime sponsor bill, Representative Newell.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the members of the committee for affording me your time and consideration today. My name is Jody Newell, and I'm representing Cheshire 4 and Keene, and I'll be speaking very briefly as the prime sponsor of HB 505 and as the mother of 2 New Hampshire students. In all my testimony, I aim to speak on a particular aspect that may not otherwise be covered by others. So while I would direct you to the mental health experts who will be contributing their support, whether in person or through emails of support, as well as the wonderful New Hampshire students who have organized diligently around this issue, some of whom have come here today to share their personal experience on the necessity of this bill. But my intention is to answer 2 questions. Why is this necessary and why in this form? The short answer to both is that mental health is truly fundamental and far-reaching. Mental health permeates all aspects of education, the way we learn, how we receive and relate to the information, and those learning alongside us, as well as how we utilize what we've learned. Further, our schools prepare young people to participate fully in our society, and that will define our social structure and policies after we are gone, or as I like to remind my boys, when the tables turn and they'll be taking care of me. Educating these minds requires that we understand how they function, that we need to heed their unique challenges and thought processes, and integrate this knowledge into our preparation for the many aspects that they will encounter in adulthood. Simply put, a comprehensive understanding of mental health is fundamental to leading good and productive lives, which is why I feel the inclusion of comprehensive mental health education in this section of law, which establishes the essential topics to be covered in the New Hampshire school health curriculum, is extremely important. And with that, I'll conclude my introduction. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the representative? Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the testimony and introducing the bill. I'd just like to ask you if you could just spell out for me the difference, and I want to make sure I have it clear, between, are we talking about the teaching of mental health as in like teaching a psychology course, or are we talking about the practice of mental health as in we're practicing psychology to help students be more like well-being or something along those lines?
Yeah, great question. Actually, we have some really great resources in the state of New Hampshire around supporting people to manage their mental health and things like that. What we're talking about here is comprehensive mental health education would be teaching people about various aspects of mental health. This is to be included in the health curriculum, which already covers things like, physical education. Why would you not cover things like your emotional well-being and a variety of different things, so that rather than a teacher or an adult keeping an eye out for, which they already do, keeping an eye out for different symptoms and factors that may indicate somebody is struggling with their mental health. This would provide a broad understanding for the students themselves, so that even if it's not visible to a teacher or something like that, they can understand what is happening and learn how to reach out to support, reach out to those the many supports that we have, and then help them to manage that as they're moving forward. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Further questions, Representative Lekis?
Can you give thank you for taking my question, by the way. Can you give a further definition of what you mean by comprehensive? How much, how in-depth, et cetera, do you mean by that?
Well, I think the point of putting it in this piece of, in this part of the law is to establish it as a priority, that people, so it doesn't necessarily flesh out exactly what is going to be taught. So we talk about the other things that are in this part of the law are, things like teaching children about physical education. It's like teaching kids about HIV and AIDS, about suicide prevention, those kind of things. So what this part of the law does is it sets out these specific topics that we want to be prioritized, and then that is fleshed out as far as how it's implemented would be fleshed out later. basically what this bill says is that this should be a priority and we should be incorporating this into our health curriculum in whatever way that takes form. I think that would be the next step. This is kind of the first step, saying this is a priority. Let's work it out.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I kind of follow up on that, on the previous question. So if the word comprehensive were not in here, would the priorities, do you think that it would end up being implemented differently, or?
Yeah, I thank you for the question. I appreciate that. I think the difference is that we really want to make sure that in using the word comprehensive, we're really trying to say that there should be a firm understanding of a variety of mental health issues. I think a lot of times we talk about, people are aware of learning disabilities. Let me just tell you about my own son. My own son comes home and he's telling me about things that he's learning in school. He asked me about if a friend of his has ADHD. Says, you think he has ADHD? He said, well, I don't think so. And so we're talking about, what are kind of the symptoms of that. And as soon as I start listing off the symptoms, he says, oh, no, that's not it. So, all right, well, you know what ADHD is, but you don't know what the actual symptoms are. You know what I mean? So what, and ADHD is a very, very familiar one. Whether he learned it in school or anything else, people, I think, are commonly aware of that now. I think it's about having a deeper understanding so that people understand what are the signs, that children understand what are the signs and symptoms for that kind of issue. Not that one only, but,
Are there further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome Representative Darby.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Thank you, members of the committee, for the time and letting me to testify on House Bill 505 today. For the record, my name is Representative Will Darby from Hillsborough, District 11, Nashua Ward 8. I offer a personal family experience in support of this bill. One of our daughters has high-functioning autism and an executive function disorder. While she acted immaturely for her physical age and struggled with friendships, she did well academically and in elementary and middle school. She struggled some in the less structured environment of high school, but decided against an IEP because she wanted to remain with her classmates and graduated in 4 years. A couple of years after high school, while enrolled in college, our daughter had a psychotic break with hallucinations that caused her to be retained in the emergency room for several days before the psychiatrist would release her to inpatient care, since we were fortunate enough to have insurance coverage. It was determined that she had developed psychotic depression, which led to many scary months for our daughter and family and was a significant setback to her progress in school. With therapy and medication, our daughter can now largely manage her illness and is completing her bachelor's at SNU. As she is both introspective and highly articulate, I discussed her mental health challenges with her, my wife and I did. She offered keen insights that I share with you now. It was during an optional psychology high school class where she first realized that she may have depression after taking a self-assessment. While this helped her understand her behavior, she did not share her discovery with anyone, including her sisters, likely due to embarrassment. She also conveyed how her peers would talk down to her in a childish voice in school, as they lacked the understanding that her autism did not affect her cognitive abilities. Comprehensive mental health would have directly benefited our daughter for numerous reasons, including destigmatizing mental illness, teaching engagement skills, and helping students recognize the onset of mental illnesses in themselves and others. For many people, mental illnesses are first diagnosed during adolescence and early adulthood. Mental health is just as essential to students' development as health education, wellness, and physical education, which are currently required by RSA 189.10. It would help many students, like our daughter, to reach their potential and become productive adults. I urge you to vote ought to pass on House Bill 505.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I would like to know, do you know of any mental health curriculums that are being used either in this state or in other states?
I'm not aware. I can tell you that she was not, like I mentioned, the psychology class where she learned about the principles of psychology, not psychology from a health perspective, was her first sort of exposure to it.
Yes.
Sorry. As a follow-up, do you envision that this curriculum would be taught by, I guess that's the question, who would teach this curriculum?
From my perspective, it would be health professionals, the same way that health professionals teach wellness, teach different aspects of health. I think that you can learn the curriculum and convey the curriculum.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. The speaker is an interesting spot today. You mentioned autism spectrum disorder, and the way I interpreted this bill, it says comprehensive mental health. I interpreted that to teach on subjects such as anxiety, depression. Would neurodivergent conditions such as autism, that's in my family as well, do you believe that would be taught within the realm of this bill as well?
Oh, I would hope so. Autism, depression, eating disorders. I think there's a wide variety of mental health issues, and that's why I appreciate the word comprehensive.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the testimony. We heard earlier that it's a teaching tool to educate people on mental health. If I'm not misunderstanding, however, you're suggesting that there might be some sort of a screening element involved in this for mental health or something along those lines?
No, I did not suggest that.
Okay.
What I interpreted the bill sponsor to say is largely what I tried to summarize. It will teach students how to about mental illnesses, which will destigmatize it. It will teach them how to engage with students that have mental illnesses, which will help them engage with them more readily. And it will help them to recognize the onsets of potential mental illnesses, so they might be able to recognize that in themselves or their peers. I don't expect at all, a teacher to be diagnosing students.
Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks for joining us this afternoon, as well as to the prime sponsor for bringing this in today. Was wondering too if under wellness and comprehensive mental health, such a subject could also include. I totally understand that not everybody in New Hampshire has, is able to avail themselves of health insurance, but a large percentage of Granite Staters do, either through the Affordable Care Act, or through their employer, or through other self-insured plans, or through the Granite Advantage. But that all of these plans are required to provide access on a parity, mental health parity, health insurance coverage, along with comparable to and to the same extent as they do physical wellness, and that having that knowledge would be beneficial for students coming through our system. Could that be part of this sort of comprehensive?
I'm not totally sure I understood the question.
Just creating an awareness that that our healthcare industry, as well as the insurance industry, have to cover mental health conditions.
I think that makes sense, right? Recognizing that, I think students are used to going to their, to their yearly checkups, right? But they're not used to going to their yearly counseling appointments because they don't have them. Like I mentioned, and the research is, is very easy to find. A large number of adolescents and young people first experience severe mental health issues. For example, psychotic breaks. Another daughter of ours dated a young man who had his first incidents with bipolar disorder in his early 20s after she had dated him for many, many months. So I can point to two specific examples in my own life where people did not see this coming, and all of a sudden they have, these really serious impacts. Recognizing, the onset of those and recognizing that there is help for those, I think would be very beneficial.
Thank you very much.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you. Do you know, and thank you for taking my question, do you have any idea of what's actually being taught within or even prescribed by the Department of Education standards for health education right now, whether it includes mental health?
I will say that I did a little bit of research. This is not an area of expertise of mine, but I did do a little bit of research, and I do find some recommendations, it looks like, that the state puts out for mental health. I can tell you that another daughter of ours, we have 6 daughters, is a mental health nurse. That's what she does professionally now. She she's spent a lot of time now with our daughter that I've mentioned here. She went to school in Manchester. This was not something that she did not have this background coming out of school either. So I'm not sure what the standard is, but I don't believe that it is, if there is one, that it is being upheld to a level that is helping the students adequately.
Just as a follow-up, so I taught health for a long time, and we always had, and even now, there's a unit on suicide prevention, mental health first aid, and stress, but it's more general than I think your daughter's course in psychology, which probably was at the junior, senior high level and elective.
Right.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the time today.
I think we've asked a couple of technical questions as to this point, so I'd like to invite up here Elizabeth Eaton. She's representing the Board of Mental Health.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman.
And before you get into, because you haven't indicated you're here more for technical support, I'm assuming, because there's nothing checked whether you support or don't support or what.
Correct. The board does not take a specific position. Generally, they would support this, but I do have some written statement from the board, so I'm here to present
Would you
that.
please then go forward with your written statements and communicate that with us, and then we may have some technical questions, one of which, what is comprehensive mental health? First, mental health. So,
Certainly.
Okay, thank you. Why don't you go ahead with yours, and then we'll ask these type of questions.
Thank you. This is from Debbie Robinson. She is a member of the New Hampshire Board of Mental Health Practice. And she wrote, I am writing today to support HB 505. I represent the New Hampshire Board of Mental Health Practice as a public member. I have worked in mental health in New Hampshire for 28 years and can affirm that a lack of comprehensive mental health education in school curriculums is to the detriment of students and the adults who love and support them. Children, preteens, and teenagers are struggling with a complex world. At the same time, they are experiencing complex emotions and relationships. Many of them do not have awareness of warning signs of mental health struggles, let alone what is normal or what is expected given the stressors they experience and how to process all of it. Open dialogue about these risk factors and how to seek appropriate support will create opportunities for care that can be life-changing, and in some cases, life-saving. We owe this to our young people, their families, and the community. That's the end of the written testimony, and I do believe she emailed it to the board, to the committee members earlier today. I want to, before any questions come up, I want to reiterate that I work for the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. I'm an attorney. I'm not a mental health professional. However, I do sit in on all of their meetings. I hear all of their discussion, and they voted to send me before you to represent them.
Other questions? Well, I do have one. The bill starts out, the school shall ensure that health education, physical education are part of our curriculum. And at this point in time, when I look at the fiscal note, I'm seeing that the department's estimating, well, there might be a need to purchase material. But I don't see any labor costs associated with this beyond what may already be in existence where we're teaching it through how the local wants to do that, whether it be through the physical education teacher, the health teacher, et cetera. So where I'm asking is when I see the word I see other areas like physiology and hygiene and health and what we discussed previously in previous years here and added to the wellness portions of this. But nowhere do we say comprehensive. We say things like mental health. And then I think it gets out of that domain where we could almost comprehensive mental health, get into a singular course on that. So that's my concern. So I was wanting to know if the board had some kind of understanding what is meant by comprehensive mental health. The next, if you don't, the next one's going to go to the Department of Education sitting back there, Diana, and to find out where they are on that, or even Rebecca Fredette, because we see things like autism and other health impaired, emotional disabilities, all as categorical IEP categories out of the 13. So where are we, where's this thing going and how are we defining it?
Well, I can only speak to how the board looked at this and discussed this bill. When you look at the words, you're looking at health education, and then it kind of breaks it down into physiology, hygiene, health, and interpersonal relationships. That's all part of what health education is. And so there isn't any breakdown here of comprehensive mental health. There's no breakdown of mental health into different categories, the same way that the other physical education and health education was broken down. I'm guessing, but I don't know. I didn't, we didn't get into what it specifically means, but that's the overview of what the board discussed. I don't know if that helps at all.
Are there further questions from the Bureau here? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is the department ready to come up or to help answer that question? Rebecca? Same deal. Okay. Representative Cornell.
There is a Office of Social and Emotional Wellness within the Department of Education that has someone in it to implement that. We've been through this a couple of sessions ago, the MTSSB, and they do regional trainings with schools and different things. So I don't know how much different this would be or what is actually happening with that. So it would be nice to have someone that is overseeing that department come in and tell us what is going on in the state. Because supposedly, I think something is. I know that there are trainings that districts can sign up for to have stuff done. So it would be nice to get some knowledge.
Yeah, I agree with you, and we will. Let's continue on with the hearing process then. Erica Perez?
I'm actually here to read one of the testimonies for one of the high schoolers that had to leave. So good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Erica Perez, but I'm reading Nancy Mathur's testimony. So it says, my name is Nancy Mathur. I'm from Hudson, New Hampshire. I would like to testify in support of HB 505. Comprehensive mental health education is increasingly important in schools all across New Hampshire. Students having access to adequate mental health resources has remained a challenge for students in New Hampshire, and this bill works to strengthen mental health education in schools. As a high school As a senior in high school, I have seen many of my peers struggle with their mental health. Due to these struggles, some students rely on substances as a coping mechanism, which causes even more harmful effects, both physical and mental. Therefore, it is crucial to provide adequate mental health education in schools. Students will then be aware of proper resources that are available to help them during these challenging times. As the president of my school's Bring Change to Mind Club, I work with peers to raise awareness surrounding mental health stigma. This club runs after school. Although we do have a solid group of students in this club, some students cannot make it to club meetings due to sports, driving situations, and other activities. This bill makes sure that schools implement proper mental health education into certain classes that are structured during the day. This allows for all students to have the same mental health education and increases accessibility to that information because students who have been driving and working situations can also receive that education. This bill works to ensure that students are better equipped with knowledge to navigate challenging times and provides up-to-date and adequate resources so students can find help during these tough times. Thank you for your consideration. Please vote ought to pass on HB 505.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Karen Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Karen Reed, and I am a representative for Hillsborough District 27, Deering and Francistown. I have been a registered nurse for about 30 years. 18 of those years have been spent as a school nurse, primarily in Connecticut, but some time here in New Hampshire as well. So I've witnessed firsthand the decline of student mental health. And I have to say that there are so many attempts to help. We have social workers, guidance counselors, school psychologists. Our teachers are trained in SEL and trauma-based education. There is a lot of support. I am not for or against this bill. I just want to give you my perspective in that comprehensive is very nebulous, and also the mental health issues kids are bringing to school these days are very, very serious, multifaceted, and cannot be treated in a school setting. And my concern is that if a teacher is tasked with teaching mental health to students, they're not going to know who is suffering from what mental illness. It's a confidential thing. A student can be triggered or whatever, and the teacher's not going to know that. And what about a student that is secretly has suicidal ideation, goes to these classes and makes an attempt? His classmates or their classmates are going to feel very guilty because they didn't pick up on those signs. I just feel that the level of mental health the kids are suffering from is best left to licensed mental health professionals who are better equipped to deal with students. To put a teacher in the position of generally teaching mental health concepts and what's healthy and what's not, it sounds good, but I do think there's going to be some collateral incidents that we aren't even aware of. And I do have an example of that. One of my schools, the administration brought in a program, to prevent a certain thing. I don't want to get into specifics. I looked at the curriculum, the materials, went to the orientation, sounded wonderful. Well, the last activity of the day, the students had to draw a picture. And the pictures the kids drew were disturbing on themselves. And then the kids that never had an exposure looked at these pictures. Both of those kids groups were very confused, and there was nobody to help those students process any of it. They were just left to go. I was very uncomfortable with that. Luckily, nothing came of that, but that is just one potential for having a teacher who is not a mental health professional help kids. It's just, to me, I would like to see that left in the hands of professionals. Teachers already, health class, you already cover hygiene, nutrition, dangers of drugs, some sex ed. They cover, the basics. This is a whole nother level that does leave me with some concerns as to safety. Students have so much access. A student, if they feel they're in crisis or a friend that has some concerns, all the guidance counselors, all the social workers, all the teachers' doors, the principals are always open, and the kids know that. So I just think that this is maybe not necessary at best, and at worst, may cause some untoward effects to our student population. So thank you very much. I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I think you raised an important point that sparked an idea in my head. As it comes to comprehensive, and you said it is a little bit of a nebulous concept, and as I consider some of the stuff I've read into things like well-being and some of the concepts that are incorporated under these broad umbrellas, I'm wondering, and is it possible that we actually could, under the umbrella of comprehensive, be getting into some topics that might be controversial, might be perhaps ideological even, that parents might not agree with?
Absolutely, and if there was a curriculum adopted, I think that there definitely needs some parent input and transparency. What I'm seeing in a positive note, though, on mental health wellness is, students take activity breaks, they do mindfulness, they do, deep breathing. That is all good. But when we're talking about, bringing up suicide, depression, eating disorders, cutting, we have so many kids now that cut. I just think that, this is dealing with this and addressing this cannot be learned in a weekend, staff development. This takes a course of study to be able to really help students. And I think that's best left to the professionals.
Further questions, Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. So I'm a little confused on where do you draw the line between information sharing in a curriculum, for example, vis-a-vis that of the fear that the knowledge of that information may take someone over the edge. Can you talk from a nursing standpoint? Can you talk about that fine line between information versus unintended consequences of that information?
I think I understand. So what you're saying is just because a student is presented with an uncomfortable topic, will that cause that student to spiral or decompensate? I'm not a mental health professional. I'm just putting that out there as a potential. But what I can see happening is if there is a student that's kind of struggling and does make an attempt, their classmates may feel responsible because they took this class, they were told the signs and symptoms of what to watch for, and they didn't see it. So, I think we need to tread lightly. I do think our kids are suffering and they do need so much help. But I do think that whatever you guys decide policy-wise, please just tread carefully and think of the untoward effects that a class taught by a teacher to kids who potentially have very serious mental health issues, what those implications might be.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Good afternoon. Thank you. Just following up on Representative Myler's dialogue, in the way the bill is written, it sort of embeds mental health instruction or curricula in the typical health instruction classroom.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay? Obviously, the word comprehensive is throwing us all off, not knowing what that particular means in this particular case. That being said, I want to be sure I'm clear. Are you advocating for or against basic understanding of issues of mental health and emotional health as part of the health curriculum, or are you advocating not to have it as part of the health curriculum?
I at this point am kind of leaning more to the side of caution because there is no curriculum, and one person might think is just a basic, could lead to questions, to more deeper, to more, you know, because what it would look like is, you know, during your school year, the health teacher or the gym teacher would
Right.
have, you know,
Right.
so there would be a component on mental health. And what you're saying is if it's just grazes the ideas, you think that would, I don't know, because I could see that going deeper than just a surface knowledge,
Okay.
if that was your question.
Okay, thank you. May I just want, my concern was that sometimes a lack of information is an error versus too much.
There's a
That's all.
fine line,
Okay, yeah.
absolutely.
Thank you, thank you, Reverend Ladd.
Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I just want to clarify what I think I heard early in your remarks, which seemed to be a suggestion that students being aware of risk factors for suicide would increase the risk of suicide. Did I hear that?
Yeah, you didn't hear that correctly. If a student is having suicidal ideation, you know, and say the you know, topic of suicide is addressed and talked about or whatever, whatever that's going through that student's mind may prompt it, may not. But regardless, if that student doesn't have an attempt, his friends and his classmates may feel responsible, whether it was related to that or not. It could be months later, but they're like, I should have known, I should have seen, I was taught the signs and symptoms, how come I didn't see? There's a lot of burden with that. Especially if I feel, you know, we all need to be aware of kids and their mental health and any suicide ideation, absolutely. But to put that on kids, again, we need to be careful. We need to tread carefully.
I appreciate your further explanation. I just want to state that I'm very confident that the large body of evidence in mental health is that not talking about suicide increases the risk.
I do have a question then. Following up on that line of thinking, we've been dealing with nutrition and eating disorders. And do you believe that by a teacher getting into talking about this topic without a basic understandings of all the causes and effects of that, such as you're going to do some fat testing in the school, does that lead to anorexia and other types of eating disorders? I have seen that in a middle school where half the girls came out with anorexia or a severe, and that is
Eating
a
disorder.
severe
Yeah.
eating
Bulimia.
disorder. So I hear you. I think I hear you say that before we engage in this, we need to make sure that we have a well-defined curriculum and that we can stay out of the opinion making and in the science area of the subject.
Yeah, and I would like it to be presented by, if it is adopted, I would like it to be taught by a counselor or a social worker or the school psychologist as opposed to a health teacher, somebody who can help these kids process whatever, because we don't know what's gonna come out of how they're gonna perceive their lesson. We can't know what's going on in their mind, and I would feel safer having it taught by a counselor, social worker, school psychologist, somebody who can see and help these kids process if needed, you know?
Thank you.
All right,
Further questions? Thank you very much.
thank you.
Next card we have is Sam Hawkins.
Thank you once again, Chairman and Committee. I promise I'll give you a break from me after this. My name is Sam Hawkins. I'm the Public Policy Assistant at NAMI New Hampshire, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Last year, the American Psychological Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the U.S. Surgeon General all declared that our youth are facing a mental health emergency. We can see this in our state. In New Hampshire, there are increased numbers of youth boarding in emergency departments, awaiting an inpatient bed while experiencing a mental health crisis. There are increased numbers of youth seeking assistance from community-based mental health providers and finding themselves facing months-long waits for initial appointments. Youth are reporting greater instances of anxiety, depression, and thoughts of self-harm. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for Granite State youth and young adults ages 10 to 34. Now, mental health education is actually required by administrative rule. In spite of this, NAMI New Hampshire has heard from several students who indicate that they have had zero mental health education within the health education program in their schools. And I think we can see that in other testimony we've heard today. By codifying these requirements, HB 505 would ensure that every school provide this critical education and reduce the stigma surrounding mental health by recognizing, acknowledging, and validating mental health symptoms and illnesses. We need all hands on deck, including the state schools. By requiring mental health education in statute, this bill is one tool that can be used to help address the youth mental health crisis in New Hampshire. Therefore, NAMI New Hampshire urges the committee to vote ought to pass on 505. Thank you.
Thank you, Merritt, very much. Are there questions? Yes, Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just looking at page 2 of your testimony and what you just said, can you explain what it means from a mental health standpoint to validate mental health and mental illness?
Yes, thank you for your question. It's not a very scientific term, of course, but in the way that we shove mental health symptoms and mental health discourse into into the shadows outside of open and comfortable dialogue, we make the children who are suffering from those symptoms feel as if there's something wrong with them. By acknowledging that it is a normal condition that many people suffer from, we are validating their experience and making them more comfortable to come forward and talk about it. Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you very much. Representative Luno, didn't see it on there.
No, thanks. It was sort of a late hand going up. And thanks for joining us today. It's been very helpful. I noticed in one of the pieces of information that went out, in fact, I think it was from, so it's not your testimony, maybe from Ms. Savini, but I think you sort of touched on it too, that in New Hampshire, I guess the number of youth reported suffering from at least one major depressive episode in the past year is about 15%, which is almost, well, coming on 2%, maybe not quite, higher than the national average. And when you see shifts like that from a national average, that really stands out. And I was wondering, what do you know about what other states are doing in terms of incorporating or folding in mental health into wellness curriculum?
Yeah. Thank you for your question. I absolutely agree that seeing the that rise above the national averages is alarming. I'm not sure what other states have been doing. We didn't look into that in preparing this testimony, but we will, and I'll get back to you.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Sam.
While you're doing that, is it okay for you to, would you please check in and see who's conveying that curriculum?
Yeah.
Is it the classroom teacher, is it the gym teacher, or is it somebody specifically trained to, as we've heard, that to handle this type of heavy-duty topic?
We'll absolutely look into that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Further questions? Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anne Marie Banfield?
Good afternoon. I don't have any written testimony. Again, Anne Marie Banfield, parental rights advocate in New Hampshire, focused on academic excellence in education. I'm here to oppose this bill. Some of you have already covered for the reasons. So this comprehensive, the word comprehensive is extremely concerning. I think the nurse behind me who spoke brought up some points that I would have liked to have brought up, but she covered them, so I repeat them. This would be health curriculum. This would be health subject, in the subject of health. We have state standards in this state, and they are vetted, and they are scrutinized, and they are put together by professionals. And so when I see putting something in like this with absolutely no idea what this means, absolutely no idea what that will look like in a classroom, absolutely no idea what's going to be taught, then I say, go to the State Board of Education. If you have standards that you would like to meet in mental health that our children should be learning, then you go to the State Board of Education, you don't come to this committee. That way, the commissioner can decide who sits on that committee, and then hopefully we would have mental health professionals that would go through this and scrutinize them. Teachers are not mental health experts, and yet here we are again, putting this on their shoulders, putting on the burden on them. Oftentimes, as some of you teachers who serve know, that when they bring in these programs, they give you about 8 hours of training, and then they throw you back into the classroom, and now you are supposed to cover these subjects. It's not your area of expertise yet. This is extremely important. I don't want you to think that because I don't want this put into state statute the way it is, that this is not important. In fact, just the opposite. If you're going to do something like this, you better make sure that there's a child psychologist, PhD level, who has clinical training and education in every school in this state, because they need to be overseeing something like this. It says the presenter said that this is a priority. It's a priority, that's where they wanted it. This is in state statute, so removing something like this, if this goes wrong, becomes impossible. We have social emotional learning in the school right now, and we're finding problems with that. We're finding problems with mental health programs being brought into the school, group therapy in classrooms, and parents haven't consented. Where in this bill does it say anything about what this is going to look like, and will parents be allowed to consent? As they should, per ESSA, there is a provision in there that requires parental consent when there's any assessment or mental health services provided to students in school. So what does this look like? First of all, I want to bring up the school shutdowns. That was one of the biggest proponents of mental health problems amongst our students, brought to you by our local public schools. What does this look like? I want to just bring up a couple more points. I know that some of you have seen this video because I've sent it to some of you in the past. In Columbine, where there was the school shootings, there was something that they called death education several years ago. They were concerned about the mental health of their kids too. So they decided let's talk about death and suicide to help the students. And they covered this on a program called 2020. And you can go back, it's on YouTube, and I'm sure some of you have seen it. And if you haven't, I've sent it to you, so you should have seen it. And so what they did is they brought in somebody to talk to the kids about death. And so they started interviewing, the person from 2020 interviewed some of the kids in the class, and how it began to make them start thinking about suicide. And so where they were trying to prevent, they were actually doing harm to these children. Who's liable for that? If somebody acts out in that way, who's liable for that? What about liability? You brought up the eating disorders in schools. There was an article not too long ago, and sorry, but it was one of the housewives, one of the women who's a housewife on TV, one of those shows. And she talked about how she was a bulimic and still struggles today. And where did she learn about it? She says, in school. So if you have somebody who doesn't understand the impact that they're having on these children, teaching and covering these subjects, you may be doing them very serious harm, very serious harm. And that's, I'm sure, what everybody in this probably room wants to avoid. So without that detailed information, I could never support something like this. And again, I would hope that if this is turned down, that maybe this is taken to the commissioner and we look at standards that can be scrutinized and looked at and vetted and debated once they are released to the public. So I can look at them as a parent, we can look at them as mental health professionals and determine whether it's appropriate. One last point, this costs resources. This is resources that we will be expending on this. And Have any of you called the one mental health hospital in New Hampshire to see the wait list to get a child in there? I've called them. And week to week it changes. Child could be sitting in our hospital for a week before they are admitted to this hospital. If we're going to expend resources, let's make sure that it's being expended for children who need this kind of mental health professional in their lives. Let's make sure that we're using this money wisely. I'm just not seeing where this is going to make that vast improvement. That's all I needed to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the testimony. I'm glad you pointed to the word comprehensive because there is one other health-related program I am aware of that uses the word comprehensive in the title, and it's called Comprehensive Sex Education. Have you ever heard of this?
Oh, yes.
Can you speak to that at all and what it involves?
Wait a minute. I don't think that's on topic here. We're talking about comprehensive mental health, not sex ed.
Fair enough.
Another day.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Olivia Cheney? Just in there. Okay.
Good morning, afternoon. My name is Livia Cheney. I am a junior at Bedford High School, and I am here to testify in support of HB 505. Mental illness runs in my family, and I suffer greatly from a couple of things, but I don't know much about mental illness. I've attended multiple mental health / recovery oriented programs, but I still feel like I know nothing about it. I've heard people talk about the darkest corners of their minds. I've been to programs where I was learning about mental health 6 hours every day for months straight, and yet my understanding of it as a broad topic is hollow and unfulfilling. So I wonder how lost those who don't have the same history as me feel. I wonder if they feel isolated. I wonder if they cry at night. The majority of people diagnosed with depression in New Hampshire are in high school, according to the CDC's risk factor surveillance system. With the majority demographic being in high school, it's most effective to provide mental health education to high school students. This is a prime time to develop empathy for our peers via education. Mental illness is dysfunction in the brain and can be hard for others to understand. The opportunity to enforce a mental health curriculum is the opportunity to stretch empathy beyond just what you have experienced. Mental health education could teach students how to talk to someone when they're angry, or about accountability or self-regulation, or how to ask someone for help. The list can go on and on. Mental health education does not need to be confined to mental illness. It can give students the foundation to move into adulthood confidently and safely. A couple years ago, I had an episode where I could physically felt all of my thoughts filling up my head, pressing against my skull, and I didn't know what to do. I was scared, I was irrational, I was in pain. I was ultimately sent to the ER, but by the time I spoke to the psychiatrist there, I had calmed down. I was ashamed. I had just wasted so many people's time and effort. The psychiatrist recommended I go to a behavioral center. This behavioral center primarily focused on children who were getting in fights in school or involved in drugs, so it was not equipped to properly treat mental health. It served no purpose in my recovery. Prior to my episode, I was never taught what options I had. I didn't know how mental illness could affect my body. I never knew that I was capable of feeling like I did. I was never taught how unapologetic mental illness can be. If I had more knowledge, I could have made a smarter choice than going to the ER. That's not what I should have done that day, but I was never told what else to do. In school, I've learned about different mental illnesses in health class. We learned how to identify things like schizophrenia, bulimia, or anxiety. I didn't learn what to do when someone's having a panic attack or a delusional episode, or even how to build a proper support system. If schools don't tell us these things, who will? Do I have to be in crisis to receive support?
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I was going to ask you if you had any basic instruction and part of the health curriculum, which you mentioned that there was some there. Do you know if, in terms of the health curriculum, in so obviously off at the high school at Bedford High, is this by a regular health teacher or typically by a separate program?
A regular health teacher at Bedford High School, health and physical education classes are by one teacher.
Okay. So you're thinking, may I, you're thinking is then that the program that's embedded now in the curriculum should be expanded more to give more information to the students?
Yeah, more so about, as it says in
What to do next?
yeah, like
Okay.
interpersonal and
Yeah,
health
fair
relationships.
enough. Thank you so much. Thank you, Representative Lyon.
You're welcome.
Excuse me, she said one testimony written.
Pardon me?
We have her one. Do you have your one written testimony?
Yes.
It's right in front of her, so we'll get that hopefully when you're done. Okay, any further questions from the committee? Thank you. Now, Sajeev, you gotta correct me here. Narayan? Okay, welcome.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Narayan Sajeev, and I'm a junior at Nashua High School South. I'm here today to express my support for HB 505, a bill that aimed at enhancing mental health education for high school students. This is an issue that's close to my heart, as I have seen the impact that limited health education can have on young people. As a member of the Governor's Youth Advisory Council on Substance Misuse and Prevention, I have had the opportunity to collaborate with organizations and leaders all over New Hampshire to tackle this issue of substance abuse among the youth. Through our work, we have discovered the shortage of mental health education in the state, leading the GAC to advocate for this bill. This bill will greatly improve students' access to the vital information they need for their mental well-being and would help to address the growing need for comprehensive mental health education in our schools. During my high school years, I had the opportunity to take my health class online, but I was disappointed to find a lack of emphasis on substance abuse and mental health. These are topics that are vital for young people today and are often overlooked in the current curriculum. The lack of education on these subjects can lead to dangerous consequences for students later on in life, which is why I took the initiative to research more on my own, but I noticed that many of my peers did not do the same. The COVID-19 pandemic has only heightened the need for comprehensive mental health education in our schools. With mental health struggles on the rise, as the other people have mentioned, it is more important than ever for high schools to receive education and access to resources to navigate these challenges. The current curriculum in a high school only requires one health class for a quarter of the year over all 4 years, which is simply not enough time to provide students with comprehensive understanding of these topics. In conclusion, I strongly urge the committee to support HB 505. Comprehensive mental health education is vital for high school students and will provide them with the information they need to succeed in high school and beyond. By supporting this bill, you will be giving students the tools they need to make informed decisions about their mental well-being and navigate the challenges that lie ahead. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Are there Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. How you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Fine, thank you. A couple quick questions, just if I may, about your online course. Was that a curriculum from the high school, or was that a separate curriculum somewhere else?
I took it on VLAX. It was health opportunities and physical education. It was
Okay. And just to follow up to that, from that class, was it interactive with an instructor, or was it just information?
I had a VLAX instructor, but the thing is, most of the work is done by yourself. So you occasionally have a few check-ins, but yeah, it wasn't really the same as a proper in-school education.
Okay.
The reality is that most of the people at my school are taking it online, so they're getting probably similar experience to me. I chose to research more on my own, but most of my peers did not do the same.
Okay. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you, Representative.
A good question for you then. Following up to Representative Woodcock, and I think that's an important part, is this the type of subject that should be done online or something that should be done with another human body in the classroom with you, instructor?
Yeah, I think in person is going to give a much better educational experience. When it's online, you're just kind of reading articles, typing up stuff by yourself. You don't really get as much out of the curriculum as you would if you were sitting in a classroom and learning.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Lily O'Brien? Three, no, this one right here, just, there's 4 people counting line.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Lily O'Brien, and I am a junior at Plymouth Regional High School in Plymouth. I'm here to testify in support of HB 505. It is important that we create a community where young people and students can build a positive future for themselves, which is why it is critical that this legislation is passed to ensure that we are granted the education we deserve. I have attended New Hampshire public schools for my entire life and have experienced firsthand the effects that mental illness has had on my peers and community. Our education laws and policies serve the purpose of meeting the educational needs of all students, yet we're still without mental health education, much less education on prevention strategies and response methods. This is a grave disservice to the students of New Hampshire. It is of the utmost importance that students are equipped with the proper knowledge to handle situations impacting and affecting their mental health that they are highly susceptible to. Within my own community, I have seen many of my friends struggle with their mental health, myself included. Stressors that come from a multitude of factors that include schoolwork, social engagement, and many more are only making it worse. I have watched my friends fall away from whom I've always known them as, becoming yet another statistic charting teen self-harm or eating disorders within the youth population. We attend school each day for 5 days a week, and yet the only health education we've received has been a semester-long course in our freshman year that covered the surface of physical health and social well-being. Mental illness is a very real topic that has become increasingly prevalent in youth populations, and we are still yet to receive education on it. My friends and classmates have been grappling with these situations and are unprepared to handle them. This issue has also severely affected my school community, and my school has tried to solve it through motivational speakers, lunch initiatives, allotted mindfulness blocks, and many other methods, but to no avail. If this bill passed, mental health education would be streamlined and normalized in conversation, and my friends, peers, and every other student in the state of New Hampshire would be able to gain the necessary knowledge to handle these situations and be equipped to respond to them. This legislation would act as a preventative step for healthcare so that our only medical treatment for mental health wouldn't be going to the emergency room as a last resort. Investing in preventative mental health care is important so we can respond to mental health concerns before they reach the point of life or death, which is something that I've sadly had to deal with one too many times. We have an endless amount of resources and we must utilize them. This is an opportunity to prevent and decrease the high rates of mental illness amongst young people that is always being observed and reported but never acted upon. We are your future. The students and teens are the people of the state who will be stepping up to lead in the coming years. It is in our best interest to act upon these issues now in order to equip students with the resources we need to ensure a strong and successful future. I urge you to support us, your students, and your youth by supporting HB 505. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Next card is Betsy Harrington.
Thank you so much for having me. My name is Betsy Harrington. I'm from Deering. I'm a therapist. I've been a therapist for over 20 years. And you're probably going to be surprised to hear me say that I do not support this bill. I personally don't think that we should be increasing mental health and medical in our schools. I feel like if it relates to education, then I think we should be taking that on in the school. But otherwise, if you're going to take on mental health issues of children that are not related to school, there are huge liabilities. Like as a therapist, I just think to myself, what if somebody accuses you of something? My school has $75,000 assigned each year for like legal costs related to these kinds of things. That's not enough. It's not going to be enough if we get sued for something that we did wrong. So I feel like the more you put these outside agency type things into a school, the more problems we potentially have. I think if kids have insurance, Medicaid, things like that, they should be going to the community mental health center like everybody else with their parents, not during school time. Remember, you had to take kids out of class to do these groups. There's already health. The kids were always saying that they get a quarter semester of health. Maybe we should increase the health time to something more. Do we have to put in a new program that creates more liabilities and more issues when we have a program that already exists? We can make that one better.
We don't need the liability of adding new services that then take on, who knows if that therapist was inappropriate, if the parents didn't like the way they did it. I feel like we're getting into a place that puts us at such liability. It's really not a great idea. I think if it's related to their schooling, so it's going to be on their IEP or their 504 plan, then it might make sense to do some counseling because you want them to attend school, you want them to do their best. But if it's not about school, let's say it's just depression about something else, you should be going to the mental health center and, seeing a psychiatrist and, maybe having mom go with you so you've got that conversation time on the way there. I feel like it really leaves the parents out when you start to put all these programs into the school that the parents aren't aware of, haven't approved of. I really look at all the curriculum that my kids get, and I can tell you a lot of it I say no to because I find it inappropriate. So I guess I'd really have to see this ahead of time and wonder why it's just not included in the current health class. That's it.
Thank you. Are there questions? Thank you very much. Abby Kincaid?
Good afternoon. I'm back. All right, so my name is Abby Kincaid and I'm a senior at Bedford High School. I'm in the town of Bedford, obviously. I also serve as a student representative on the Bedford School Board. However, I am here to represent myself. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 505. A comprehensive mental health education curriculum is a necessity in New Hampshire public schools. I'd like to take a minute to discuss what the word comprehensive means to me. Comprehensive in my definition means a complete, including all or nearly all elements or aspects of something. This to me means talking about everything from warning signs to the actual disorders, to the resources that are available, such as like the suicide prevention hotline or the mental health hotlines, which I know a lot of schools are putting on their websites now, but they aren't actually being told about. Students spend 6+ hours at school 5 days a week. If we think about a normal 9-to-5 working job, students between school and homework and sports are spending that much time using their brains as well. This can become incredibly mentally draining. I know through the course of my high school career, I myself plus a lot of my peers have simply not come to school because we just needed to sleep. We just needed a break. I can say that being at school and navigating the stress of tests, assignments, and heavy workloads plus the social aspects of school can take a toll on anyone's mental health. I know NAMI spoke, but I do have a quote from them. Untreated or inadequately treated mental illness can lead to high rates of school dropout, unemployment, substance use, arrest, incarceration, and early death. Suicide is also the second leading cause of death for youth ages 10 to 34. So I ask, why, if mental health is one of the biggest factors affecting Generation Z, are we not doing something about it? Why, if schools are the place where Generation Z is spending the most time, are we not changing something in our schools? With mental health being one of the biggest factors in this, we deserve to learn about it. Imagine how many lives could be saved if someone had just noticed the signs. Teaching about mental health encourages students to talk and take a break and learn about how they're feeling. It provides a better understanding of how mental illness can affect a person's life. It can help to reduce stigma, which, let me tell you, there's a huge stigma around mental health right now. It can give confidence to ask for help or help those who are suffering. It also encourages early intervention by recognizing early signs and risks of mental health, because like the others have said, why wait for us to be in crisis before we intervene? The reality is, this issue cannot be ignored any longer. How can we sit here in contempt of the cries from students and educators to change things at our schools? Today, I am angry. Today, I am upset. Because I do not want my peers or myself to suffer any longer. And I think that this early intervention mental health curriculum would greatly help that. We must do right by the youth of New Hampshire, and with that, I urge the committee to vote ought to pass on HB 505. Thank you for the time, and I will take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions, Representative Woodcock?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question.
Of course.
During the course of your testimony, you mentioned that you're pretty wound up after a long week and you took a day out of school. And that, if I may, it gets back to a bill right before lunch, was HB 359. It was talking about the need for students to be able to, if I may, Representative, the need for students to be able to have a option at some point for a mental health day or a behavioral health day for themselves. Obviously, we're seeing with the parents knowing that, we're not just out of town. Is you or your, as a school board rep, are you feeling, is that something that'd be useful? Because this bill is having a hard time, as you can see already, because of the word comprehensive. But those types of subsidiary bills, like the option to give kids some other time, is that something that would be acceptable? Not acceptable in lieu of, but as an addition?
Yeah, so I think with the talk about mental health in schools, there's a lot of things that are, in my opinion, wrong with the school system right now. And I think that with a bill like this with mental health curriculum, attacks the aspect of trying to reduce the people who are already in crisis and the actual like issues that are already up like that. But as far as the bill you were referring before about the mental health as like a absence from school, I would be in support of that, and I think that's a great idea. I do know that like as a school board representative, I do know that there are a certain amount of like days that students have to be in school or that like the district has to provide. So it would be something that had to be like worked out with like calendars and stuff. So I know that is a bigger issue, but I do think with something like this, that can even be the first step in bigger topics like mental health days, things like that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Representative Lyon.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. Are there further questions? Thank you. Therese Grinnell?
Therese Grinnell out in New Hampshire. I know we're running behind and I'm going to go very quickly. I think we're at a crossroads. I love these youth and I hope that these youth will connect with me afterwards, because what I see every 2 weeks at the executive council meeting is $500 million going for things like resources for mental health. But yet, as a registered nurse, I'm seeing people wait up to a year to get into a psychiatrist to get the medications their brain needs to function appropriately. We have a mental health crisis in New Hampshire, bar none, unlike anything I've ever seen, in worse than most states. It has to be dealt with. But yet we have $500 million that goes through that room in 2 hours every 2 weeks to DHHS for a mobile crisis 1-800 clinic to get to these kids when they need them, and they go to their guidance counselor who's not got a PhD in psychiatry. We have to decide as an education committee, what are we here to do for education? If our test scores are horrible and our kids are not reading or doing arithmetic or able to get out and write a resume and do the basic fundamentals of education, if we spread ourselves way too thin, and there is a lot of crossover, we're not going to be effective anywhere. And that's where we're at already. We're trying to do healthcare. We're trying to do, comprehensive psychiatric care. And yet our test scores, and I'm hearing in previous testimony, we don't have enough money for paras. Like, we don't have enough money to do the basics. And now we're going to spread ourselves thinner. What I would love to see these kids do with me, if they've got their righteous anger like I do, and I'm hearing it from them, and rightfully so, is they partner with me and we start going down that rabbit trail and investigating where is that $500 million going that I'm seeing going through that executive council meeting every 2 weeks, because it's certainly not going to Hampton. And if we're going to shut down the Sununu Center, we're not going to do something good with it, only to build another something. Like, that's where we need to all get in the game here and start asking the questions, because the money is not getting to these kids. It is not. And new legislation is not going to cause that to start to fix the problem. And we have seen too many kids commit suicide. These kids have been wrecked through us sending them home during COVID. They're going through so much through social media. They're living in pressures we never experienced as children. And we do need to step up for them. But I don't think spreading education to do both healthcare, psychiatric care, this and that. Yes, they're there for the majority of their day. And yes, these kids maybe go home to a home life or there's not someone there to facilitate it. But I'd much rather see the resource go to their guidance counselor who picks up that 1-800 number for that mobile clinic with Riverbend, and they have someone right then and there to spend time with that child for a few hours after school, who's a professional, doctorate, trained individual to make sure that child truly gets what they need, and that we have a bed available for them in Hampton, and they don't sit for 3 weeks in the yellow pod at Concord Hospital. That does them no good. These kids are absolutely right about that, but it does not belong within the scope of our education, in my opinion. I am opposed to this within our public schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Thank you. And with that, I'm going to close down this hearing, or this session for that bill.
No, I guess if you want to postpone his and do the other one next.
We only have one card here, 517. That's Rebecca Fredette from Dinah Fenton. Yes. So why don't you just introduce it and let them speak to it? We could be done in a minute. Yeah, that's, yeah, so we have it knocked off and off the schedule again. This bill which we have, we don't have anybody speaking in 517, so we're going to get up and down quickly.
Just quick time with them.
Yeah. Before everybody hits the road, we want to thank all our students who took the time out today to visit with us. Thank you. She wants to call kinesiology.
Well, it's not, they don't teach it.
I got it. Yeah. No, she's always called it physical education. In fact, she was in that first class of name. I may call it, but she does.
No.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead right now with the next bill. It's a very brief bill here, HB 517. So if everybody would turn their books to 517, and we have Representative Myler here waiting to introduce the bill. Welcome, Representative Myler.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mel Myler, representing Hopkinton and Bow. I'm here to introduce 517 relative to background check for surrogate parents. I've been asked to introduce this on the part of the department since there is a need. I've passed out to you two handouts that basically define what a surrogate parent is. And it was interesting because when Deanna asked me to do this, in all candor, I had no clue what a surrogate parent was. But as you can see, as you begin to look at this, the surrogate parent plays a very important role in the area of special education and disabilities. As you can define, as it's defined in the handouts, it basically, under IDEA, it provides an opportunity for an individual to basically be trained and certified in becoming the surrogate parent for an individual who is disabled, and either the parent has an inability to represent the needs of that individual, or in fact they don't know where the parent is. And so this is a serious thing, and what I would like, if you don't mind, I would defer questions to me, because the department is going to be here to basically answer questions regarding the need for this particular background check for these surrogate parents. But if you have a question, I might be able to answer it. I'm not sure.
Okay, I think we're going to just try to get right to the department, Representative Myler. That might
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
expedite this. And with that, Rebecca, do you have our Rebecca and Diana, are you both going to come up together? Yes. Wonderful, thank you. Rebecca Fredette is over in special education at the department, and Diana Fenton works on the legal side, attorney side of the department. Welcome, both of you. You can take turns starting, or just go for it, please.
Well, I'm a lawyer, so I'm going to help female, but
Diana? No.
You're a typical prosecutor. Yeah.
And you still all heard me, so there's a problem right there. Good afternoon. My name is Diana Fenton. I'm an attorney for the Department of Education. With me is Becky Fredette with Special Ed. So thank you to Representative Myler for bringing forward House Bill 517 on behalf of the department. So the educational surrogate program has been in effect for a while, and Becky will answer all questions as it pertains to that program. My cursory understanding of it is when a child is placed in DCYF care, there are times where that individual may or may not be able to serve making educational decisions for that child. And so an educational surrogate is a specialized person who can make those decisions on behalf of the child. They work with the Department of Education and they work hand in glove with the child. And so the department does, as one would expect and hope, run criminal background checks on those individuals prior to them becoming educational surrogates. The permission for running the background checks was in our administrative rules. It was not and is not in the statute. It was in our administrative rules. And it was brought to our attention by the Department of Safety, who always tends to show up whenever I testify, that practice was no longer allowed under the FBI regulations, which this committee has heard reference to in various forms. That the authority to disseminate the background check had to be in statute. It could not just simply appear in rules. Along those lines, we recognize that the rules that authorize the background checks was not entirely clear as to what the department was looking for, what some of the disqualifying offenses would be. And so this was a great opportunity for the department to clarify what that background check would look for. And we just linked it to 18913A. That's already set out in statute for employment. This committee is very familiar with that terminology and that list of disqualifiers that we have talked about previously so that everything is consistent. So we're happy to take any questions, and I believe the Department of Safety is still here to answer questions as it pertains to their process.
Are there any questions? Representative Tanner.
Thank you. How many surrogate parents are currently around or employed?
So currently we have two different types of educational surrogate parents. We have master educational surrogates. We currently have 6, and they are paid by the department and trained by the department. They're typically people who have been a special education administrator. They have a lot of experience in special education, and they take some of our more difficult cases. And then we have on the books over 100 educational surrogates that are volunteers that take on just some kids that have had an issue and are involved with DCYF, or students that their parents can't be found. They may be living with a grandparent or somebody else, and so we assign an educational surrogate to them.
Further questions? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming. And you as well, Dana. The information you gave us as a handout that Representative Milo actually came forward on surrogate parents with reference to all the stuff from Minnesota. So just my question is, does New Hampshire have a training program similar to or different than or at all for surrogate parents?
Sure. I'm not familiar with the handout that you have, but I can speak to it. We do have a training for all of our educational surrogates. They attend a training with us for about, it takes like at least a day and a half. It's been a little shorter now that it's been virtual, but, and then they have to take a test that goes through just some of the New Hampshire rules around special education and some of what their responsibilities are and things like that. So there is a whole training that we've developed for those.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Representative.
Are there further questions? Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Do the surrogate parents have any communication directly with the children? Are they like CASA volunteers in any way, or develop? Like, how do they become able to represent for these kids, I guess is what I'm trying to ask.
So they're assigned, so the process is that a district would reach out to us and fill out an application to have an educational surrogate assigned, either because of DCYF or because they have not been able to find the parent and they may be living with a relative or a neighbor or somebody else. And then we ensure that we have a person who is solely, that's one of her jobs. She goes through the application, she goes through who we have for educational surrogates and assigns a surrogate. Depending on the age of the child, they do meet with the child. They do, like, if it's an older student, they will talk to them about their plan, talk to them about what might go into the plan, just like a parent would, they want you to work on this or they want you to work on that. But they do become involved with the child as well so that they're representing the child's best interests and they know about the child.
Follow-up. If the child's with extended family members, you mentioned grandparents, are they sometimes in this role?
Typically, they would have gotten guardianship, so this is where maybe the grandparent doesn't want to do that. They think it's a temporary situation or they don't have the ability to do that.
No further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will close this hearing and we're going to just take 30 seconds here to go in executive session on this bill.
We can do that.
Yeah, we have agreement with ranking
Okay.
member right here now. So you can go ahead and move and I'll second it. Either way, I don't care.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move ought to pass on House Bill 517.
And I'll second that. Any discussion? Not seeing any or hearing a request for any discussion. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, we will call the roll. The motion is ought to pass on HB 517 relative to background checks for surrogate parents.
All right, Chairman Ladd.
No, go,
Usually goes last.
Cordelli first.
Right.
Then
Vice Chairman Cordell.
Yes.
Representative Blackus.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Protiello is not here. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luna.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes. Is there any objection to consent? It's on consent.
19 yeas, 1 not voting.
Okay, we are now closing the executive session. We're out of that and we're back into the hearing process here. Okay. Can't find my damn schedule. Buried everything on the paper. Here. If somebody on the, thank you to safety captain. Yeah, have a good one. If anybody has to go to the WC or anything like that on the way here, you may do so as we're going through the hearing process, because I want to get right into this one as well. Okay, we are now entering into 539, the hearing on 539. This is relative to vaccination clinics at schools. 539. This is one where after I have the primary sponsor present it, most likely do the number cards, which we have. I'm going to go down to the 3-minute rule. Okay. No, it's okay. I'll get one. Let me look at the cards here. Who's the prime on that one here?
He's there.
For me?
He's there. Jim Coppold.
Well, welcome. I was looking for I'm sure it's in this bundle somewhere.
It is, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Welcome. This is the prime sponsor of the bill, 539.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Jim Coppold. I'm a state representative representing Hillsborough County District 32, which comprises the towns of Wilton, Temple, and New Ipswich. House Bill 539 very simply would prohibit K-12 public schools in the state of New Hampshire from hosting vaccination clinics during school hours. In addition to that, it would stipulate that if schools are to host vaccination clinics outside of school hours, that that a parent would need to be present with their children at the time that a vaccine is administered. So there are several very important reasons why I brought this bill forward. First of all, there's a fundamental conflict between the practices in these clinics and the principle of informed consent. Mind you, I'm not saying that there is a conflict between the stated policies and procedures. I am talking about the actual practices at these clinics conflicting with the principle of informed consent. Secondly, hosting these vaccination clinics detracts from the core mission of our schools. I have spoken to numerous parents who say that this erodes trust. They are concerned that if they send their child to school on a day that a vaccination clinic is being held, they do not know whether their child will be vaccinated against their wishes. And I have several stories that I would like to relate to you about instances where that exact scenario played out. Third, and perhaps most importantly, there are serious safety concerns associated with this. There are medical contraindications to certain vaccinations. So the flu vaccine, for example, can cause serious adverse reactions, potentially life-threatening reactions, if a child has certain allergies or other conditions. So I'll get into that in a little bit more detail. But I'd like to start out by relating a story that happened in Brattleboro, Vermont in late 2021. I believe it was November of 2021. A young boy, 6-year-old boy, was attending an elementary school, public elementary school in Brattleboro, where they were scheduled to host a COVID vaccine clinic. The principal of the school approached the parents, said, "We'd love to have you give us a consent form, have your son vaccinated." The parents specifically declined that request and said, "No, we don't want our son vaccinated." Now, in Vermont, there's actually an incentive system, a financial incentive system for the schools to achieve a certain percentage of vaccination among the student body. So in this case, the young man, and I'll use his initials as is done in the court complaint, his initials were LP. And he came home from school that day and had a name tag on that had his first name and someone else's last name. And he said, "Mommy, I got a shot today." And she thought he was playing around a little bit. He said, "No, really, I got a shot." Later, she discovered that he had a vaccine card in his backpack. It had his first name and someone else's last name. He had a bandage on his arm and soreness in his arm. And yes, in fact, he had been vaccinated with the COVID vaccine. The school did apologize. The mother and father eventually filed suit. One of those parents is in the room with us today. He's not going to be testifying. His attorney has advised him that because there may be additional pending litigation, he should not testify. Nevertheless, just in December, a Superior Court judge in the state of Vermont dismissed that suit, said the Federal PrEP Act, because this was the COVID vaccine, the Federal PrEP Act and the PrEP Act declaration that applies to the COVID pandemic, essentially says that nobody is responsible. Nobody. Zero. That's a problem. Informed consent dictates that two things be present: information and consent. So information means you are aware of the procedure being proposed, you're aware of the alternatives, you're aware of the consequences of getting treatment or not getting treatment, you're aware of the risks. It also requires consent. That is, it needs to be voluntary. And as a general rule, when it comes to minors, informed consent rests with the parents. The state of New Hampshire has published a document entitled Guidance and Standing Orders for Influenza Vaccinations. And there's a section in there on procedures to be taken with people under the age of 18 being vaccinated. In two separate places in that document, it emphasizes the importance of obtaining consent. So I'm going to quote from that document: consent must be completed correctly. If the consent form is not completed in its entirety, i.e. missing an answer to a question, signed, dated by a parent, guardian, etc., vaccination will need to be declined. In September of 2022, the Nashua Department of Public Health conducted a vaccination clinic at the Birch Hill Elementary School in Nashua. At that clinic, they administered the flu vaccine to a 7-year-old girl, and they never got a consent form. There was no signed consent form. Now, the mother in that case was here. Unfortunately, she had a time limit. She had to leave at 3 o'clock, so she's not going to be able to testify. But I do have written testimony from her, and if it has not already been sent, we will make sure that the committee gets her testimony. Several weeks after that incident, I was sitting on a statutory committee, which was the committee to study the listing of childhood immunizations for children. At one of those hearings, state epidemiologist Benjamin Chan responded to some questions about this incident in Nashua. And during that testimony, he referred to this as a never event. Now, what is a never event? That is a medical expression. It means something that should never, ever, ever happen. Operating on the wrong patient is a never event. Amputating the wrong limb is a never event. Leaving a surgical sponge inside a patient is a never event. This is an event that should never have happened. At that time, the committee was assured that the state is taking steps to ensure that this will not happen again. Several weeks later, it happened again in New Hampshire. Okay? In that case, the mother submitted a consent form. I've provided members of the committee with a redacted copy of that consent form. So if you look at the handout that I gave you, you'll see what that looks like. Okay, I guess they're still going around. And I'm happy to provide emailed copies as well. On that consent form, I would argue that that consent form does not comply with the requirements that I just read to you a few minutes ago. It's not completed. It is not signed. It does, however, at the bottom of the first page state, and I'll use the person's initial, B, will not be getting this shot, please. I do not consent. The second page, there are a couple of signature lines. There is no signature, there is no date, and but there is the word no written in large capital letters with an exclamation point and an underline. I would ask you, if we have written guidelines that say consent is critically important and we should deny vaccination if we don't have a signed consent form, how in the world does something like this get by the screeners? The lesson here is that we do not have systems in place. We do not have adequate controls in place to guarantee that we're not going to have other incidents like this. There are, whether you believe that vaccines are critically important to public health or not, parental rights come into play. Informed consent comes into play. And there's one very important reason why parents might say they do not want to give consent for their child to be vaccinated, namely that there are safety and health concerns associated with that. Severe allergic reactions can occur, and according to this, I'm going to say the CDC website has a list of things. It says it lists people who can't get the flu shot, not shouldn't, not are advised against, can't get the flu shot. That includes individuals with severe life-threatening allergies to flu vaccine or any ingredients in the vaccine, or specific medical conditions such as Guillain-Barré syndrome. And it advises against people getting the vaccine if they're simply not feeling well. Parents know what is best for their children. They have the legal right and the moral right to give consent or withhold consent. As I noted earlier, these vaccines undermine trust in our public schools. They undermine the mission of our public schools. And I have personally spoken with parents who say they do not want their child going to the school if there is a vaccination clinic being held. In the case of the family in Brattleboro, they pulled their child out of public school permanently and put them in a private school as a result of that incident. I believe that the organizations conducting these clinics have good intentions, but we have seen proof at this point that they cannot guarantee that they will not be following the procedures that they are supposed to be following. For this reason, I would ask that you protect trust in our public schools, protect the rights of parents to determine what's best for their children, and protect the health and safety of the children themselves by voting ought to pass on House Bill 539. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for bringing this forward. Yeah. Okay. Just wondering, this second incident where we have the copy of the form, what school was that located in?
I don't recall the specific school. It was in Rochester, New Hampshire.
Rochester, okay. Follow up?
Yes.
And this vaccine clinic was for a flu vaccine as
Correct.
opposed to COVID?
Correct. The two incidents that we're aware of, and again, I say that we're aware of because I strongly suspect there are others, that don't get reported, but the two that we're aware of in New Hampshire both involve the influenza vaccine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here and presenting this. So if I'm correct, you're not anti-vaccine. Your basic concern is just the parental consent, the uninformed consent is what your concern is. It has nothing to do with vaccines, et cetera. Is that correct?
Exactly. My concern in bringing this bill forward has everything to do with informed consent, parents' rights, and safety, the safety of the children. That's why I brought this forward. Absolutely.
Follow up, please. If they're not, this is a topic I don't know much about, so I'm glad you're informing us of this. If these vaccines are not available in the school, where then would they get the vaccines for polio, smallpox, whatever, the ones we need to have for kids to go to school? Where would those be administered?
They can get them at the doctor's office. They can, with many of these, including the flu vaccine, they can get them at pharmacies. They could get them, a school, if this bill passes, the school could still hold a vaccination clinic. It would just have to be held outside of school hours, and a parent would need to be present with the child. I heard anecdotal information about the Nashua incident, that there was quite a lot of emotional upset among the children being vaccinated, including the one who was vaccinated in error. So, I think that the parents being present serves two critical purposes. One is that it is absolutely rock solid, verifiable consent because the parent is right there. But it also provides some comfort and affirmation for a child who's getting that procedure.
Thank you.
many of the schools have a dental program. Are you getting into that business? Because there's no vaccination, it's usually cleaning, how to take care of your teeth. Does this bill that you're presenting have any impact on that?
No, Mr. Chairman, it actually doesn't, although last biennium, I believe it was last year, Health and Human Services heard a bill which stipulated that parents must be notified if there are dental procedures happening in the schools and must give consent. And I believe and I don't believe I know that bill has passed into law. So there is a consent requirement for dental procedures already. But this doesn't touch on that at all, no.
Further questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Kofal, for taking my question. This bill has a fiscal note attached to it. And on the fiscal note says, the Department of Health and Human Services assumes the bill will result in a reduction in the number of vaccination clinics conducted in public schools. This may have an indeterminable effect on department expenditures, as direct and indirect costs related to vaccine and clinic operational costs fluctuate based on demand and access. Additionally, the department states that school-based clinics satisfy federal point of distribution and strategic national stockpile training and exercise requirements. A reduction in the number of clinics may require the department to secure alternative training and exercise solutions for the state's regional public health networks at an indeterminable cost. Do you have any information regarding that?
I have to say, I don't really have information about that. I think that there are representatives from the department here today. If they are testifying, then I think they could probably provide some of that information. And I think there are some people who are probably signed up to testify who have a great deal more expertise in those programs, generally speaking, than I do.
Representative
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So you've indicated that this would eliminate vaccination clinics during public school hours, but the bill also says, or within 2 hours at the beginning or the end of the school day.
Correct.
Is the intent that it really not be feasible to do vaccination clinics at schools because that kind of does narrow the window of time when kids would be awake?
Yep. Thank you for the question. Not at all. The intention is that we don't end up with a situation where the bell rings at 2:30, 3 o'clock, and you're shuttled off to the cafeteria for the vaccination clinic. The intention is that this really truly sits outside of school hours. I can tell you that I'm the chair of my local school board. We have plenty of events that occur at the school outside of regular school hours. It's sporting events, it's science fairs, it's club meetings, it's PTO, there's a lot going on in the schools. So I don't think this precludes the schools at all from holding vaccination clinics if they so desire. It just eliminates the possibility that we have any of these never events occurring at the schools.
Further questions? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Lay. Good afternoon. Thank you for taking my question. I have two, actually. In the first part of the bill, item 1, would this preclude a school from offering a vaccination clinic for staff and faculty before school? If they want to host that as
That's an excellent question. I
thought it was.
I think I think as I read the bill, I believe the answer would be yes, actually.
And secondly, if I may, a different one, part of the same, if I may. Representative Ladd, it's okay? Thank you. The second part is, if the substance of this is to make sure you don't get kids who want to help their parents without consent, that's the substance. We do know that it's going to happen, no matter what program you have. A small number of youngsters or a sorority program is going to fall through the cracks somehow. That being said, if the bill was structurally around item number 2, that let's assume you could allow a clinic before or after school for youngsters. If the bill was around item number 2 and it required parent on site with a youngster, wouldn't that do two things? Solve the issue of your biggest concern, which is safety and non-consent for youngsters having the vaccinations that they shouldn't have been getting, and B, allowing the bulk of the students and parents the opportunity to get that in a pretty orderly manner?
Thank you for the question. I would argue that that's probably having all of the parents coming through and being present sort of in the middle of a school day. And one of the issues that I raised here is that this is disruptive to the core mission of schools. I would argue that having parents in and out of the school for a concentrated period of time, a very large number of guests, so to speak, in the school is probably in itself a disruption. There's really no reason why that couldn't be held, at 5 to 8 o'clock on a weekday evening or all day Saturday. There's plenty of times that could be done that don't disrupt the core educational mission of the schools.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Representative Lyon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for bringing this forward. I'd like to just take a look at a little language just to make sure that the bill is doing all that we actually would want it to do. When I think of the word clinic, I think of a specific event for mass vaccination. And also when I think of having parents there in order to be physically present during vaccination outside of these school hours, I'm wondering, is there a window possibly in here that may or may not have been intended that would allow students to be vaccinated during the school day on school grounds outside of the context of a clinic?
Thank you for the question. So that is, the intent of the bill is that having people who are authorized to administer vaccines in the school, administering vaccines is a clinic. If the question is, could the school nurse be authorized to do that? I'm not aware of that being the case anywhere. My intent would be that would not happen either, but the bill was essentially written to cover the existing scenario that we're aware of, which is that there are vaccine clinics being held in public schools in New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative. It's just a clarifying question. I think you might have said it, but I'm not sure. So my school district, our health insurance provides the service to our staff to have the flu shot if they so choose. They have to sign, their own consent to take it. Did I hear you say that this bill would prevent that from happening?
My response was, I think that if I read the bill, technically speaking, that it would. However, it might make good sense to have on professional days to allocate some time there, or if the committee wishes to amend the bill and exclude that scenario, or specify that this applies to students only, then I think that would still fulfill the intent of the bill as I've introduced it.
Okay, thank you.
I've got a question for you. When I took my grandkids down to get their COVID shots from the Army, I have durable power of medical attorney if that's needed, but that's not guardianship. So I'm questioning if the parent is unable to do this at a clinic 2 hours after the school day is over. Is a grandparent able to do that, or is it a legal guardian? Diana, you're an attorney here. You might be able to help me out in that. Would it be acceptable if I had a letter from the daughter, who's the parent, saying it's okay for me to take them down, or come to the clinic?
So if you're directing the question to me, I would say that a letter would not be sufficient under the bill as written. A power of attorney, I would have to defer to an attorney on that question. I don't know how the courts would rule on that, and yeah.
Any further questions? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you. So I'm just revisiting the topic of outside of the school day, but near to the school day, that 2 hour window. And I'm just reflecting on the busyness of life for working parents, young children coming and going back and forth. And it's not clear to me why it would be inappropriate with the parent present. I appreciate and understand that safety net. But it's not clear to me why that could not be occurring after school in a organized, appropriate fashion.
I think that that's certainly a valid question. Again, my concern about the parameters around school hours primarily had to do with a scenario in which the parent is not present. So if if the committee believes that narrowing that window of time makes sense, then again, it's your bill now. So I would say that if you wanted to narrow those parameters and that made it more agreeable to everyone, that would be fine. You did mention the word convenience, and I want to respond to that because this is something that came up in a discussion I had with a colleague a few days ago, and the argument that he made is that this is such a matter of convenience and people are busy. And I guess my assertion would be that there are few, if any, areas of life where we sacrifice individual rights and the integrity of decisions like informed consent to convenience. And I would say that for that reason, I feel it's a very important bill to move forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I am going to, from this point onwards, we always allow the prime sponsor to have full latitude in presenting and answering questions. Going this forward, I'm going to ask that we stay to our 3-minute rule, hopefully 2 minutes. I'm holding 25 cards here. You can do the modern math to figure out when we're going to get out of here.
Chairman Ladd?
Yeah, you can hear it now. So we are going to impose that 3-minute rule. Try to keep it down to 2. And for those that are staying for the last 2 bills, due to the time factor, we are not going to be hearing those today. We will recess those bills to a time to be announced. We could be here to 7 o'clock tonight. So I don't think it's anybody's wish to do that. So with that, I'd like to go forward, and we will be starting the timer up here. Representative Potenza from Rochester.
Thank you, Representative, and to the committee. So my question to everybody is, what was school originally made for? So this is just an easy Google find, and rather than every family being individually responsible for education, people soon figured out that it would be easier and more efficient to have a small group of adults teach a larger group of children. In this way, the concept of school was born. When did reading, writing, and arithmetic become flu clinics, EUA, which is Emergency Youth Authorization Injection Centers, and social emotional learning centers? The amount of community-based health centers and drugstores, Walgreens, Walmart, that are injecting children for free is unbelievable. Why are we infusing this into our schools? Personal story, I'm gonna age myself here. I graduated from high school in 1991. In no way, shape, or form in any school that I ever attended, there was ever a vaccine clinic. Nothing. The only clinic that there was, in a sense, if you want to call it a clinic, was the American Red Cross came and they did blood drives. And all the high school kids, and there's someone on this committee that I went to high school with, so she knows, all the kids would go and give blood because they would get like donuts and get out of class. I believe that we need to keep school for teaching and learning, reading, writing, and arithmetic. There are so many issues when it comes to this, privacy issues. The emails that came from schools in 2021 were unbelievable, and I could name 3. on the seacoast that sent emails directly to students, bypassing parents. I'll get you copies of everything, encouraging them all to get an emergency use authorization injection in their arms. Not going to parents, encouraging these teens to sign up and get a shot. That enraged parents. We have to be focused on teaching students, supporting our teachers, because they need that. And there's a lot of different mental health issues, which you guys talked about earlier. I'm sorry, but teachers are not doctors, and they're not in the healthcare profession, and neither are these school boards. The amount of school board meetings that I attended in 2020 and 2021, and these school boards were literally focused on about having students be injected, was unbelievable. They're not healthcare professionals, and I strongly support this bill, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Next will be Representative Gerhardt.
All right. Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jason Gerhardt, represent Northfield Franklin. I'll make this brief. My main concern with this would be the COVID vaccines. I just do not feel, and data suggests they're not safe nor effective. And recently I pushed through a resolution at the county level and then also at the state level to have the Attorney General investigate them for fraud and wrongdoing. Florida has already initiated a grand jury investigation of the manufacturers. So I just don't feel that at this point, I'm going to keep on pushing for this. I just don't feel at this point we should be exposing the state or the residents of the state to the liability and risk involved in these experimental, whatever you want to call them. And I would also say that I think we need to see the efficacy data before we push this through taxpayer-funded schools. If we're so sure about this, then let's find out how effective they are before we start pushing it. Because in a sense, if you're pushing it through a school, you're basically co-signing saying that it's safe and it actually does something. So that's my position, and I support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Questions? Representative Petronell.
Thank you, and thank you, Representative Gerhard. Does this bill refer to COVID vaccines in particular?
No, it doesn't. It covers all of them, but that's just my main focus.
So this is just a bill focusing on vaccines in general?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative. Next is Representative Timothy Horgan.
Thank you very much. I'm Representative Timothy Horgan from Stratford District 10, which is the town of Durham, and I oppose this bill. I know medical liability, regardless of whether we pass this bill or not, is a major concern at schools. I know school officials are very afraid of being sued. They're walking on eggshells, but that's that's the case already, even with this bill, and this is just going to make the situation worse in schools. Schools already like sort of petri dishes. They're where one of the things that kids do when they go to school, they go there to exchange all their viruses and their germs and everything with each other, and including COVID. And I think it's only sensible to vaccinate them, and I think having vaccination clinics at the school is very convenient. Perhaps there may indeed have been some never events where there's a mix-up in the forms. Certainly it's not uncommon for children to have the same first name as classmates. In fact, sometimes it seems like there's only 2 or 3 first names in the classroom, but that's not an argument against having vaccination clinics. That's just an argument for keeping better track of which student is which. But that would be the subject for an entire different bill. And with the situation in Vermont, by the way, that lawsuit, those parents have stepped forward. They certainly don't have to come and testify at this hearing, but their names have been published in the media, and their court case currently was dismissed, although they're trying to revive it, but there's no big secret there. And I don't think I don't think requiring the parent to come in is I think that's excessive. I think having a verified form, and maybe they'd be a better job of verifying the form, but that's the solution, because some parents themselves can perhaps worried about coming to school either because they're afraid they too might get infected by all the if there's a epidemic going around, which there often is, and or there may be other cases. They may, like for example, if a parent is a especially enthusiastic gun owner, they may be afraid. They may be reluctant to come onto the campus because that's a space where they're not allowed to have their gun. And so I do represent school officials are walking on eggshells. I know they're afraid of being sued, but that's going to be the case anyway. And I think this vaccination clinics reduce the risk to everyone in the school community, everyone in the larger community. So I think they should be allowed. They should be allowed to continue. Perhaps you may need. And of course, an alternative of it with the bill you're not hearing today, we could probably arrange to have parents opt into off-campus vaccination clinics, but I don't know how that, I don't know, I shouldn't say, but that's probably way outside what the committee has the time to do with the 99 or whatever it is, other bills they have. So I say, please ITL this bill, please continue having vaccination clinics, especially for COVID. I know you have the right not to be vaccinated. You also don't have the right to spread a infectious disease, especially not a respiratory virus that killed over 1 million people just here in the U.S. So
Yeah, thank you very much.
I guess I'm over time. Thank you.
Next is Representative Howell.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee, Representative Hull, serving the towns of Dunbarton, Hooksett, Allentown, and Epsom. Like to speak on in support of the bill regarding 5 different items. First of all, children cannot give consent. That is law in a number of places. Minors do not have that legal authority in New Hampshire. So it is very difficult to actually meet the medical standards of having informed consent. I'll cover informed in a minute, when the person there is incapable of giving consent. Secondly, schools are education institutions. That's why the bill is before you guys and not necessarily HHS. We should be spending our time educating our children instead of trying to turn our schools into medical clinics that they're not prepared to deal with. There was a filming during the rollout of the COVID vaccinations at a facility, a medical facility. A nurse named Tiffany Dover took the vaccination on live TV. She was the nurse manager, had been in the field for a number of years, and she collapsed from anaphylactic shock on live television. What happens when a school has a child who has an adverse reaction to a vaccination, goes into anaphylactic shock? Do you call the parents and say, I'm sorry, your child is on his way to the ER right now because we decided to vaccinate him? Let's teach our children in the schools and not try and pretend to be medical clinics. Next, in the state of New Hampshire, under the age of 18, currently there are 4 records of children who have passed away. Say that again. 4 records of children who have passed away in the last year and a half from COVID vaccinations. Some mom, some dad out there doesn't have their child anymore. If you look at the data for what happened relative to adverse effects from the COVID virus, there was 1 loss of life in New Hampshire under the age of 29. I'm on Division 3 in finance. I'm looking at this data. This data doesn't make sense. And then lastly, in terms of the online testimonies, I would like to read one. Some people aren't getting their opposition and their support correct. I'll just pick on one, but I noticed this in a couple of places where a person is testifying and I quote, "These clinics would allow for our children to make health decisions that have potential for very serious consequences. I am absolutely opposed to this bill. These COVID vaccines have caused a multitude of life-changing and life-ending injuries." So some people are clicking the wrong thing. When the people go through as a committee and look at the online submissions, make sure that you're looking at some of the notes, not just opposed support, because I think some people inadvertently didn't understand what the bill was trying to do. With that, I'll close my testimony.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Is Representative Perez still here? Nope. Yes? Yep.
Thank you again for allowing me to speak in front of this committee. My name is Maria Perez, and I represent District 43 in Milford. And I'm here speaking in opposition of this bill. Well, let me tell you something. Having vaccination clinics for people who look like me, sometimes I'm grateful for having these clinics for my community, because a lot of people cannot afford to have or pay, or they don't have insurance to pay. So I'm grateful that students and kids that have the opportunity to be vaccinated. We're not pushing anyone to get vaccinated. Most of the time, these mobile clinics come. We're not utilizing the nurses at school, or we're not using the school property to do this. They come with a mobile clinic. They come with their own nurses. We're not taking money away from the schools. We're not taking money away from the towns and the cities. We're giving the people the opportunity to get vaccinated. We're not pushing people to get vaccinated without parents' consent. That's one. Another thing is, let's be honest. If you're talking about taking time away from students to get vaccinated, you guys heard two different bills today about giving credit to students to go for religion services. Why are we saying we're taking away time from the students to get vaccinated? This is helping the students to be healthy. We should be grateful that the students and people who cannot afford to get vaccinated and be healthy have the opportunity. But no, we're going against the help and concern of the community. Let's stop this. I don't know what I wanted to say, because I keep hearing anti-vaccinated people, anti-vaccine, but they keep pushing religion. They keep pushing anti-this, anti-that, and nothing that they've been coming and say, let's do something to provide kids better opportunity to have a better education or to have better help. We're not saying that. Everything that we're doing is just pushing the wrong way. Please ITL this bill. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Questions, Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Rep. Cardelli, and thank you for being here again. I really appreciate it. I think we all do. My question is, a moment ago, you said that this bill presented an anti-vaccine argument. However, I do not see that in the bill, and the prime sponsor did come forward and say that that's not the case, and that this bill is just to ensure that informed consent is provided. So where in the bill could you direct me, just so I could see the anti-vaccine argument?
Well, you see, the way that they say in none of the languages, but when you hear them talking, you can hear, you can see where they're coming from. No one is saying that we're taking either time, or anything like that. They keep saying that this is all, we keep pushing these injections into humans. No one is pushing injections into human. They give them the opportunity. If they don't want to take it, they don't have to take it. But by saying that we pushing, or some kids, they got an email or anything like that, the parents have the, the opportunity to choose not to get the vaccine.
Follow up, please.
Yes.
So just to clarify, the language is not in the bill, but rather in the conversation. But again, nothing like that is in this bill.
I'm just speaking about the testimony. I'm not speaking on the bill. I'm speaking on the testimony, and I'm saying, we should not be saying, that we're pushing. No one is pushing anyone to have vaccines.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Representative.
Yeah.
Next, Representative Reed.
I give you one, give me one back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of this committee. I would like to support House Bill, here. 539, sorry about that. It's been a long day. I just want to point out that vaccinations in school is not a medical necessity. It is a convenient service. I believe that we need to get away from medicalizing our education system and leave that to healthcare providers. To keep this short, again, I support Bill 539, and I feel that vaccines should be given at the doctor's office. And as far as convenience, you can go to Shaw's Pharmacy, pick up your milk, bread, and vaccination all in one stop. I don't think that schools are a place that vaccination should be given anymore. And another point is parents are very nervous, and I have had parents keep their kids home from school on vaccination day for fear of their students being vaccinated without their knowledge or on accident. And I have had that happen on more than one occasion. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Petronell.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Reed, for taking my question. You said earlier you were a school nurse,
Yes.
correct? Could you possibly see this bill as a way to prevent a school nurse from making a grave error? I would call vaccinating a child against their will a grave error. And in fact, I think we heard Representative Kofalt say that Dr. Benjamin Chan said this should never happen. Would you agree with that?
I do. It does set up, anytime you administer a medication or injection, the chance for error is there. But with kids in particular, especially the younger kids, which is the population I worked with mostly, when you get a little guy in, they're all scared, they're nervous, and you'll say, you have your consent form and everything else, and you say, is your name Johnny, whatever, and they're scared, and they'll answer to any name. And if you don't have some serious checks and balances in place, it absolutely can happen. Thank God it's not a common thing, but it has happened, and the potential is there, especially with our younger kids.
Thank you. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to follow up on that with your experience as a school nurse. As a school nurse in a typical setting, if there was a problem, do you have the equipment on hand to run an anaphylaxis or a code or something like that?
We do, but we don't want to. It's a very scary experience. It really was. And I was hired originally by the health department. So I was a public health nurse working in a school. So I am not anti-vax, I am pro-vaccine, but I do believe it needs to be given in the appropriate setting. Kids are not little adults, and for continuity, those vaccine records follow your kids for the rest of their life. And if you get them all over the place, there's, they fall off the scheduling timetable, you lose paperwork. If you are consistent in bringing your child to a pediatrician, they have the records, they know how they tolerated, they know the history. That is the ideal. I think sometimes we need to forego convenience for for good health care for our kids. And any more questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you very much for your testimony. And I think next we'll maybe hear from Ryan Tanian and Abby Rogers from Health and Human Services.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Abby Rogers. I'm the legislative liaison for the Division of Public Health Services at the Department of Health and Human Services.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ryan Tanian. I'm the Bureau Chief of the Bureau of Infectious Disease Control at the Division of Public Health Services, and I'm also a registered pharmacist in the state of New Hampshire. So I'm here today to talk about the department's stance on House Bill 539. So if enacted, House Bill 539, as we've heard previously, would prohibit vaccination clinics during the school day at public elementary, secondary, and charter schools in New Hampshire. And then it would also implement the requirement of a parent or guardian being present for the vaccination event. The decision for vaccination clinics to take place during the school day for staff and students is a local decision made in partnership by the school in coordination with the remainder of the school community and the regional public health network. In addition, there are school-based vaccination clinics scheduled and coordinated by local and area healthcare providers. The department believes that the scheduling of school-based vaccination events should remain a local decision to allow communities to implement clinics or other services that best meet the needs of their community and to retain local control. Offering vaccination clinics during the school day provides access to annual influenza vaccine to children and staff who may not otherwise have access to care or services for a variety of reasons. The model of school-based vaccination clinics allow for children to receive offered vaccines against communicable diseases such as influenza in school after written consent from a parent or legal guardian, allowing the parent or guardian to remain in the workforce on that given day. By not offering clinics during the school day, parents, guardians, and school staff who choose to receive influenza vaccine would be forced to utilize more costly and resource-intensive healthcare resources. Participation in school-based clinics is completely voluntary, and it is the parent or guardian's decision to vaccinate their children during a school-based clinic. Since 2017, the regional public health networks have administered 37,276 influenza vaccines to school-aged children and school staff. If enacted, thousands of parents of students and staff voluntarily seeking influenza vaccine will place further demand on an already stressed healthcare system. As stated in other testimony, the department does not intend to make COVID-19 or influenza vaccination a requirement for school attendance. The model of school-based vaccination clinics conducted during school hours has been in place for decades, and safety for students and staff remains the #1 priority. Parents and legal guardians who voluntarily choose to vaccinate their children after providing written consent are provided vaccine-related education materials, including the vaccine information statement developed by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, which describes the risks and benefits of vaccines given to guardians or parents prior to vaccination, which provides them accurate information about the benefits and risks of vaccination. This is important for both ethical and legal reasons. Additionally, healthcare professionals are available through both the regional public health networks and the medical direction contractor to answer any questions or address concerns. Similar to other models of healthcare, school-based clinics are constantly assessed and evaluated for safety and efficiency. Through a robust continuous quality improvement program, processes, policies, procedures, and training are implemented to ensure safety of students and staff. In addition to a continuous quality improvement program, the medical director is contractually obligated to have policies and procedures on obtaining consent to vaccinate, as well as a comprehensive training program for all clinic staff and emergency protocols in the event an adverse event which may or may not be related to a vaccination occurs. Furthermore, school-based vaccination clinics fulfill critical emergency preparedness functions. Through this model, the state of New Hampshire and regional public health networks meet annual training and exercise requirements for point-of-distribution clinics, the activation of the strategic national stockpile, and proficiency of the National Incident Management System. If enacted, the state would face challenges in maintaining a well-trained and proficient emergency response workforce. In summary, the department opposes House Bill 539 due to the restriction of access to influenza vaccine for school-aged children and school staff in New Hampshire's most vulnerable school communities, forcing working parents or guardians and school staff voluntarily seeking influenza vaccine to utilize more costly and resource-intensive healthcare resources, and placing limitations and indeterminable costs on the department to maintain a highly proficient emergency preparedness workforce. We will also be submitting written testimony after this, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Representative Pettingill?
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. There's several things I'm confused about. What vaccines are children receiving routinely or not routinely? What vaccines are children receiving at school? How do we fund those vaccines? Because obviously the children are receiving them at the school at no cost is what I'm understanding. And then I'm really confused about this point of distribution and strategic national stockpile training and exercise requirements. I'm wondering how that occurs in the school. Like what?
Yep, thank you for the question. So the first question, the school-based vaccination clinics that are coordinated by the regional public health networks historically offered influenza vaccine. Last year was the first year that COVID-19 vaccine was also offered at the school-based clinics. However, going forward, due to utilization, demand, and the commercialization of COVID-19 vaccine, going forward, the department only intends to offer influenza vaccine. The second question on how this is paid for, the regional public health networks receive multiple funding sources. One of the largest ones is the Public Health Emergency Preparedness Grant, and where New Hampshire is a universal vaccine state, where anyone under the age of 18 is able to receive any ACIP or CDC recommended vaccine at no cost to them. We use general funds to purchase the influenza vaccine. And the last question, in the point of distribution and strategic national stockpile, as part of being a grant recipient for the Public Health Emergency Preparedness Grant, we have to meet certain requirements. So an example, outside of vaccines for point of distribution, this goes back to in the event of a bioterrorism attack and we have to distribute large quantities of an antibiotic due to anthrax, or a radiological event like a dirty bomb or a incident at a nuclear power plant, and we have to distribute large quantities of potassium iodide, the regional public health networks exercise and train to do point of distribution events. And by conducting annual school-based clinics, we can take that and show that back to the federal government to say, yes, we are proficient in performing these activities. Because as we know, the time to actually exercise and train is not during one of those crises like a bioterrorism attack or a nuclear event.
Representative Cascadden? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to follow up? You had three. We'll give you one more. Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question and actually addressing the point of distribution. I've participated in 2 pod drills in my career, and they are held in a high school. If this bill were passed, would that mean a pod could not be held in the high school or a school building?
I think as the bill is written, and I believe Representative Kofal also briefly touched upon this, it appears that it would limit it to potentially just vaccines, but it does depend on what the medical countermeasure to the pod need would be.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question and being here today. Based upon your testimony, my presumption is, I've got 2 questions. My presumption is that you do agree with the issue of the informed consent prior to any vaccine giving to a student. Is that correct?
I believe informed consent can be obtained in different ways, yes.
Okay. Second question I have, we've heard some incidents of where children have been given vaccines without the parents' knowledge, et cetera, and some unintended consequences as a result of reaction to whatever the vaccine might be. Do you have any numbers or any data or any metrics that would give this committee a little more background to what that incident rate might be?
So to the knowledge of the department, we are aware of the 2 incidences here in New Hampshire that were reported in 2022. However, to our knowledge, those did not include COVID-19 vaccine.
So 2 instances then?
Correct.
Thank you very much.
If I could just follow up on something you just said. You said informed consent could be obtained in different ways. Could you expand on that? I'm not sure what ways you have in mind for obtaining informed consent.
So the current process and procedure is outlined by the regional public health networks and the contractors is to obtain written consent. There is provisions in the policy and procedure from the contractor that also outline if there's questions or if the consent is outside a certain date window, if they can call a parent and obtain it verbally. So that is to clarify your question.
That's in rules from who?
It's part of the policies and procedures that the either the regional public health networks or the medical director who's operating the clinic has in place.
Thank you.
Sorry, this is Abby Rogers. I just wanted to add in that parental consent is of the utmost importance when it comes to vaccination clinics in schools, and it's taken very seriously, and it's obtained by writing.
Thank you. Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could a clinic conducted outside that window, like beyond 2 hours after, before, or on a Saturday, fulfill the requirements for emergency preparedness training?
It could potentially fulfill those requirements, yes.
Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you both for being here. Is there any data available, I'm thinking it's probably more specific to influenza, on what proportion of people who would be eligible and appropriate for vaccines get them or don't get them related to these clinics? In other words, how much does convenient access influence the administration of vaccines?
Sure. Thank you for the question. So those data points would probably not be readily available. However, when the school-based clinics were first developed, the focus and target populations were schools who have higher rates of free or reduced lunch school plans. And that was heavily rooted in the socioeconomic barriers and access to care.
Follow up.
So did we see an increase in people getting vaccination in what you just referenced with the population's higher incidence of free and reduced lunch when the clinics were started?
So that was the original metric that was put in place when school-based clinics first started. We are certainly open to having discussion to figure out if that is the best metric going forward. But as far as school-based clinics in general, if you trend it over the last 5 years, we have seen a decrease in utilization.
Representative Bales, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to go back to a moment ago when you said that the federal training requirements are being met through these vaccination clinics. Was that, did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
May I follow up? Is it even remotely conceivable that we're allowing a federal training requirement around terrorism to distract people who are administering vaccines to children?
Could you clarify the question, please?
If they're conducting this training requirement that is a federal bioterrorism training requirement while simultaneously vaccinating children in schools, is there even a remote chance that these federal requirements, this training, could be distracting them from the job of vaccinating children?
Thank you for the question. It's approached in the opposite way. So where we've been conducting these clinics for a number of years, and as the public health emergency preparedness grant and those federal requirements have evolved, we have come to a place where we don't have to do something separate. We're able to take what we currently are doing and what we've done for the last few decades and just show the federal government we're already doing this. We don't need to do a separate event to meet these requirements.
Thank you.
Representative Balboni.
Yes, I'm just trying to get an idea of two things, like how many schools participate in these clinics throughout the state and how often those clinics would be held.
Sure, thanks for the question. So the number of, it's almost twofold. So some regional public health networks have reported the number of school districts that have participated. Others have reported the individual number of schools, and I can certainly follow up with the actual number of schools if you'd like. And then as far as the frequency, that goes back to the local level decision making. So the regional public health network engages the school and the school community. They may want one clinic or they may want several clinics. So the frequency at the school level does vary.
Thank you, and I would appreciate the number if you get a chance. Thank you.
Just to follow up with some information related to the representative's question too, just to, for the committee, that in 2022, we can say that there were over 4,000 students received the influenza vaccination. So just to give you a number of how many students utilize and or have access to that preventable disease, vaccination for communicable disease.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one more. Could you just speak in broader terms to the utilization of vaccines in New Hampshire compared to nationally?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I would need more context if we're speaking a specific population or a specific vaccine.
Well, I could just narrow it down to influenza. So are we trending differently than nationally over, say, the last 10 years or something like that?
So thank you again for the question. And follow up to that, we do track trends down to the specific vaccine, specific age group level, specific to school-based vaccines. What I can say is compared to the previous year, we actually did see about a 2% increase in the number of parents wishing to have their student vaccinated at a school-based clinic. This would be a much broader conversation. We've seen rates increase and decrease depending on the vaccine itself. But for the most part, and generally speaking, in the Northeast, we tend to have very stable rates over long periods of time.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli. Just a follow-up on your question from Representative Damon. When parents bring their youngsters to a clinic for vaccination, in a school-based program that's ongoing, is it possible for parents to get vaccinated at the same time?
We do not turn down a opportunity to vaccinate. So, yes.
Can I just a little more
quick, please?
Thank you, very. Based on that, do parents participate?
Depending on how the clinic is set up. So if it typically, and other folks have mentioned, how do the logistics work for a parent coming in the middle of the school day?
Right.
I don't see that likely. Again, that's something controlled at the local school level.
Yeah.
If it's a weekend event and parents show up because there's another event at the school, then
Sure.
Then yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Representative Shigota.
Representative Lakis?
Thank you for taking my question. You've referred a couple times to if we do away with these clinics during school hours or shortly before and after school hours, that it would have put an increased load on other healthcare facilities. Are you talking about pharmacies and grocery stores where people also go and get vaccines, or are you talking about it forces people to then go doctors?
Thank you for the question. So from our perspective at the department, we see, as my colleague Abby Rogers mentioned, last year there was approximately 4,400, almost 4,500 children who received a vaccine at a school-based clinic. Those 4,000, 5,000 plus people now need to schedule an appointment at a pediatrician or go to a pharmacy during a time where there are critical healthcare staffing shortages in all of these settings.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Did either of you have a further comment to one of the prior questions?
Yes, thanks. I had a comment on a question that was asked previously, just to share that the vaccination rates for pediatrics, the pediatric population is relatively high in New Hampshire, but we did see a dip during COVID-19, during the pandemic, due to access, due to folks not being able to get to the doctor. So the school health clinics really are a really great point of access for kids to get vaccinations when their parents consent to that. It broadens the ability of the school community to stay healthy, to have kids in school, to have parents be in work and not have to be home with a sick child. And also that immunity spreads beyond the student population to the staff and also to the broader community.
Thank you. Representative Petronell, quick one.
It's not 3 questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a quick question. How long have we been doing this in schools? Like, how many years?
So the school-based vaccination, well, generally speaking, we've been doing school-based vaccination clinics. We can go as far back as the 1950s and 60s when we were doing polio vaccines. This specific school-based clinic program administered by our regional public health networks came shortly on the heels of the H1N1 outbreak in 2009.
Representative Myler.
Thank you. What recourse does a parent have if in fact a vaccine is given to a child without their permission?
Thank you for the question. As Representative Kofalt referenced the comments of Dr. Ben Chan, who had participated in the study committee on the listing of immunizations for children, school requirements, which was held in the fall by the legislature, that event that you describe as a never event, having a child vaccinated without parental consent should never happen. But as we know in sometimes in medical situations, administratively, events such as this can happen. It is, the delivery of medical operations, medical oversight, delivery of medical care can be complicated and complex. Because an error did happen in the cases described by Representative Kofalt, which I can't speak to. The goal is to improve the delivery of care and have a better process in place to prevent errors in the future. So any child that was vaccinated without proper parental consent, that I would assume, I'm not a legal person, but I would say that parent would have a recourse to have further discussions with the clinic, with the administrators of that clinic, and certainly with their child's provider, to kind of look to next steps in that arena.
Sure. Representative Petronell.
One more quick question. As unelected bureaucrats, are you in the position to be making a statement supporting or opposing legislation?
Can take that. Sure. I would say that as representative of the Department of Health and Human Services, we frequently come to committees to inform the legislature on legislation before the committees. We're here today to provide information. We are taking a position on this bill because as we are representative, our mission for the Department of Health and Human Services is to protect public health. And we feel that by restricting access for pediatric patients in the school clinic, if their parents have decided this is the best place for them to get vaccinated and they signed proper consent, that is not a benefit to public health or to a healthy community or immunity.
Thank you. See no further questions. Thank you very much for your testimony. And
May I add,
comment, I think? Sure.
Yes, I want to add one thing. Representative Ladd had asked a question, I believe, of Representative Kofalt around the parental, who can give consent, right? So according to the National Children's Vaccine Injury Act, which is a federal act, Only parents or legal guardians may consent to vaccination for their children.
Thank you very much. We have quite a few cards left to go, so let's keep our questions short from here on, and hopefully the testimony as well. The Honorable Don Johnson from Laconia.
So, hello, everyone. My name is Don Johnson. I'm from Laconia. I'm here as a parent. I know as a parent, I have taken the steps to get the vaccines that my children need. I also know that when I sign a consent form, I know that my child will get it, but I do not always trust the school district to not follow through when I do not follow a consent form. There has been instances I know across the state, and I know from personal experience, I've even kept my kids out of a class, out of school, because of surveys not being followed when I said my child will not take this survey, and they've tried to force my child to take a survey. If I can't ask them to follow along with a simple survey that my child is not allowed to take, how can I trust them to not also follow a non-consent form? I just wanted to say that we need to offer these clinics. I am not against vaccines. My kids are vaccinated to a point. But at this point in time, offering these clinics during school hours is intrusive and interruptive to our students' education. We are there for our teachers to teach them to learn, read, write, and arithmetic, not to force or push a vaccine on someone.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next will be Dr. Gary York.
Mr. Chairman, may I respectfully cede my time to my friend and neighbor who has to leave at 4:30 and be put on the list?
Sure. Does she have a card up here?
Yes, she does. Reese
Okay.
Evans, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Risa Evans, and I'm an attorney, and I live in Kentucky. And I'm here to urge you to vote for this bill for 3 reasons, in addition to some of the many good reasons that have already been offered. First, we know from experience that mistakes are inevitable. Mistakes were made in Nashua, they were made in Rochester, they were made in Vermont, where a 6-year-old child was given a COVID-19 injection without parental consent and over the child's own objections at the time. Across the United States, the Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System includes reports of over 10,000 vaccine administration errors of various sorts since October of 2021 for children ages 5 to 17 for the COVID-19 injections alone. So mistakes have been made, and no matter how well intended we are, and regardless of the fail-safes that we put in place, mistakes will be made again. So that brings me to my second point, which is that because mistakes are inevitable, injuries are also inevitable. Most obvious are possible physical injuries to children who receive unwanted and unconsented to vaccinations. Hopefully mild physical injuries, but potentially severe and even deadly, depending on the reason for the child's parents, having objected to vaccination in the first place, whatever the underlying medical conditions are. Less obvious, but also important, are spiritual injuries to children and parents whose sincerely held religious beliefs preclude introducing certain substances into the body and who experience unwanted injections as desecrations. Also less obvious, but also important, are what I would refer to as dignitary injuries, the types of injuries that are recognized by New Hampshire's simple assault statute, which precludes any unwanted touching, recognizing that unwanted touching violates a fundamental right of personal bodily sovereignty. So that brings me to the third point, which is that while mistakes are inevitable, and injuries are inevitable, remedies for those injuries are not inevitable, far from it. So in the context of non-emergency use vaccines, even if parents are able to obtain money damages through litigation of some sort, money cannot undo the types of injuries that I've just described, and nobody wants to have to go through that. But even the worse, in the context of COVID-19 injections and any other future injections that are qualified as emergency use products, the PrEP Act, the Public Readiness, the Public Readiness and Emergency Preparedness Act, precludes really any state law remedies for any kinds of injuries. So in the Vermont case, and I have a copy of that here for the committee, I just have one copy, but I'm happy to email a link for people who want to read it. In the Vermont case, the court dismissed state law claims of battery, negligent infliction of emotional distress, fraud, violations of the state health care Bill of Rights, and other state law claims that were brought. And the court held that the PrEP Act precludes any state law remedies for COVID-19 injection errors. According to the judge, PrEP immunized all of the defendants against any state law claims of, and this is the judge's word, malfeasance. So basically, under the PrEP Act, as interpreted by the Vermont court and other courts across the country, any school-based COVID-19 injection clinic is a zone of complete lawlessness. There are just no remedies for mistakes.
Excuse me, Ms. Evans, I think your 3 minutes is up.
Thank you.
If you have written testimony that you could share with us?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Deserve better.
Emma Savigny from New Futures. Pardon?
He passed out of hands.
Oh, okay. Deborah Chandler.
May I please cede my time to another person?
Oh, does that person have a card in?
Sure.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, so I'm Aubrey Friedman, Bridgewater. Oh.
No, you had it right the first time in. Your name is?
Right.
Your name is?
Oh, Aubrey Friedman, Bridgewater, private citizen. I totally support this bill. Most of the things have already been mentioned, the disruptions, the errors, no liability apparently for these kinds of things going on is unbelievable. I mean, these things may be carried for the rest of the kid's life. But anyway, I just have 2 things I could add to the conversation. So I'm in SAU 4, and I go to the school board meetings, and the topic of vaccine clinics came up a few months ago. Of course, I was there speaking against them. But what was interesting, the big discussion is, should we have separate COVID versus flu? Should we do it on the same days or different arms or all that kind of stuff? Of course, they voted for the vaccine clinics. But what the interesting thing was, what was the reason that they ended up doing it? We've been doing it for years. Now, that's a really good reason for doing something. Just because you've always done it in the past, let's not put any thought into maybe something should be done differently. So when we talk about local control, believe me, they can be tyrannical too. So the other thing I wanted to just talk about for a second was convenience. Kids are inconvenient. I raised a child, I did it as a single parent, and I didn't, you took your kid to the doctor. There are certain things you do as a parent, that's your responsibility. What kind of parent would just drop their kids off at a doctor to get shots? Because this is basically what people are wanting to do, is just, well, it's convenient. I mean, even your dog, you take your dog to the vet for the shots. You don't just drop them off. So this whole point of convenience is, to me, disgusting. I mean, there's the pharmacies, it can be done after school or any of that kind of stuff. So this is really shirking parents' responsibilities, making excuses for it. It's inexcusable. So I support this bill. Let schools be schools anymore. They're not medical centers, they're not hospitals, and they weren't meant to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Further? questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Kathy Holmes, Chichester.
Hello, Kathy Holmes, Chichester. I bet I'll be the quickest one. I just say amen to what Jim Colpult said, but the extra thing I want to put in is, schools don't sing Christmas songs anymore because they're afraid of being sued. And so, what are you even talking about? This liability. I'm also speaking for the taxpayers all over the state. I do not want my town to be paying millions of dollars in lawsuits. And you can protect every town. Okay. That's it.
Thank you very much. Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Joseph Mirosef Keen. I evidently has left, so how about Louise Spencer?
Hello, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. My name is Louise Spencer. I'm from Concord, New Hampshire, and I'm with the Kent Street Coalition, an all-volunteer grassroots advocacy organization. And I'm here to speak in opposition to this bill. It seems to me that this is unnecessarily prescriptive and restrictive, and that we really need all our tools in the toolkit available to respond to evolving public health needs. We can have local school boards look at this and decide if they're going to do it in their communities at a given time, but to put a blanket ban on it seems way too heavy-handed given the health issues we have arising over time. The schools have a vested interest in this, and that if there are epidemics of flu or other illnesses, you lose lots of school hours, whether sick teachers or sick students. That is very disruptive to the school day and to school learning. We do need checks and balances for sure, and there should be legal remedies available when things go wrong. Informed consent is essential, but perhaps we could give parents the opt-out, advance notice, this is going to be happening, and that they can keep their kids home as an excused absence for that period of time. There are a lot who have talked about convenience, but that's not really fair. Maybe for some it's a matter of convenience, but there are many reasons that it may be difficult for a parent to get their child to the doctor. Disabled parents are one example that comes to mind. So I hear the timer. So
thank you very much. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to verify. I'm not sure if you used the word you meant to say. Were you suggesting that we should perhaps go to an opt-out system instead of affirmative informed consent?
Not for informed consent. No, of course, it has to be written informed consent. What I'm suggesting is if there's concern about having a child at school when there's a vaccination clinic, that would be a time a parent could say, I'm going to keep my child home without penalty.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, informed consent is essential.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anne Marie Banfield.
Still here, as you are. Good evening now. My name is Anne Marie Banfield. I'm a parental rights advocate focused on academic excellence in education for all children in New Hampshire. As you have heard, we have 2 incidents where children in Rochester and Nashua were given the flu shot against their parents' wishes. I was immediately contacted by the parent in Rochester after this happened. In the case of the Rochester child, she was a young child, kindergarten, And she was also sick at the time, and you're not supposed to get the flu vaccine when you're sick. And guess what? She got the flu vaccine, even though her parents said no, and was sick. She even wrote on the page, "Do not vaccinate my child." So this bill is very simple. It will eliminate the possibility of mistakes in the future. Offering these clinics during school hours caused these errors to occur. The parents thought that they could trust that if they did not consent, that would be followed. Now parents are saying to keep their children home if they do not want their child vaccinated. So they lose a day of education. In one case in Vermont, they pulled their kid out of the school. This continues. Expect enrollments to continue to decline. So another lost day to receiving an education because this news has spread to parents across the state. So expect more to keep their kids home. This is more added to the day. And I think earlier testimony said that we're spreading these schools so thin that at what point do we go back to teaching and learning? I am not for and I am not against vaccines. So the implication that this is anti-vaccine is not true. I'm for parents making this decision. I'm for parents accompanying their children if they are to receive a vaccine. These are reasonable requirements to expect from our local public schools and those administering vaccines. They have an opportunity to provide this service on the weekends and before and after school. I can tell you, I normally don't talk about personal things, but I can tell you if I was that child in Rochester, I'd have been traumatized because I hated needles and I would have screamed and cried and everything else if I was that child. I passed out in a dentist chair when they gave me Novocaine. I passed out when I was 12 years old getting my ears pierced in the mall. I would have been traumatized. I would never have wanted to go back to that school again if they would have given me a vaccine in school. I suspect that many children are like that. Probably not all. I mean, my kids have had vaccines in the past. If the professionals tasked with this assignment cannot complete it without making mistakes, then it needs to stop. We have evidence that mistakes are going to happen. Let's put some parameters so those mistakes never happen again. Any child could get a vaccine in this state. Any child, any day, anywhere. You go to CVS, Rite Aid, anywhere. This is not anti-vaccine, and it's not a way to stop it. Just asking for parameters. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Banfield? Seeing none, thank you very much. Lauren Condon from Bedford. Laura.
Yes. Good afternoon. Thank you. You're all champions for staying here all afternoon. We appreciate it. My name is Laura Condon from Bedford. I'm a volunteer New Hampshire Director of Advocacy with the National Vaccine Information Center, and I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 539. May I remind you, as others have said, that vaccination is a medical procedure. It is an elective medical procedure. They are not candy. Vaccines carry risk. Schools are for educating, not for performing medical procedures. There was also a question about liability here, and I would pose a question: what is the liability of a school district for injury or death to a child the result of a school clinic? School districts have no immunity from protection of the 1986 National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act for hosting these vaccine clinics. The nurses that administer the vaccine have immunity from liability. The manufacturers do. The clinic themselves, the school district does not. There's a ripe opportunity here for a lawsuit. I know there was talk about the COVID shot. Everyone has immunity from liability under the PrEP Act for the COVID shots, even volunteers, which a school is. They're volunteer hosts for these clinics, but they're not immunity from liability for the flu shots, which we've heard from DHHS, and those are the shots that are actually being given. In fact, I will share with you, I have handouts here of 2 children who have died as a result of flu shots. One was 7-year-old Kaylin Matten from Vermont, and that's all she got was a flu shot. And the other one was a 2-year-old New Hampshire girl who died in December here.
and she had gotten a flu shot and a COVID shot. These are not school clinics, but I just want to make you aware that the risk of death is there. Schools are for teaching, and there's plenty of access these days to vaccines. It used to be that these school-based clinics were necessary, but it's really become an antiquated program because now parents have access to vaccines everywhere, including corner drugstores, grocery stores, doctors of all kinds, hospitals, urgent care facilities, even public health offices and clinics. There's simply no longer a need for schools to host vaccination clinics in schools during school hours and detract from the essential purpose of schools, and that's to educate our children. These days, there's over 20 different vaccines that can be administered to children, although we've heard they were only doing the flu and then COVID shots. Let's see, I'm going to skip through some notes here because I know my 3 minutes. And I've had parents come to me who said that they're withdrawing their children from the public school system. One of the top concerns are these vaccine clinics. And they're looking to homeschool or to send their children to other schools. I'd be happy to take any questions. I'm sorry, it sounds like my timer's gone off.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here and for you sticking in also. Allison Dyer.
You can take Yari's card out of there. As Rep. Colfault stated, she had to leave, but she did ask that I read her testimony, so I'll just submit my testimony to you, but I'll read Yari's. Good afternoon. My name is Yari Perez. I am a single mother from Nashua, New Hampshire. I'm here today to ask that you support HB 539, a bill that would prohibit conducting vaccination clinics during school hours. My 7-year-old daughter was given the flu vaccine without my consent at her Nashua Elementary School, one of these mobile vaccine clinics. My 7-year-old daughter was traumatized. She was brought into a room, her arm was held down, she cried, she screamed, and she was administered a dose of the flu vaccine through a needle that was never consented to. She came home that day, presented me with a Nashua DHHS vaccine card. She did the best job a 7-year-old could in explaining all that happened that morning. I checked her bag. There was no fact sheet and no adverse reaction sheet sent with this vaccination card. I comforted her as best I could, and in my panic, I reviewed all my paperwork and emails to see if I could have possibly or accidentally consented to this. In my review of my emails and my papers, I did not sign the vaccine consent form, so this had been the worst kind of error. Not only did I not understand how this could have possibly happened, but my daughter did not understand how I could have allowed this, why I would do this to her without giving her a heads up, and why I wasn't there to go through this scary moment with her. No mother should have to care for this avoidable incident after the fact. Since this has happened, my daughter has been fearful to be called anywhere in the school. The intercom announcements give her anxiety, and she has been sick off and on since receiving the flu shot. I am unsure, since she'd never received this vaccine prior to this incident at school, if the two could potentially be related. I did not know how to address this atrocity, and I'm thankful for my friend and lifelong Nashua resident Allison Dyer for aiding me in bringing this to light. Had she not alerted everyone from the school to the state, I do not believe they would have taken this issue seriously. I fall into a category the opponents of this bill claim to care about. I am a single Latina mother who has struggled to provide all I can for my daughter since the death of her father. But I am not incapable of making appointments for my own child, whether that be at a pharmacy or at her pediatrician's office for regular well visits or necessary vaccinations. But when this issue was brought to the attention of the Nashua DHHS, they refused to answer my friend Allison and for my contact information. She's a polarized figure in my community due to her outspoken and advocacy for the children of my city. To quote directly from the DHHS director, I will not respond to Ms. Dyer. Because my friend Allison had emailed on my behalf about this incident, and I had asked that anyone wanting to speak with me directly about my daughter respond to Allison, and she would provide that information. This is not how public appointed and taxpayer paid and funded entities should deal with our children and families. I've seen what's happened to persons who speak out in Nashua. This should have never happened, and we need to make sure something like this never happens again.
Thank you. So
Thank
are there any questions for either Ms. Perez or Ms. Dyer? Seeing none, thank you very much. And if you could leave both testimonies, that would be great. You can just leave them up front there. Therese Grinnell, I think she left. Yep. Heather Raymond.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you all for staying so late. I will try and keep my comments brief and not repeat things. My name is Heather Raymond. I am a state representative who represents Hillsborough District 5, Nashua, and in fact, the district in which this incident occurred that we just heard about. Like I said, I don't want to repeat anything. I'm here to oppose this bill. Nashua, as many of you know, is the second largest school district in New Hampshire. The Public Health Office administers over 1,000 vaccines each year and has done so for about 12 years in our 18 schools. In that time, there was one circumstance this year where a form was returned to the school, and the person who provided the vaccine didn't carefully check it over to make sure that it wasn't just completed, but also signed, and then they administered the vaccine. The school board took this very seriously. I can attest to that, being a member of the school board and a prior chair of the school board down in Nashua. We requested that both public health and the superintendent investigate the situation and come up with a plan to make sure that it doesn't happen again, because we felt that this was completely unacceptable. About 10% of our students get vaccines every year, and getting one without permission was not okay. It was not okay with anybody. Since then, Public Health has reviewed their process. They have offered additional training to their staff, and they have revised it such that each staff member giving a vaccine must look for the signature, not just glance to make sure the rest of the form has been filled out, and check off that they have in fact seen that signature before they are able to administer any vaccines. Just as far as other information that I think is helpful for the committee to know regarding Nashua and vaccines in general, Nashua's only done the flu vaccine. We don't do COVID vaccines in school. That wasn't something that we were interested in doing. The flu vaccine, according to the CDC, is 40 to 60% effective each year. Some years it's a little bit more, some years it's a little bit less. This happens to be a high year. 45% of the parents or the students in Nashua, of our 10,000 students, qualify for free and reduced lunch. This means that their family lives at or below the federal poverty level. Some of the consequences of being at or below the federal poverty level is that you don't have access to some of the things that I think people take for granted in this state. We have a number of schools where students walk to school. There isn't transportation because they're community schools, but we also have a number of families that don't have transportation. So to say that we can do clinics outside of school hours without having an impact on our community is not representative of the reality in Nashua. So I'm happy to take questions if anybody has any.
Are there any questions from the committee?
Great.
Thank you. I'd like to call Betsy Harrington.
Thank you for having me. My name is Betsy Harrington. I'm from Deering, New Hampshire. If children receive vaccines, they should be doing it with a doctor or minimally with a parent present. Having a vaccine performed during school hours, then sending the child back to class is inappropriate and probably pretty scary for a child, especially if the child is having a reaction that they are too embarrassed to share. It could become traumatizing to everyone to see and experience. Adverse reactions aren't that rare anymore. My own child had one when he was 3. He's 14 now. I'm so glad I was there. I keep my children home on vaccination days. They've each missed 2 days of school this year to avoid any issues. A large number of parents did as I did, and they kept their kids home too. Clinics should not create a situation where students are missing days of school in response. The current COVID vaccines have warnings now regarding young men and heart-related injuries. That's part of our student population. We shouldn't participate due to possible medical emergencies. Schools are not equipped to treat the reaction, and we can't afford to be liable. Kids should be with parents when they decide a vaccine is right for their child. Schools are not medical clinics and shouldn't be. We don't do a good job. My district, SAU 34, has given a flu shot to a child in error. I know you guys have never heard of it, but I have. Us moms talked a lot about it. Happened about 2 years ago. This past year, there was a child given a COVID test because they did like group testing. And that child was not supposed to be tested and was tested against their will, even after they said they weren't supposed to be tested. And they were told, no, your mom said so. Wasn't true. So there are legitimate mistakes happening at SAU 34. COVID vaccines have been given twice at SAU 34. I felt so strongly, I stood on the corner with a sign. And that's the first time I'd ever protested anything or even started to come to these kinds of things, to speak. That was the beginning for me because I just felt so strongly that I just didn't want any other moms to make the mistake. And of course, I got a few fingers as parents were driving into the school. I stood right at the entrance. And but most of them, even the bus drivers, gave me thumbs up and said that they agreed. So I was actually surprised at the support I received, even though I did stand there alone on that corner the day before in the morning of the vaccination clinic, the first one. I'm going to end this by remembering Officer Rory Bohannon. He was SAU 34 resource officer who died suddenly and unexpectedly at the lunchroom door at school. My own reality has compelled me to come and beg for this potentially deadly practice of school-based vaccine clinics to end. Let's give a minute for Rory Bohannon. Thank you. Any questions?
No questions from the committee? Thank you. Next one, Larissa Trexler. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I'm Larissa Trexler of Stoddard, New Hampshire, and I'm here in support of House Bill 539. As a registered nurse since 1995, I should say, I take great issue with the lack of safety in these vaccination clinics in the school setting. Proper medical safety procedures, proper identification, and informed consent are severely compromised. I have reviewed several of the New Hampshire incidents within the last year in which safety procedures and protocols were not being followed. As a pediatric nurse, I have also been present for adverse reactions that would be quite challenging to manage in a school setting. As a mom, these vaccination clinics in school, this is one of the many factors why I cannot send my children to public school. 2 of my children at the time were age 6 and 14 were put in a line for vaccination in school despite a very clear declination. We handle matters of this nature with our trusted providers, not at school. Vaccination clinics are inherently not foolproof and have no place in the school setting. Children are there to learn. I just ask that you please support House Bill 539 ought to pass, and I'd rather not take questions.
Thank you. Is Melissa White here?
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here today. So much of what I wrote has already been stated, but I did want to, just reiterate liability. And vaccine injury is real. It doesn't always happen with seizures or something that's immediate. There's other things, like lupus that can come weeks later or months later. We have to be very cautious when we're injecting things into our children or ourselves. And I want to go back to HB 505 and this one. Why do we need schools to be medical facilities? Let's let them be schools. We really do need to ensure the separation of medicine and school and education. I guess that's it. I'm from Peterborough. I don't know if I said that part.
Yes, you
So,
did.
Thank you.
Are any questions?
Any questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite William Rogers.
Well, thank you for the invitation.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Everyone else who just called up, I get an invitation. Thank you for hearing me. Thank you for all you do and for staying so late to hear this. I'm in support of HB 359. I am not anti-vax. I've been vaccinated. My children have been vaccinated. My grandchildren have been vaccinated. Not at schools. Not at schools. I know you guys must be overwhelmed hearing the tens of thousands of children, but parents might have 3 or 4 children. To them, to those parents, those children are more precious than you can imagine. Although some of you are parents, I'm sure. What is more precious to a parent than his child? And could you imagine sending your child to school, thinking you've done right, said, no vaccine, she can't get the flu shot. The doctors told me she can't. And then find out that it has happened. Would it make you feel any better? Have to listen to some of the people say, well, we're trying to do better. We're going to improve. Does it really make any of you feel any better hearing a bureaucrat say they're going to do better and we hope it doesn't happen again? It only happened because they happen to have the same first name maybe. So I can understand. I can't imagine that. Parents, I don't want to say they own the children, but they are so attached. Their whole life, our whole life, we're attached to our children. So parents have the supreme rule of what happens to their children. And no parent should have to wonder, what's the school going to do to my kid today? Ever. And probably the most egregious reason I've heard to put children through this is so that some bureaucrat can check off a box on the federal preparedness form. Come on. I want you to ask the people in Louisiana what they think about federal help and federal bureaucrats checking off forms and helping them. Give this back to the parents. It might be inconvenient to people, but you just think about it. Come on. They can't do it. Every Rite Aid, every CVS, every pharmacy gives out free vaccines. Schools don't need to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. With that, I don't have any other cards up here to speak on. Yes? Oh, okay. I wasn't here for that. Yep. Well, come on up.
Thank you for allowing time. Mr. Chair, the rest of the committee, thank you so much. I'd like to also thank Representative Kofalt for bringing forth this very important legislation. I think it needs to be a New Hampshire law or statute because I don't want to leave decisions like vaccination to my local school board. I don't want that.
Could you please introduce your name, please?
I'm sorry, Gary York, I'm sorry.
MD?
Hopkinton, New Hampshire.
Okay, yep.
Thank you. Again, you've heard repetitive testimony throughout the day, and this bill is about the value of informed consent and obtaining that consent, not from children, but from parents where it belongs by proxy. This is their duty. This is a parental rights bill in many respects. It's also a medical freedom bill for keeping children away from being vaccinated, again, through a parental decision, which is what we all want to keep and hold dear in our hearts. And then many have spoke again about the separation of medicine versus education. I think that's very important. This is a medical issue. This is keep the education to the school, keep the medical information and practices to the healthcare providers. I spent a good deal of my career as a medical director in a laboratory in a New Hampshire hospital. where there was a hourly, daily, round the clock, 365 days of the year, attention to quality control, quality assurance, quality improvement. That was our job. And I was responsible for anything that went wrong in the laboratory setting. So we've heard about these never events. This won't happen again. In the hospital setting, they were sugar-coated and called medical misadventures. How do you like that? Yeah. Some of these misadventures are way out of whack. My concern is the concept of a vaccine van coming to a school system. And what is the quality control? Who is giving vaccines? Who is identifying the patient? Let's say it's a 6-year-old or an 8-year-old. How do you get patient identification verified? They don't have a wallet or an ID card or anything. They've got a slip that maybe has their parent's signature on it. But my real concern is like what are the things that can go wrong in a scenario where you've got a mobile vaccine clinic van circulating? Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So this does conclude the hearing for 539. For the committee, what we're going to do is just go the last two bills, open it up, recess, open the other up, recess, and then with that when we'll get a time to be announced. Most likely these bills will be carried over for the 13th, and I'll explain what we're going to be doing then. So we need a rep just to go forward and recommend, or not recommend. Pardon me? Yes.
One of these bills, I'm Representative Gerhard. One of these bills is actually mine.
Yeah.
It was my intention just to have this bill go away. So if we want to just introduce it, we won't take any questions, we're gone.
Well, what we're going to do is we're just going to introduce it. And if you just introduce it, we can continue the hearing at a time to be announced, most likely on February the 13th. And then if there's anybody who wants to testify on it, because I did announce earlier today that we would not be addressing these bills today, the last two bills. So that means we have to have another date set up so that if there's somebody that's out there this has all been streamed.
All right.
So we'd have to, but you can introduce the bill and then we will, go from there and just introduce it by title and all that. You don't have to say anything other than that.
Yeah, I'm planning on it. Okay, let's do it. Yeah, please, thank you. Oh, you're gonna?
Okay, go ahead, please.
All right. So I'm Representative Jason Gerhard, representing Northfield Franklin. House Bill 634, relative to students' participation in religious instruction to satisfy elective curriculum requirements. And I'm not going to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we are going to recess this bill to a time to be determined, and it will be time-wise somewhere on the 13th. Okay, so we're going to close that particular hearing and move on to the next one, which would be 634. That was 634, excuse me. No, that was
539.
552. Which one we did just do? Okay, we jumped over 552. Okay, so I need to have somebody just walk over there and do the same thing for 550. So Representative Petronell, do you want to do? Okay.
We have to go home. Yeah, all right. So, name's Jason Gerhard, introducing Bill 532.
552.
Even better. And I will not be taking any questions.
Thank you very much. And with that, we are going to recess this bill to the same time to be announced, most likely on the February the 13th, would be on February the 13th. So with that, I'm going to close that hearing as well. Now, for the committee, what's going to happen? The early bills which we're going to discuss take action on the 13th, due to the fact that we went right through a very short break. We were supposed to have a work session not a work session, but we were going to have a meeting here to try, of 4 people here, to try and get some of the nuts and bolts on 529. We couldn't do that. That will be done on the 13th. So we're going to take all those early bills and take them to the 15th. On the 13th, there will simply only be hearings. And so if somebody has to do something on that date and can't make it down here, know that we will just be taking testimony. No action will be taken on the 13th. So that's something you may, use if you have to. You could come late, you could sleep in to 7 o'clock or sleep in to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's up to you. For those that have kids to get to school, or it doesn't work like that either. So that's just some information for where we're going to go, and so I really appreciate the time you all spent today and sitting here through some of these very, very long bills. Welcome to education.
Are you going to identify the bills for the 13th? We know specifically what file to bring. Not today, but before then. Maybe before then.
All the early bills which we have not done, and then there will be, probably so we don't waste time, there will be a whole slug of bills put on there that we've had hearings on. We'll pick and choose from those bills, try and wipe some of them out. We won't obviously get to them all. And then that'd be a great idea.
So just to be correct, we have hearings on Monday, we have joint session on Tuesday, we have executive session on Wednesday.
That will be put in the count.
Wednesday, you just said Thursday.
Yeah, well, I mentioned the 15th due to the fact that we've got the early bills, which we have to, and I don't care to do early bills on the 16th, the day we have to unload those to the speaker. And that has to be done by noon on the 16th. It sort of gives us that we've had to use that morning once or twice before in the past when we just couldn't resolve something on the 15th. But it meant the real hustle job on the 16th. We may be here on that 16th. I got to look at the calendar. And that's going to have to be in the calendar. So I'll work on that tonight. I'll let you know tomorrow. Okay, we also had an invite to Delta Dental tonight. Some people, I don't know if you're going over there or not. Representative Lekis was looking for a ride if somebody is going that way.